Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Title: A Dark Forgetting. Author: Kristen Ciccarelli. Copyright: Magpie Books, an imprint of HarperCollins Publishers Ltd. 1 London Bridge Street, London, SE1 9GF. www.harpercollins.co.uk. First published in the United States by Wednesday Books, an imprint of St. Martin's Publishing Group, 2022. First published in the United Kingdom by HarperCollins Publishers Ltd., 2025. Copyright: Kristen Ciccarelli, 2022. Title page and paragraph break, branch artwork by Alex Rockhart, Shutterstock. Excerpt from The Crimson Moth. Copyright: Kristen Ciccarelli, 2024. Cover design by Carrie Resnick. Cover illustration by Sasha Vinogradova. Kristen Ciccarelli asserts the moral right to be identified as the author of this work. A catalog copy of this book is available from the British Library. This novel is entirely a work of fiction. The names, characters, and incidents portrayed in it are the work of the author's imagination. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or localities is entirely coincidental. Without limiting the exclusive rights of any author, contributor, or the publisher of this publication, any unauthorized use of this publication to train generative artificial intelligence (AI) technologies is expressly prohibited. HarperCollins also exercised their rights under Article 4.3 of the Digital Single Market Directive, 2019-790. And expressly reserve this publication from the text and data mining exception. All rights reserved under international and Pan-American copyright conventions. By payment of the required fees, you have been granted the non-exclusive, non-transferable right to access and read the text of this ebook on screen. No part of this text may be reproduced, transmitted, downloaded, decompiled, reverse engineered, or stored in or introduced into any information storage and retrieval system, in any form or by any means, whether electronic or mechanical, now known or hereafter invented, without the express written permission of HarperCollins. Source: ISBN 978-000-878314. Ebook edition, November 2025. ISBN 978-000-8783-393. Version 2025-09-24. Dedication: In memory of Ivan Caesar. Contents: Cover, title page, copyright, dedication, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30, Chapter 31, Chapter 32, Chapter 33, Chapter 34, Chapter 35, Chapter 36, Chapter 37, Chapter 38, Chapter 39, Chapter 40, Chapter 41, Chapter 42, Chapter 43, 44, Epilogue. Author's Note. Acknowledgements. Keep reading. Also by Kristen Ciccarelli. About the publisher. 1. The Woods Came For. Emeline the way they always did. Creeping in with the shadows, seeping up through the cracks. Emeline, they whispered, sing us a true song. Emeline gritted her teeth, ignoring it. From her perch on the wooden stool beneath the lights, she sang into the mic, picking the strings of her ukulele, telling herself she didn't care if the ale in the bar taps turned to creek water tonight. Didn't care if those spongy green clumps sprouting between the floorboards were, in fact, forest moss. She needed to stay focused. She needed to not screw this up. Emeline couldn't give the audience any inkling that freaky things happened when she sang. Nope, she was Emeline Lark, folk singer with a pop vibe, rising star with foot-stomping melodies and a breathy, warbling voice. Nothing freaky to see here at all. The lights of La Reverie were turned down, and a fire crackled and spit from a hearth in the pub's stone wall. Oil lamps glowed on wooden tables throughout the room. It all felt very Higley, cozy, warm, and dark, minus the white lights above Emeline. These blinded her, hiding the patrons from view as she hurtled toward the end of her final set. Emeline. The scent of damp, mulchy earth festered in the air. Emeline scrunched her nose, trying to focus on the faceless audience beyond the lights. I can handle this, she told herself. Usually that was true, but her delusions of the woods were more persistent lately. What if things worsened while she was on tour? What if, one of these days, she couldn't handle it? Emeline's leg bounced as she plastered on a smile and kept strumming. While she sang through the last song of her last set, the pungent smell of fresh earth made her glance down. Beneath her blundstones grew a patch of emerald green moss. She blinked, hoping she was imagining not just the moss, but the shiny black insects emerging out of it, scuttling over her blundstones, swarming up her jeans. Beetles. She stared in horror at their little black bodies, shimmering iridescent blue and green as they crawled up her legs. Just one true song, rasped the woods. Emeline glanced to the audience beyond the lights, but no one seemed to notice the horde of beetles. They never did. Because you're seeing things that aren't there, just like everyone who'd lived in Edgewood too long. Emeline skipped the last verse of the song and moved straight into the final chorus, ending her set short. The forest paused, waiting. But no way was Emeline going to play another song, because the moment her music stopped, so did the forest's reach. It was something she learned after moving away from Edgewood 2 years ago. The woods, real or imagined, only came for her when she sang. The audience applauded. Thanking them, she set her ukulele on the stand next to her guitar and wiped her sweaty palms on her jeans. As the house music started up, releasing Emeline from her role of entertainer, the moss and bugs receded, taking the scent of the woods with them. Emeline blew out a relieved breath. She'd done it. She'd managed to get through all 3 sets without causing an incident. No one noticed the mossy presence in the room tonight. No one except her. It made her wonder, not for the first time, if her mind was going the way of her grandfather's. An ache flared in her chest as she remembered the last time she'd seen him. That sterile room. How lost he looked, like he didn't belong there. She forced herself to breathe. You did the right thing. It's what he wanted you to do. It was what she always told herself, and yet it never soothed the ache. Parched from singing, Emeline reached for the bright pink hydro flask beneath her stool, the one Joel had given her for her birthday. She'd filled it with water at the beginning of her last set. Her fingers grabbed air. She leaned down, scanning the floor. But her water bottle was gone. In its place rested a flower, a white anemone, pretty as a star. Emeline narrowed her eyes. What? She plucked the anemone out from under her stool and studied it. Light caught in the translucent white petals circling the black center. If this is a prank, she murmured to the woods, it's not your best work. Emeline cast her gaze like a net over the pub, until her attention snagged on something bright pink, her missing hydro flask. She glanced from the bottle to the young man holding it. He was little more than a silhouette, standing just beyond the reach of the bar's dim lights, watching her. The shadows hid his face and clothes, but not his tall frame, nor the intensity of his stare. Awareness crackled like electricity across her skin. He lifted Emeline's water bottle as if to salute her. then tipped it back, drinking deep. Her mouth fell open. How had he taken it without her noticing? She glanced down to the anemone in her hand. He must have left it for her to find when he stole her water bottle. Anger sparked through her. Emeline had dealt with men like this before. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph. Devastating. Fans who had no respect for boundaries. He thought he could stalk her without consequences. She would cure him of that notion. Rising from the stool, Emeline stepped out from beneath the bright lights. Keeping her target in view, she zigzagged around tables, closing the gap between her and the bar, between her and him. He set down her hydro flask on the bar. Even with him veiled in shadow, Emeline sensed the struggle in him. Pleasure that should risen to his challenge, unease at her approach. That's right, she curled her hands into fists. You picked the wrong girl to mess with. Emeline was used to being underestimated. She was a 19-year-old girl in a cutthroat music industry, a fact that seemed to give people license to dismiss her. Remember, Ducky, Pa's voice echoed in her mind. When people underestimate you, it's easier to turn the tables on them. The stranger made no move to leave, merely gazed at her from the darkness, daring her to unveil him. There was something unearthly about him, she thought as she drew closer, something that didn't belong in the chic atmosphere of La Riviere. Emeline searched the ground for his shadow, to check its shape, a ridiculous habit instilled in her by poor Mad Tom. You can always tell a shiftling by their shadow. Emeline shook off the thought. It was too dark to see anyway. She was only a few steps away when her phone buzzed. Her footsteps slowed as she pulled it out of her back pocket. Expecting it to be Joel, her manager's son, Emeline glanced down, ready to silence it. But it wasn't Joel. The name of Pa's neighbor lit up the screen. Maisie Decker. Emeline had given Maisie power of attorney in order to make things easier for everyone. What if it's about Pa? Still glowering at the shadowy stranger, she answered the call. Maise? Hey, baby girl. Maisie's warm voice usually made Emeline think of her cinnamon rolls, fluffy and gooey and sweet. Now, though, she heard the worry in it. Something's wrong. Emeline plugged her ear to block out the noise of the pub. As she did, someone bumped her shoulder, brushing past her. The pub seemed to shimmer around her, and the sudden smell of crushed pine bloomed in the air. It made her glance up, to the shadows where her stranger had been standing. He wasn't there. Emeline spun, scanning the pub, but there was no sign of him. He'd disappeared, taking her hydro flask with him, as if he'd stepped straight out of this world and into another. Unless I imagined him too. Ewan said I wasn't allowed to bother you except for emergencies, but it's been almost 24 hours. And Emeline's pulse beat loud in her ears. What's been 24 hours? Ewan's gone, sweetheart. Gone. A winter-cold chill swept through Emeline. You mean he's missing? Said Maisie. He's been missing since last night. The room started to spin. The nurse called after midnight, said he wasn't in his bed. He must have wandered outside and got lost. That's what they think. They being Heath Manor, the care facility where Pa lived, the one Emeline had moved him into this past April, when he fell, broke his hip, and could no longer live in their old farmhouse alone. Emeline had canceled her gigs, driven 7 hours back to Edgewood, packed up his things, and checked him into the closest care home. 24 hours. Surely someone would have found him by now. Why hasn't someone found him? Maybe she'd made a mistake, putting him in the closest facility to Edgewood. Maybe she'd have found something better, taken him to the city with her. Except the doors are locked, Maisie continued, lowering her voice to a whisper. There are cameras in every corridor. He couldn't have walked out. It's not possible. The pub darkened as the pungent scent of the forest thickened. You're imagining it, Emeline told herself. It's not really there. I'm so sorry, baby girl, Maisie said. But your grandfather's been tithed. Tithed? The word clanged through Emeline, dragging her back to a childhood full of superstition. The Wood King's tithes were one of many ridiculous rituals she'd grown up with in Edgewood. It was just another reason Emeline left as soon as she could. And yet, if tonight was any indication, perhaps she hadn't escaped soon enough. Whatever madness had infected Pa and his neighbors was clearly starting to infect her, too. Emeline shook her head. Nothing took Pa. Her grandfather's mind was fettered by dementia. He had wandered off. That was all. He simply needed to be found. He's a 75-year-old man. How far can he go? Emeline thought back to April, the last time she'd seen Emeline Lark. She remembered the confused look on his face as she walked him into the dining area of Heath Manor and left him there. Remembered the discordant flop-flop of her Birkenstocks against the blue tiles as she walked away, down the whitewashed halls. Remembered the piercing ache as she stepped out the doors, abandoning the one person she loved most in the world, handing him over to strangers. Emeline squeezed her eyes shut. What else could she possibly have done? Pa himself told her to go. But she'd heard the longing in his voice. He wanted to be in his own house, with his vineyards around him, the ones he planted with his own 2 hands. He'd wanted to stay in Edgewood. Emmy, are you there? Her fingers tightened around the phone, still pressed to her ear. I have sets to perform. I have a tour to prepare for. I can't just leave. But the thought of her grandfather, lost and afraid, overwrote everything else. I'm coming home, she said. 2. Emeline sat parked in front of Pa's stone farmhouse. She'd gone to Heath Manor first to speak with the nurses, but they only told her the same thing Maisie had. So she texted Joel asking him to cancel her gigs this week. Emeline hated leaving people in a lurch. As she stared through the windshield at the for sale sign on the lawn, she thought about everything she'd accomplished since leaving her childhood home. She would never have made anything of herself in this backwards town. She couldn't chase her dream here or live the life she longed for. That's why, 2 years ago, when she was just 17, Emeline packed up her rusty blue hatchback, the one she and Pa saved up to buy, and drove to Montreal. She'd had $900 to her name, and a lease for an apartment shared with 3 art students. Back then, Emeline took every gig that came her way, birthday parties, weddings, fundraisers. And when she failed to make ends meet, she busked in the streets. She ate instant noodles and drank instant coffee. She slept on a second-hand mattress on the floor. She did it because singing was the one thing she was good at, and the only thing in this world she wanted to do. She did it hoping that one day she'd swap out the cold concrete sidewalks for the brightly lit stages of packed-out venues, singing her own songs, making a living with her voice. Had she been naive? A little. Had she made compromises? Absolutely. But Emeline's naivete, her compromises, her sheer stubborn will had landed her here. In just over a week, she would open for her idols, a folk band called the Perennials, on a 14-city tour that spanned 3 countries. If she impressed the representatives from Daybreak Records, who would be watching her on opening night, she would soon be in possession of a record deal with one of the biggest labels in the country. If anyone can do it, you can, Ducky. It was what Pa told her in the minutes before she drove away from him and the neighbors gathered on their lawn, all waving goodbye. Back when he was still Pa, not some hollowed-out shell of a man. Back when he still remembered the girl he'd raised. Her hands tightened on the steering wheel, trying to stave off the ache. I have to find him. Someone rapped on the driver's side window, scattering her thoughts. Startled, she looked up through the glass. A middle-aged man in a faded jean jacket stood outside, waving at her. He was several years younger than Pa. Fantasy demands versatility. move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating, old enough to be Emeline's father. His dark brown hair was shorter and grayer than she remembered, but the rest of him was familiar. "Tom!" Emeline opened the door and flung herself out of the car and into his arms. "I thought you were your mother," he said. "Sorry to disappoint you." She breathed in his pipe tobacco smell as her arms tightened around his neck. "You could never disappoint me, kiddo." This was poor Mad Tom, otherwise known as Tomas Perez. Once a photographer for National Geographic, now Pa's retired soft-spoken neighbor. Poor because he'd been madly in love with Emeline's mother, Rose Lark, who broke his heart when she went and got pregnant by another man. Mad because of the stories he used to tell Emeline when she wandered up to his door as a small, bored child looking to be entertained. Stories about his wild adventures in the Wood King's court. Emeline still wasn't sure if he'd made them up to amuse her or if he believed they were true. "How's the music thing going?" she let go, to find Tom studying her. Good. She thought of her upcoming tour, thought of Daybreak Records' potential offer to sign her. Really good. No surprise there. He beamed like a proud father. "Maze always says our Emmy has a magic voice. What about that boyfriend of yours, Joe?" He shrugged. "Whichever one you're on now." Ouch. Not that it wasn't true. Emeline went through boyfriends as fast as she went through guitar strings. Joel used to like to tease her about her cold, ruthless heart. That was before they started hooking up. "Joel's not my boyfriend, not technically. He's just my manager's son." Truthfully, Joel was both less and more than a boyfriend. He was the lifeboat she climbed inside when her fears tugged like an undertow. Fears of losing the career she'd worked so hard to build. Fears of something dark and looming, prying her oldest dream out of her tightly clasped hands. Her delusions of the woods receded when she was with Joel. Sometimes she wasn't sure if it was him that she liked or the normalcy he represented. Tom watched her for a moment with those quiet brown eyes, then glanced to his rusty old pickup truck which was idling behind her car. "I can't stay long. I have to drive Isha to her doctor's appointment." Isha was the mother of Grace Abel, a girl Emeline grew up with. Like Emeline, Grace had fled Edgewood at the earliest opportunity, only she'd done it on a scholarship to Oxford, where she was now studying. "I take it you heard the news about Ewan," said Tom. "Yes, and you came home to look for him." Emeline glanced away. "Yes." Tom sighed a tired sigh. "Emmy listened to me. Maisie and I, Corny and Anya, Isha and Abel, we spent all night searching with the police. Driving down back roads, walking through fields. He's not here." Tom glanced towards the woods looming behind the house, almost wistful. "I know you don't want to hear this, but you're not going to find him." He was right. She didn't want to hear it. If Ewan had truly attempted to leave Heath Manor, the locked doors would have stopped him. If he managed to get through the doors, there'd be footage on the cameras. But there's nothing, no trace of him. Tom reached for her shoulder, squeezing gently. His face said what he wouldn't. The Wood King has him. Frustration coiled through Emeline. The Wood King and his woodland monsters, things like shadow skins and ember mares and shiftlings, were fairy tales she'd left behind when she drove away 2 summers ago. But he was right. The nurse had gone over all of it. How everyone was scratching their heads. How it shouldn't have been possible for Pa to escape. But neither was it possible that some fairy tale king abducted him either. "Don't you have to drive Isha to her appointment?" she said, abruptly changing the subject, suddenly wanting him gone so she could start searching. He nodded. Backing away towards his truck, he said, "How long are you staying?" "As long as it takes to find him. When I'm done driving Isha, I'll come over and we can talk." She thought of the old days, when Tom would come over to the farmhouse in the evenings and Pa would let her stay up, eating cereal and joining in their conversation. "Just stay here and wait for me, all right?" said Tom. "Don't do anything rash." "Fine," she said, as he got back into his truck. She watched him drive down the long dirt laneway between Pa's vineyards, then turn onto the main road. As soon as he was gone, the forest whispered, "Emeline." She glanced beyond the house to the dark and looming wood. "Don't be crazy," she told herself. "It's just a forest." She turned towards the farmhouse and halted. Between her and the front door, the "For Sale" sign glared at her. Betrayer, it seemed to say. How could you? Half a dozen people had put in offers on the house, mostly foreign investors, people who weren't planning to move in, only looking for a place to stash their money. Emeline turned them all down, but she couldn't keep turning them down. Pa had almost nothing in the way of savings, and the little he did have was paying for his care at Heath Manor. The only way to keep him there was to sell the house and farm. One of these days she was going to have to accept an offer. Summoning her courage, she marched past the "For Sale" sign and up to the front door, then punched the passcode into the lockbox where the real estate agent kept the keys. Unlocking the door, she stepped inside. It smelled like him, like home. No, she told herself, not anymore. Once, dirt-encrusted shoes lay piled to the right. In their place now sat an empty rubber mat. Emeline toed off her boots. The tiled floor chilled her feet as she walked from the mudroom to the living room where the ticking of the grandfather clock broke the silence. No fire burned in the fireplace, no delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen. This house, the one harboring her most cherished memories, felt utterly lifeless and cold, like its soul had fled and only a shell remained. Emeline called for Pa, desperately wanting to hear him answer. There was a spare key under the flower pot in the garage. If he'd managed to walk the 8 miles from Heath Manor, he could have used the key to get in. Emeline checked room after room, coming at last to his bedroom. On the dresser, old picture frames stood in a wobbly row, which was odd. Emeline was pretty sure she'd packed all of them away. The photos within the frames all bore her image, chubby and rosy-cheeked at 2, gangly and awkward at 10, lithe and tall at 16 while she strummed a guitar up on stage. They filled her with a longing for the past, when everything had been so simple. Those days are gone, she told herself. They're never coming back. Emeline hugged herself. She was here to find Pa, not reminisce on the past. Old men with bad hips didn't just disappear. "I'm so sorry, baby girl, but your grandfather's been tithed." Before she could reject Maisie's absurd explanation, the words snuck past her defenses. The room shifted. Suddenly, Emeline no longer saw through the lens of a girl from the city. She saw through the eyes of a girl who'd grown up in Edgewood. Her gaze fixed over the door, where garnered branches hung above the lintel, tied together with twine. Judging by the fresh, sweet smell, they'd been recently cut. In Edgewood, people hung hawthorn branches over their lintels to ward off things from the woods. Things like shadow skins. Emeline frowned. Had Tom put them there? She started crossing the room to take them down when her gaze snagged on the empty copper bowl sitting on Pa's bedside table. "I definitely packed that away." Circling back, Emeline picked it up. The bowl's cold, heavy curve, twice the size of her cupped hands, sparked memories of Pa leaving it on their doorstep at every season's turn, full of his quarterly tithe for the Wood King. Emeline ran his fingers over the copper, feeling the rough marks from poor Mad Tom's hammer. Tom cold-forged all of Edgewood's tithing bowls. She touched the inscription around the rim. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating traced. Words shed traced over and over with much tinier fingers a long time ago. The steepest sacrifices make the strongest tithes. Tithes to the Wood King, it meant. According to Edgewood lore, the Wood King was an ancient creature who resided deep in the woods. He demanded quarterly sacrifices from those living on the border of his eldritch forest, tithes that kept the people of Edgewood safe from him and his bloodthirsty monsters. 4 times a year, the Wood King sent his tithe collector to take offerings from the residents of Edgewood, or so the stories went. Emeline had never seen such a person. When bad things happened, when cows stopped giving milk, or crops grew diseased, or loved ones grew ill, the people of Edgewood didn't consider it the misfortune and unfairness of life. They considered it an unpaid tithe. They believed the Wood King was retroactively taking what was owed him. 2 winters before Emeline left Edgewood, a horse belonging to Cornelius Henrik was killed. It was dusk when Corny saw the shadow skin, a thing of nightmares, come out of the woods and sink its glistening teeth into the horse's throat. By the time Corny ran outside, the monster had dragged its meal into the bare trees, leaving the snow stained red. The next morning he found a pearl-like orb sitting in the horse's stall, proof of a tithe paid. At least that's how Corny liked to tell the story. But it wasn't what really happened. Monsters didn't come out of the woods to eat horses. Starving wolves did. Emeline had grown up hearing their howls while falling asleep at night. There were no such things as shadow skins. And the forest didn't take things. Accidents happened. Sometimes cows went missing, or entire cornfields came up rotten. But these were just misfortunes. There weren't malicious forces behind them. Emeline tried not to begrudge her old neighbors their fairy tales. Believing in monsters gave them something to blame when senseless disasters struck. Just like she tried not to be angry with her neighbors now for putting superstitious objects in Pa's room. The hawthorn branches, the tithing bowl, these were coping mechanisms, ways of processing grief. Because Ewan Lark, their neighbor and friend, was slowly losing his mind. And in losing his mind, they were losing him. Emeline wrenched herself back to the present, to the bedroom and the task at hand, finding her grandfather. She was about to step back into the hall when she saw the object glinting on Pa's pillow. Emeline stepped back towards the bed, her eyes narrowing on the tiny orb resting in the center of the pillowcase. She picked it up. The orb was smaller than a marble, but bigger than a pearl, and it was unnaturally cold to the touch. Opal-like colors swirled beneath the surface, pale blues and greens and creamy whites. Emeline stared for several seconds, feeling like she couldn't breathe. Knowing what this was, despite her mind screaming it wasn't, it couldn't be. The mark of a paid tithe. 3. Emeline stormed through the house, wanting to call Maisie, wanting to call Tom, wanting an explanation. Is this some kind of prank? But her neighbors weren't pranksters. They were kind, sincere people. Cruel jokes were beyond them. So what was the tithe marker doing on Pa's bed? What if they're right? She thought of her gig last night, the beetles swarming up her jeans, the moss crawling towards her while she sang. What if it's all true? What would happen if she let herself believe it? That the woods were dangerous, that inside them lurked a wicked king, that she could leave Edgewood, but Edgewood would never leave her. In a way, it would be a relief. It would mean she wasn't going crazy. It would mean she knew exactly where to find Pa. Emeline flung open the back door of the house. The sweet, sour smell of the grapes greeted her. It was late September, and the fruit was heavy on the vine, ripe for picking. Ahead of her lay the woods. The sun hadn't gone down yet, but the air glowed gold as dusk approached, catching in the leaves of the trees up ahead. They rose to twice the height of the house, standing like sentries. Emmeline's gaze snagged on the only opening for miles, a space in the hedge. It yawned like a wolf's mouth, marking the entrance to that dark other place. A tree had once stood in the gap. Pa planted it on the day Emeline was born, and it had watched over her ever since, or so she used to imagine. Pa cut it down after she left Edgewood, like a portent of what was to come. The wind stung her cheeks and rustled her hair, bringing a smell from the woods with it, rotting wood and old bones. Emeline shivered and pulled her cardigan closer. What if the forest really was a dark and deadly thing that could steal from her? She decided to believe it, just for tonight. What did she have to lose? Pa wasn't in the house, which meant there was only one place left to look for him. Emeline let her feet take her to the tree line, scowling at the woods. "I'm going to find him," she growled. "I'm going to bring him home." Her hands tightened into fists. "And then I'm leaving. You might have dragged me back, but you can't trap me here. Once he's safe, I'm never coming home again." Her footsteps crunched the bottle green grass as she approached the hole in the hedge where her tree used to stand. The grass was thick and long, as if no tree had ever stood there at all. She tried to remember what it looked like, what it smelled like, but she couldn't. The wind rose up, snatching at her hair and stinging her cheeks. The leaves flickered, like a warning. "Beware of the Wood King, Emeline." "Fuck the Wood King," she said bitterly, and she walked into the forest. 4. The moment Emeline stepped across the tree line, the wind stopped. The leaves quieted. The thick, piney smell of the forest enveloped her. "Ach!" Emeline jumped at the sound, looking up. A large raven perched on the branch of a maple overhead. Its feathers gleamed blue-black in the light of the setting sun, and its beady eyes shone as it cocked its head at her. It was twice the size of a regular raven. Tom would say it was a shiftling. Shiftlings were another Edgewood myth, creatures who moved between forms. In Edgewood, people believed that a raven or a fox or a deer might be nothing more than an animal, or they might be something else, spies sent by the Wood King himself. You can always tell a shiftling by its shadow. "Awk!" the bird croaked and flew off, feathers shuffling. Her skin prickled, as if the raven's call had sounded some alarm, and the eyes in the woods were turning to look at her. Emeline pulled her cardigan closer and trudged on, her feet crunching twigs and fallen leaves. Cupping her hands around her mouth, she called for Pa. As she walked, the forest closed in on her like a fist. The trees blocked out the sky, and the woods grew darker around her. At every creak and moan, Emeline turned sharply to look, only to find herself alone, and the way behind her as tangled and dense as the way ahead. Will I be able to find my way out? Don't think about that. Think about Pa. She shouted his name over and over, but there was no answering call, and worse, no sign of him. Worse still, the daylight was disappearing around her. Emeline needed to head back. She didn't want to be in here after full dark. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the police station." If she told the police she believed Pa was in the woods, they'd have to assemble a search team, wouldn't they? But as Emeline turned to go back, she found the forest changed. The trees around her were diseased. The buds on the sumac trees were gray, not red. The hickory leaves were white and withered, and the trunks of the poplars were rotted. Even the air was wrong, cloying and moldy and wet. Emeline turned again, but the lush green forest she'd just come through was gone. In its place was something sick and decaying. "What is this place?" "The Stain," breathed the trees. "Cursed territory." "Cursed?" But the trees said nothing more. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. And Emeline, realizing she was talking to inanimate objects, moved quickly on head north, she thought, her skin turning to gooseflesh. Edgewood is north of the woods. All she had to do was walk back in the direction she came, and she'd get there. Beneath her footsteps, shriveled leaves dissolved like ash. The forest, which had been creaking and moaning, had gone eerily silent. Something's coming. Her skin hummed with awareness as she heard it. Movement in the distance, scraping against branches as it went. Air rattling in its lungs as it drew closer. "Go," said the trees. "Run, Emeline." But what if it was Pa? Through the murky gray light, she saw it, like a shadow, only darker, black like a cellar with no windows or lights. As its elongated shape slinked closer, she saw sinewy arms, oddly jointed, and shining white claws crusted with dried blood. A chill spread through Emeline, like the winter frost sweeping through Pa's garden, killing everything in sight. She knew what this was, a shadow skin. She shook her head, backing away. It's not possible. Shadow skins were cunning, ruthless things, servants of the Wood King sent to terrorize Edgewood. It was a shadow skin that ate Corny's worse last winter, a shadow skin that bled Abel's cows dry 2 years before that. And when Maisie found one lurking in her shed, she locked it in, intending to burn the whole thing to the ground, only to watch the monster burst through the door and come for her. If Pa hadn't been there that day, hadn't grabbed her and pulled her into the house, barricading the door, the thing would have torn out Maisie's throat. But these were only stories. And if they're not only stories, Emeline thought as the thing slinked closer. The creature stepped into the clearing, only a dozen paces away, staring straight at her. Or it would have been if it had any eyes. Instead, there were just 2 slitted nostrils and a crack for a mouth. That crack widened, revealing rows of serrated teeth. It stalked closer. "Run, Emeline!" But it was too late to run. Sighting a broken white branch on the ground, she reached for it. Her fingers curled around the hard wood. Lifting it furiously over her head, she swung with all her strength. There was a resonant thud as the branch connected with the shadow skin's palm. The creature flexed its clawed hand, seizing the branch and snapping it in two. Emeline stumbled back. It stood over her now, mouth gaping open, revealing blood-encrusted gums. Strings of saliva glistened between its needle-sharp teeth as its breath wafted over her, smelling like rot. Emeline stiffened, muscles seizing, bones locking. She willed her body to move, but it wouldn't, as if someone had taken control of her motor functions. An unnatural cold flooded her limbs. And that's when she remembered that killing wasn't the worst of what a shadow skin could do. Grinning, the monster reached into her mind and forced her to remember her last visit home. She and Pa were at the kitchen table, as she explained where he was going, to Heath Manor, to get the care he needed. Pa's leg bounced nervously as she spoke. He's scared, she realized at the time, then took his hands in hers, wanting to soothe him. Pa instantly pulled away. Like Emeline was a stranger, and why was she touching him? He tucked his hands under the table, where she couldn't reach. Don't be familiar, the doctor had told her. It will confuse him. But Emeline didn't know how to not be familiar. How was she supposed to pretend Pa wasn't who he'd always been? Grandfather, guardian, friend. "Who are you?" he'd asked her that day. The words were like a swift, stinging slap, throwing her completely off balance. At a loss, Emeline had blinked, staring at the man who raised her, watching him try to recognize her, watching him reach for memories the way one reached into a river to drink, only to find the bed dry and the reaching hand empty. "He's not the man he used to be," Joel told her. "Don't set aside your dreams for someone who can't remember who you are." But Pa had raised Emeline since birth. When her mother left, he became her whole world. He'd supported every single one of her dreams. He was her #1 fan. And what had Emeline done to repay him? The moment he needed her help, she'd handed him over to strangers, then put his farm up for sale. A wave of self-loathing swept through her. "You'll never see him again," a putrid voice oozed through her mind. "You'll never hear his voice. When they find him, they'll put him back in that white room, and he'll die there, frightened and alone. She saw Pa then, in a room that wasn't his, waiting for someone who was never coming. She saw him so clearly, as if he were right in front of her. She watched him stand at the windows, watched him pace the halls, waiting for his granddaughter, longing for her to come, wasting away a little more each day. She tried to pull herself out of these thoughts, but resistance only triggered darker, sadder visions, as if something was inside her mind, forcing her down the most heart-rending paths. It was this that shadow skins were known for, finding your worst fear and using it to immobilize you. As the monster clawed through her thoughts and memories, looking for the things she buried deepest, Emeline stared at its gaping maw. She knew that once it was done ravishing her mind, it would sink those glistening teeth into her throat. Emeline opened her mouth to scream. Before she could, the sharpened tip of a blade split open the monster's face. The shadow skin relinquished its hold on her. Emeline's legs buckled in shock, and she dropped to her knees. The blade vanished back through the shadow skin's skull, but instead of blood, darkness spilled out of the wound. The monster's high-pitched wail stabbed her ears. It lifted its talons, clawing its face as if to stop the flow, then crumbled like dust to the forest floor. Emeline gaped as its dead form bloomed into poppies, their red petals flickering like drops of shining blood. From above, a rough, soft voice growled, "You reckless fool!" 5. Emeline knelt in the dirt, frozen with shock. Her rescuer stood 2 paces away. He seemed close to her in age, with maple-dark hair and skin the light brown of dusk. Emeline remembered the mysterious stranger from the bar last night. She hadn't seen his face, but the height and shape of him, the way he held himself, there was an uncanny resemblance to this stranger standing before her. And yet it wasn't possible, was it? For the thief from last night to suddenly be here hundreds of miles away in the forest bordering Edgewood? "Have we met?" she asked. He kept his distance, glowering at her, as if Emeline's presence was an unwanted irritation, and saving her from a monster was an unpleasant disruption in his day. "Certainly not." His voice prickled. "I'd remember meeting someone foolish enough to walk alone through these woods at dusk." Rude. Emeline rose shakily to her feet, then pointed out, "Aren't you walking alone through these woods at dusk?" Her gaze lifted, colliding with his stern glare. His eyes were 2 shades of gray, like river rocks, one dry and one wet, both ringed in black at the edges. Emeline couldn't help but find them striking. He studied her back a little warily, his curiosity getting the better of his restraint. "Why are you here?" "I'm looking for someone." She glanced to where his knuckles bunched around the pommel of the shimmering blade. Frowning, she asked, "Are you late for a Renaissance fair?" His cool demeanor shifted. He opened his mouth to respond, only to stop himself and sheathe the blade in the scabbard at his back. "I suggest you continue your search elsewhere," he said. "Night is upon us. The ember mares will be running soon, and who knows how many shadow skins are lurking about the stain." Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline went very still. Ember mares? They were horses made of fire, according to Edgewood stories. They galloped through the woods between twilight and midnight, and God help you if you got in their way. "Who are you?" she asked him. His jaw tightened and he looked away stiffly. "No one of import." Emeline," she said. "Emeline Lark." He nodded, slight and stiff, not caring in the least. "Let's get you home, shall we?" Glancing over her shoulder, he whistled sharply. "Wait, no," she said, stepping back. "I need to find." Emeline turned around to discover the biggest, blackest horse breathing on her face. She stared up into enormous golden eyes. Flecks of red dusted the horse's irises like a fire sparking, and her hot breath smelled like smoke. Holy hell! Emeline stepped quickly back, straight into the young man. The scent of him enveloped her, like crushed pine needles and oiled leather. "This is Lament." "Uh-huh," she whispered, staring at the massive beast, which was pawing the ground as if to say, "I'm getting impatient. Let us leave." When she threw back her head, those golden eyes flickered red. "Very pretty. Have you ridden before?" No, and she wasn't about to start now. Certainly not on this thing. "There's nothing to worry about. You'll be riding with me." No. No, she would not be. She stepped away from the demon horse. This guy had just slain a shadow skin. If shadow skins were real, the Wood King was too. And the tithe marker in her pocket proved that her grandfather had been stolen, that he hadn't merely wandered off, that Tom and Maisie were right. As the truth flooded through her, beneath her dread, she felt a renewed determination. She needed a new plan. As her rescuer reached for the reins of his horse, rubbing the creature's coal-black nose, Emeline asked, "Can you bring me to the Wood King?" His face darkened. "Don't be daft." He nodded to the north, in the direction of Edgewood. "You need to get out of these woods before something worse than a shadow skin catches your scent. Here." He held out his hand. "I'll help you mount up." Emeline briefly wondered what was worse than a shadow skin, then quickly decided she didn't want to find out. "Trust me, I have no intention of staying any longer than I have to. But I think the Wood King has my grandfather." She pulled out the tithe marker from her pocket and held it up to show him. It gleamed, frost cold, between her fingers. He lowered his hand as his eyebrows shot upwards, causing his forehead to crease. "A marble? That's your proof?" Emeline lowered the tiny orb. It wasn't a marble. It was a marker, still cold, despite being in her pocket and close to her body. The colors beneath its surface kept shifting and changing in the murky light. "It means the Wood King has my grandfather." It was strange to hear the words come out of her mouth after she'd so vehemently denied them before. He studied her openly now, as if trying to decide what to do with her. "I hate to disappoint you, but your grandfather isn't here." But how could he know that? He couldn't. And even if he were in the king's court, there's nothing you can do. His voice was tense as he scanned the darkening woods. "We can't linger here." He stepped to the side of his horse, waiting for Emeline to join him, as if he expected her to obediently climb onto the massive creature's back. As if he wanted her to go home, forget about Pa, and carry on as if nothing were wrong. Her temper flared. She wasn't going back until she had Pa with her. "If you won't take me, then tell me the way." "Get on the horse, Emeline." So he had been paying attention when she told him her name. She wished he'd given her his name so she could use it in the same condescending tone he'd just used on her. "I'm not getting on your horse. I'm going to find my grandfather. And if you're not going to help me, please get out of my way." He didn't. In fact, he stepped closer, blocking out the rapidly fading sunlight with his tall frame. "Do you have any idea what happens to people like you? People senseless enough to wander into these woods?" Fury boiled in her blood. She held her ground as he bore down on her like a thundercloud. "There are horrors here far worse than any nightmare. It's only a matter of time before another one finds you. I can't leave you here." Emeline fell silent. The only thing she knew about these woods was that the longer she was in them, the more she believed the story she'd grown up with. "Then don't leave me," she said softly. "Escort me to the king." His mouth twisted as if he tasted something rotten. "That I will not do." fine. Emeline scanned the ashy grove, searching for a path that might be difficult for a giant horse to follow. She remembered the voices of the trees, the way they'd warned her about the shadow skin. He was close enough to seize her, and from the look in his eyes, that seemed to be his plan. "Tell me where to go," she told the trees. "South," they murmured. "Who are you talking to?" When he reached for her, Emeline dodged and ran. 6. He and his hell beast gave chase, thundering behind, yelling for her to stop. Branches snapped and bracken crunched beneath the horse's mighty hooves. Emeline flew south, where the silver trail was thinnest between the decaying trees, making it cumbersome for her pursuers to follow. There seemed no end to this dead place. Ashy white aspens and rotted cedars rushed by. Too soon her path arrived at an open thicket. Emeline stumbled, wasted precious seconds regaining her balance, then kept going. The horse and her rider caught up. They flew by Emeline's side through the clearing. Labored breaths filled her ears, pounding hooves echoed in her bones. Emeline's legs burned beneath her. She kept running. In a burst of speed, the horse rushed ahead. Her black hide flickered as she wove in front of Emeline, who swore she saw twisting flames flare across the animal's flanks. The horse turned to face her, blocking the way. Emeline skidded to a stop inches away from her. Rearing up on her hind legs, the horse pawed the air above Emeline's head with eyes raging a hellish red. Emeline's heart thudded like a kick drum as she stumbled backwards. Her foot caught on a raised root and twisted beneath her. Losing her balance, she fell, hitting the ground hard. Pain flared in her elbows, which took the brunt of the impact, and she hissed through her teeth, "Ow! Are you really such a fool?" Swinging himself down from the horse, he advanced on her. "You cannot outrun us, nor can you be in these woods when night falls." Emeline tried to scramble backwards, away from him, only to find herself stuck, her Blundstone lodged snugly in the very root system that tripped her. When she tried to tug herself free, she couldn't. Damn it! She maneuvered her foot out of the boot, intending to escape that way, but froze when a cool shadow slid over her. Emeline glanced up. He crouched down. She lay beneath him now, on a bed of ashy leaves, propped on her elbows. He held himself over her as restrained fury blazed across his face. "Get on the horse, Emeline, or I will be forced to put you on the horse." Above him, white branches rattled, and silvery leaves tumbled to the forest floor, like snow falling from the sky. "I'm afraid of horses," she told him. "I'm not getting on one." It was mostly true. Certainly true when it came to horses with raging infernos for eyes. He ran a hand through his dark hair and released an irritated breath. Wament is well-trained and well-behaved. Emeline glanced over his shoulder to where the golden-eyed horse watched them. Lament! A vision of flickering flames rose up in Emeline's mind. Had she imagined that fire as the horse descended on her? Eyeing the beast, which had to be the size of a small elephant, Emeline said, "I don't know how to ride." Not a problem. He rose to his full height, then turned to the twisted, hoary roots where her boot was lodged. With one easy tug, it came free. "You'll be riding with me." Emeline sat up. "Yes, you said that already." Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. And it wasn't a comfort the first time. He held out the Blundstone. She stared at her boot, speckled with mud, trying to think of something, anything, to convince him to take her to the Wood King. She tried to remember Tom's stories about the king's walled city deep in the forest, the gate hidden from human eyes. Tom found a way in, or so he believed. Had he ever told her how? Emeline wished she could recall more of his ramblings. "I'd prefer to walk," she said, after taking the boot and pulling it on. She got to her feet and dusted the dead leaves from her jeans. "If you could lead me to the city gate, I'll find my way from there." His knuckles bunched at his sides. "Did you not hear a word I said?" She shrugged. He looked truly annoyed, as if you were considering not just abandoning her to the stampeding ember mares, but throwing her into their path. "Fine. If you get on the horse, I'll take you to the gate, all right? But we cannot tarry here any longer." He pointed to the darkened canopy above. "The sun is down. We must go now." He didn't wait to hear her answer. He simply grabbed her hips in both hands and lifted her without warning, easily, swiftly, up onto the saddle. Startled by his strength, she didn't fight him, only landed with a jolt, her weight settling on Lament, her legs hanging down the horse's left side. Unfair, she thought, then froze as the beast swayed beneath her. Fearing a fall, Emeline reached for the saddle's leather edge with one hand and the horse's woolly mane with the other, gripping both very hard. The whole world looked different from this vantage point, mostly more terrifying. She stared at the ground, far, far below her. Too far. She would definitely break something if she fell. Lament turned her head, scrutinizing her new rider with one golden eye. Suddenly, all Emeline could think about was the size of those hooves and the sound of her own bones cracking after the horse tossed her off and galloped across her body while she lay sprawled on the forest floor. She could see exactly how this day would end. "Are you all right?" She managed. His hands still held her hips, stabilizing her. "Unless you prefer to ride side saddle, I recommend one leg on either side." From atop his demon steed, any desire to defy him fled. Emeline nodded. Willing this all to be over, yearning to be at the king's gate and forever rid of this horse and her rider, Emeline slowly turned herself, lifting her right leg up and over the other side. Both her hands fisted in Lament's mane, the strands thick and wiry against her fingers. He put his foot into the stirrup. The saddle lurched slightly to the left when he pushed up, making Emeline cling harder. As he settled behind her and his thighs pressed against her own, panic morphed into something else. Her body temperature rose as she became aware of him, how solid and steady and close he was. One of his hands reached around her to take Lament's reins. The other slid across her waist, pulling her gently against him. A startling warmth spread through her belly. "Are you ready?" No, she thought, relieved that he couldn't see her blushing face. He was escorting her to the gate, she reminded herself. She could ride with him if it meant finding the Wood King and bringing Pa home. And then she would never have to see him again. "Okay, yes, I'm ready." With a simple nudge of his heels, the horse lurched forward. Emeline's grip tightened in Lament's mane, every muscle in her body going rigid as they began to trot through the silvered trees. Lament's trot soon became a canter, her canter a gallop. The forest blurred around them as they picked up speed, blazing through copses and thickets, the rhythm of the horse's hooves drumming like thunder. Despite the stinging wind rushing past them, it wasn't cold. Heat radiated from Lament's black coat, and when Emeline looked down, she found red flames flickering in the horse's mane. Tongues of fire engulfed Emeline's fingers, licking her skin. She jerked her hands free, staring in horror, but her fingers were unsinged. Was Lament an ember mare? It was impossible. The wild, unearthly horses were forged of fire and said to be uncatchable, untamable. In no story she knew had one ever been ridden, but Emeline had thought shadow skins impossible too. The pungent tang of smoke smoldered in the air. They were out of the stain, nothing dead surrounded them here. The forest was lush and green and living. But in the distance, Emeline saw red. Fire. It surged towards them from the right, spreading quickly. Emeline was about to cry out in alarm, in case the young man at her back hadn't seen it, when she heard the sound of hoofbeats. Hundreds of them, pummeling the earth, in time with lament. Wait, Emeline squinted into the distance. It wasn't a forest fire advancing on them. It was a massive herd of ember mares. Their black bodies raged red, like burning coal, and their manes smoldered with bright flames. They were stampeding, headed straight for Lament with no sign of slowing or stopping. Lament picked up speed, but even Emeline could tell she wasn't fast enough. In mere seconds, they were going to be trampled. As if sensing this, the rider at her back leaned forward, his arm tightening around her waist. Emeline reached again for the horse's fiery mane, which was warm but not blisteringly so. Her hands remained unburnt. Holding on tight, she squeezed her eyes shut as her heart hammered in her throat. The galloping hooves roared in her ears. The encroaching heat of their bodies seemed to scorch her skin. Any moment, Lament would be broadsided. They would be trampled. Emeline, a rough, soft voice whispered in her ear. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid? Now was exactly the time to be afraid. She opened her eyes, intending to tell him so, but the words died on her lips. All around them, ember mares rushed alongside Lament. They had never intended to trample her, but to join her. The graceful rhythm of their muscular bodies, the thunder in their hooves as they ran, they mesmerized Emeline. Moving as one, they reminded her of a cresting wave, a sea of fire. And beyond their blazing splendor, all was black. Night had fallen in the woods. In the steady rhythm of Lament's gait, Emeline heard assurances she'd been too frightened to hear before. I have you, Lament's hooves pounded out. I am steady and true. I won't let you fall. Emeline calmed, leaning against the stranger at her back. Her vision filled with flames as the sheer joy of the run infected her, making her grin. Still afraid of horses? When he wasn't being surly, his voice was resonant and deep, a pleasant baritone. She looked over her shoulder to see his mouth quirk upwards in the light of the horses. Her eyes lifted and their gazes caught. No trace of anger lingered in him, as if the heady rush of the running horses had pierced his hard exterior and he'd been forced to let down his walls. Why do you feel so familiar, she thought, as she studied him. Too soon, the herd began to slow, then fall back, whinnying as they did. One by one, the horses turned west. Lament didn't go with them. She kept to her path, running north. The thunder quieted. The darkness returned. Soon, Lament was slowing, then stopping. Not at any gate, though. Emeline frowned as the horse stepped across the tree line and out of the woods, shaking her black mane. Her breath puffed like smoke. Her haunches steamed like hot stones, but the flames in her eyes were gone. Looming before them was Pa's house, the bedroom lights on from when Emeline left in a rush. But behind her, the stranger dismounted, leaving her alone in the saddle. Emeline's thoughts spun, trying to make sense of it. His two strong hands clasped her waist and dragged her down. You said? As her feet hit the ground, realization set in. That startling joy from a moment ago shattered like glass. She spun to find him already remounting. You lied to me. Think of it more as a favor, he said, back astride his horse. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. The moon and stars sparkled in the sky above him, making him appear more majestic than he deserved. You're looking in the wrong place. You're lying to me still. The only place Pa could be was in those woods. She knew it now. After being attacked by a shadow skin, after riding with ember mares, Emeline was certain she needed to get him back. Fury and anguish warred within her. She seized Lament's bridle, stopping the young man and his horse from retreating. Her grip tightened around the straps. "Tell me your name." The words were bitter in her mouth. "So I can find you and pay you back for this." He leaned over the saddle, staring down at her. His face was inches from hers as he said, "Go home, Emeline." He clicked his tongue twice. In response, Lament reared up, reminding Emeline that this was no ordinary horse. She swiftly released the bridle and stepped back. Turning Lament, he disappeared through the space in the hedge where Emeline's tree was once rooted. His words floated back to her from the darkness. "Live your life. Forget the woods." The night was suddenly silent and still around her, as if he'd never been there at all. 7. Emeline wanted to scream. Instead, she picked up a rock and threw it at the gap in the tree line. She threw a second rock, then a third. When none of them made her feel better, she turned and marched around the side of Pa's house, storming into the garage. Horrible, wretched man! She would not let him stop her. She'd return to the woods, find the king's gate, and bring back her grandfather. Tonight. Because after she'd faced down a shadow skin and ridden an ember mare, Emeline had to believe that Pa was in the hands of the Wood King, and she was going after him. Mounds of boxes bordered the walls, all of them full of her and Pa's belongings, hastily labeled and packed by Emeline when she'd first put the house on the market. She moved past them, heading for Pa's workbench, trying to remember where he kept his yellow flashlight. Halfway there, her phone buzzed several times from her back pocket. Emeline paused and pulled it out. Notifications flooded the screen, mainly text from Joel. But the most recent was an update from Elegy, the app she and her songwriter used to share music files back and forth. The notification read, "Chloe DeMarche uploaded a file to your shared folder." Chloe was her songwriter. Emeline hadn't written or performed a song of her own in almost 2 years. These days, she only sang Chloe's songs. Emeline swallowed the bitter taste that accompanied this fact, then nudged the notification aside and quickly scanned Joel's texts. The first read, "Did Edwin get a hold of you?" Edwin was the drummer for the Perennials and also Joel's best friend. The second text read, "The Perennials added another stop to your tour." Her tour. The one that could make or break Emeline. Representatives from Daybreak Records would be at the first stop. If you impress them, her manager had told her, they're going to offer you a contract. The thought made Emeline crackle and spark with hope. A contract with Daybreak, one of the biggest record labels in the country, would launch her to the next level of her music career. The tour started in just over a week, which was why she needed to get back to Montreal as soon as possible. "Did you get my dad's email?" Joel's dad was Emeline's manager. "He wants you to read through the revised schedule and make sure you're good with the new date." Joel's last text simply read, "You okay?" She decided to respond later. She had a flashlight to find. As she slid the phone back into her pocket, it buzzed again. Emeline fished it out. Incoming call from Joel White. Heaving a sigh, she pressed talk and lifted the phone to her ear. "Hi," she growled, pulling open drawers. "Wow, nice to hear from you, too." She winced, paused her searching, then rubbed her forehead with her free hand. "Sorry, it's been a rough day. Everything okay?" She shook her head, suddenly wishing he weren't 7 hours away, and instead was right here so she could pretend everything was fine. Just for a minute. Pressing her hip to the bench as she leaned against it, Emeline hooked her free hand around her waist. I wish this were over. She should be at the Merchant Owl House right now, singing. She should be crawling into Joel's bed later tonight. That's how you felt about the last guy, too, said a voice in her head. Craig, the brown-eyed fiddler in the Irish trad band. She came for his fiddling, stayed for his dimples. It's how she felt about all the others before that. Others who never lasted long. How about I finish up here, Joel was saying, and then I'll hop on a train tomorrow. No, said Emeline, a bit too forcefully, remembering why she'd come into the garage. She needed a flashlight. She supposed she could use her phone's flashlight app, except it would drain the battery. And if she got lost in the woods, she'd need her phone to call for help. I'm fine. Besides, don't you have a show this weekend? Joel was the lead guitarist in a successful indie band, St. Urban's Horsemen. Their most recent album had won this year's Polaris Music Prize. We'll be back in time for my show. Would they? She touched the tithe marker in her pocket. She had no idea how long it would take to find the King City and get Pa back. She pulled out another drawer, shoved aside boxes of nails and screws and oil-stained rubber bands, then shut it. She pulled out the next one. Aha! There was the flashlight, sitting between an old ball of twine and a measuring tape. Emeline pulled it out and shut the drawer. There were the shadow skins to contend with too, though. She'd run into one tonight. What if she ran into another? She needed to arm herself. But with what? Pa used an axe to split wood. If she could remember where he kept it. She heard Joel crack his knuckles on the other end of the line, then stretch. Besides, I deserve a few vacation days. Emeline paused, hearing the resolution in his voice. Panic pricked her like a needle. When Joel made his mind up about a thing, there was no changing it. He did what he wanted to do. Always. Joel's persistence was the reason he and Emeline first got together. She hadn't been interested in her manager's son. But Joel refused to give up, and Emeline eventually relented, deciding to give him a chance. Don't come all the way out here, she said, walking over to where Pa's tools hung in neat rows down the wall. I know you have these quaint ideas about small towns, but trust me, they're not your style. She stood a little beyond the light of the workbench, remembering where the axe usually hung, below the hammers. Emeline scanned down the row. But the space beneath was empty. The axe was gone. Emeline chewed her lip. Where would he put it? Fine, Joel huffed. But if you change your mind, even if it's 3 a.m., call me, all right? Call me if you need me. I'll call you if I need you, she repeated. I love you, Em. Those words froze her in place. Emeline only ever spoke those words to the rare few who deserved them. Pa, Tom, Maisie, people who'd raised her and loved her unconditionally. Saying the words to Joel would turn their casual hookups into something very different, something she didn't want. Too much time had passed. Emeline needed to say something back, but all she could manage was, "Okay, thanks." Joel sighed from the other end. "Try to get some sleep." The moment he hung up, Emeline pushed the conversation out of her mind and gripped Pa's flashlight hard in her hand. She needed to find that axe and get back to the woods. South, the trees had told her. Follow the river. She didn't stop to think about how taking directions from trees was not something rational people did. If she thought like that, she might not go back in. And Emeline knew in her blood and bones and sinew that Pa wasn't on this side of the tree line. So, if she needed to take directions from freaking trees, that's what she would do. Where the heck is that axe? This axe? A voice said archly from behind her. Emeline spun. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. A figure stood in the doorway leading out of the garage. The shape of Pa's wood-splitting axe hung loose at their side. Emeline held up the old yellow flashlight and pressed the on button. It clicked, but nothing happened. She pressed again. Still nothing. Because, of course, What exactly do you plan on using it for? The figure raised the axe, turning it back and forth in their hand, examining its sharpened edge. "Who are you?" Emeline demanded. The figure stepped out of the doorway and into the garage. Emeline stepped quickly back and bumped into the corner of Pa's workbench. It shuddered. Loose nails scattered and fell, clinking to the floor. Emeline glanced to the wall lined with tools. If this person came any closer, she would lunge for one of the hammers. They didn't come closer. Instead, they reached up and tugged. The light bulb overhead flickered to life, revealing a young man standing in the glow. A glossy black raven perched on his shoulder. He was tall and thin, all straight lines and elegant edges. Thick obsidian hair fell into his eyes, which were deepest brown, and his clothes were the same polished black as the raven's feathers. His shadow gave him away. Twisting behind him, the dark outline revealed an inhuman shape, a winged and taloned form. You can always tell a shiftling by their shadow. The corners of his mouth danced with mischief. "My name is Rook. I hear you're looking for passage to the king's city. 8, I can take you straight to the Wood King, if that's what you desire." Emeline yearned to say yes, that was exactly what she desired. But the back of her neck was prickling. She remembered the Ember Mare and her rider, the nameless stranger who tricked her, lied to her. Would this shiftling do the same? He might lure Emeline into the woods with a promise of taking her to find her grandfather, and lead her somewhere else instead. To her death, maybe. "I know what you are." Emeline watched the ever-changing shadow on the floor as she grabbed one of Pa's hammers, her fingers tightening around the smooth wooden handle. "Why should I trust you?" Rook stared her down, crossed his arms, and smirked. "Because if you don't, you'll never get to the king's city alive." It was the same thing the liar had told her. There are horrors here far worse than any nightmare. It's only a matter of time before another one finds you. Emeline could go in alone, follow the tree's directions, and hope she didn't run into another shadow skin, or get trampled by ember mares, or worse, whatever worse was. Or she could go with this shiftling, who may or may not intend to betray her. If Rook was trustworthy, joining him was the preferable option, obviously. If Rook was a shiftling, he would know exactly where the Wood King's palace was. It was her best chance of finding Pa. And if he isn't trustworthy, Emeline would need to keep her guard up. If she got a whiff of treachery, she could always lose him. Run, follow the river, and follow it. She just needed some kind of surety. Emeline set down the hammer on Pa's workbench. "I'll come with you on one condition." She nodded to the axe in his hand. "You let me carry that." "Take it then." In one fluid motion, he flipped the axe, caught the sharpened head, and held it out to her. "Now, let's go." Emeline slid her thumb carefully across the axe's paper-thin edge. Judging by its sharpness, someone had recently honed it. Tom, maybe? Tom was the kind of man who took care of his tools. He'd been chopping wood for Pa, along with doing other farm chores, for several years, steadily taking on more the less Pa could do. If Tom sharpened it, Emeline silently thanked him, because the deeper she followed Rook into the forest, the warier she became, and the more comfort she took in its sharp edge. Night cloaked the woods in darkness, and Emeline had left the defunct flashlight behind, which forced her to follow this shiftling nearly blind. Worse, judging by the stars flickering above, disappearing as the leafy canopy grew thicker, reappearing as it thinned out, they were not heading south. Rook's raven companion flew ahead, cawing back at him every few minutes, acting as some kind of lookout. Rook paused when he heard the bird's call, then advanced or pivoted depending on whatever instruction it gave. It was eerie and animal-like, the way he and the bird conversed without words. When they were well and truly off course, and Emeline was fairly certain the shiftling was leading her into some kind of trap, she halted. "Why are we heading west?" "From up ahead," Rook said. "This is the quickest route." Emeline's grip tightened around the axe's wooden handle. "Except the gate is south. You want to take the gate? Be my guest." She could almost hear him shrug. "It's a 3-day walk from the tree line, and you'll likely be eaten before you arrive." Emeline frowned. Was he lying, or had the trees failed to mention that part? "If you'd prefer to remain alive, however, there's an entry point just ahead. We'd be there already if not for your dawdling." Entry point? Suddenly, Rook thrust out his arm, and Emeline walked straight into it. They stood at the edge of a wooden platform that jutted out over a stagnant swamp, the surface of which was broken only by dark, twisted stumps. Pale starlight flooded down, unimpeded by any canopy, reflecting off the murky water. "Stay quiet," said Rook. "I'll do the talking." His footsteps echoed on the wooden ledge, the muck sucking softly on its edges. The water shifted suddenly, and Emeline got the eerie impression they were no longer alone. "Trespasser!" hissed a wet and rushing voice. "Settle down, Bog." The damp, sour air muted Rook's voice. "It's me." Silence bled around them. Rook? The thing called Bog slurped his name, almost affectionately. Up from the mire, Bog came, as if it were pulling itself together from the swamp bed. Its crude shape mimicked the body of a person, only it was thrice as big as a person, with lumps for shoulders, stones for eyes, and a gaping mouth. Emeline stared at the muddy form rising out of the sludge, suddenly realizing what this was. An earth spirit? The only thing she remembered about the damp, crotchety things was that if you wandered into their territory without an offering, you weren't wandering out again. "What tasty morsel have you brought me?" Bog smacked its muddy lips, swishing closer to the ledge. "Tasty morsel? You've got to be kidding me." This was why Rook wanted her. He needed an offering to get past Bog. Rook was going to feed her to this earth spirit. Emeline stepped back quickly, gripping the axe in both hands, raising it in front of her. "I will crunch her bones." Bog's voice rushed across the swamp. Mud rose up over the ledge of the platform, coming for Emeline, rising over her boots and up her ankles, and suck her marrow. Before Emeline could turn and run, muddy hands grabbed hold of her calves, pulling her towards the swamp. She threw out her arms for balance, nearly dropping the axe, then felt a swift yank. She fell, bottom first, into the sludge covering the platform, and slurp her blood. Bog dragged her towards the edge. It was going to suck her down into its depths. At the last moment, Rook stepped in front of Emeline, planting his feet in the mud between her and the swamp. "Not tonight, I'm afraid. I'm bringing her to the king." The pulling stopped. With nothing to struggle against, Emeline fell back into the slop. It was cold and thick and smelled like rancid leaves. Struggling to sit up, she shoved muddy strands of hair off her face. Gross. Bog turned his attention on the shiftling. "You think to get free passage from me?" "I'm paying the entry price," said Rook with a sigh, "for both of us." Before Bog could protest, Rook drew a small knife from his belt and swiftly slashed the edge of the blade across his palm. He crouched down, held his thin hand out over the swamp, and squeezed it into a fist. Blood dribbled down, like a spool of red thread, unwinding into the water. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Immediately, Bog's shape crumpled, seeping back into the swamp. A second later, its head came up, just below Rook's fist. Bog surged upwards, locking its muddy claws around Rook's pale wrist, drawing his hand to its mouth. Emeline scrambled to her feet, watching in disgust as it sucked and sucked and sucked, gorging on Rook. A sick feeling twisted in her stomach as Rook's thin shoulders hunched and his eyelids drooped, the life draining out of him. From nearby, a raven cawed anxiously. Rook leaned slowly forward, losing consciousness, looking as if he were about to tumble face first into the swamp. "It's going to drink him dry! Stop!" Emeline grabbed Rook's bony shoulder and yanked him back, away from the earth spirit. Surprised, Bog released the shiftling's wrist. "Ill supply the rest." Rook murmured a protest, barely conscious. Emeline wiped her muddy palm on a clean patch of cardigan. Lifting the axe, she pressed its freshly sharpened edge to her skin, then pushed down and sliced hard. Pain flashed as the blood welled up, red and bright and glistening. Emeline stepped to the end of the ledge and held it out for the earth spirit to take. Bog's cold, wet grip tightened on her arm. Emeline watched as it drew her whole hand into its dark mouth, greedily sucking. The blood rushed out of her with startling force, and Emeline had to bite down on her lip to keep from crying out. Too soon, she felt weightless, dizzy. The woods began to spin, and Emeline felt herself tip. Surely Bog had taken enough. She was going to faint if it didn't stop soon. She tried to tug her wrist free, but her strength was draining away, and Bog only clasped her tighter. "Awk!" Rook's raven friend careened out of the trees, inky feathers winking in the starlight as it dived at the earth spirit, taking angry slashes at Bog's muddy face with its talons. "Awk! Awk!" Bog spit out Emeline's hand. Bah! It swatted at the bird, which soared in circles, dodging the blows. "Enough, then," Bog grumbled. "The price is paid." It lowered itself back into the swamp and then pulled back its fens. The brown, tepid water retreated to reveal 2 timber steps leading down to a rotting boardwalk. The wooden pathway curved out over the water, disappearing into the distant trees. Still feeling lightheaded, Emeline crouched to help Rook up. Pulling the shiftling's arm around her shoulders, she rose to her feet, bringing him with her. He was thinner and lighter than she realized, his bony frame reminding her of a bird. He was also a bloody, muddy mess. They both were. But she'd worry about that later. Emeline's soggy boots squished beneath her as she slowly helped Rook down the steps and along the rotting boardwalk. Soon the trees crowded in close. Hoary gray vines sagged from their branches. As Emeline ducked and batted them aside, she caught sight of Rook's hand, where mud and blood were already drying in the cold night air. "Why are you helping me?" she asked. Rook stiffened against her. "Are you sure that's what I'm doing?" Despite his obvious fatigue, he pushed away from Emeline. He looked formidable suddenly, like something straight out of one of Tom's stories. "You might think differently once this night is through." Emeline's footsteps slowed. What is that supposed to mean? It didn't matter, she decided. All that mattered was finding Pa. They soon arrived at a particularly thick patch of vines, hung like a curtain across their path. Rook pulled it aside and bowed his head to her. "After you." When Emeline passed through, she didn't step onto boardwalk, but flagstones. She paused, disoriented. The darkness of the woods morphed into soft, dewy lamplight, and the sour water smell of Bog was replaced by the perfumed scent of late-blooming roses. They'd stepped out of a swamp into a city. Before her lay a quiet, cobbled street lined by white row houses, many of them creeping with green ivy. The city stretched out, its streets rising and twisting towards the top of a lush green hill thick with trees. Emeline caught glimpses of rust-red rooftops and stone bridges over steep canals, of a white-bricked bell tower and a wide blue lake. At the crest of the hill, a fortress crowned the sea, gleaming like ivory in the starlight. It was just as Tom had described it. "The Wood King's Palace," she whispered. 9. An unkindness of ravens flew overhead as Rook escorted Emeline through the dark and winding streets of the king's city. Few people were out at this hour of the night, but those who were kept stealing glances at the mud-coated shiftling and his human companion. Am I dreaming this? Maybe she hadn't escaped Bog. Maybe she was still back in the swamp, unconscious from blood loss, and all of this was a hallucination. Except her hand throbbed from where she'd sliced it with Pa's axe, and she could feel the mud hardening and cracking, drying out her skin. She couldn't hallucinate those details. When they neared the palace, the path turned to shining white pebbles bordered by rows of weeping willows as high as 3-story houses. A white wall encircled the palace, creeping with lichen and moss and rising to twice Emeline's height. It was set with a copper gate shut tight. The ravens flew towards it, their black forms settling on its copper ligaments as Emeline and Rook approached. In the middle, a crest was cast in silver, portraying a crowned willow sprouting from a seed. 4 armed guards, hedgemen, Rook told her, stood outside the entrance. Their hammered bronze helmets were shaped like milkweed pods, and the halberds gripped at their sides rose ominously upwards, the steel tips shimmering strangely. "This borderlander requires an audience with the king," a muddy Rook explained. The guards exchanged cautious looks. Is he expecting her? Rook ignored their question. "I suggest you don't delay her." 2 of the guards crossed their arms, their gazes narrowing, as if they were well acquainted with Rook and didn't trust him for a second. "And why's that?" "She has something the king desperately needs." This was news to Emeline, who turned to study the shiftling beside her. His expression was opaque as marble, giving nothing away. Was he lying to get her inside? Rook held up a hand, studying his mud-encrusted fingernails. "You know how unstable he is these days. I wouldn't want to cross him. But perhaps you?" The creak of copper interrupted him as the gate slowly swung inwards. "This way," said one, leading them both inside as another followed at their backs. They swept down alabaster hallways, lit by candles, their flames burning like fireflies as wax dribbled down their sides. Rook fell silent beside her, chewing his lip and tapping his fingertips anxiously against his thigh. When he glanced at Emeline, his expression turned apologetic, as if he was suddenly having second thoughts. Emeline, who had heard the gate shut and lock behind them, knew it was too late to turn back. Not that she wanted to. She'd made it this far. She wasn't leaving until the king gave her grandfather back. Emeline reached inside her cardigan pocket and squeezed the cold tithe marker. Yesterday, she didn't believe in a king of the wood, or that her grandfather had been tithed. Didn't believe in ember mares, or shiftlings, or earth spirits. Pa was simply an old man with dementia who sometimes wandered at night. And today? She wasn't sure what she believed today. Emeline couldn't remember when exactly things changed. Only that a moment ago she was walking down palace halls, and now she walked a dirt path beneath a midnight sky. Tulip trees lined the path, their flowers unfolding like burning yellow crowns among their green leaves. The farther they walked, the taller the trees grew, until they were impossibly tall. So tall they seemed to brush the stars. The path ended in a grove of silver birches. Moonlight pooled in from the canopy above, illuminating a bone-white throne and a man seated upon it. Atop his head sat a crown of rosebud thorns. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. His skin was sun-browned, his hair moon-pale, and instead of robes, water adorned him. It flowed in rivers from his hair, over his neck and shoulders, where it began to gush like a waterfall down the rest of his body. Emeline could see no glimpse of skin beyond the cascade, but at his feet water pooled and sank into the brown earth. Wherever it touched, gray and purple thistles grew. The Wood King. Their guards stopped them 10 paces from the throne and bowed low. Rook poked Emeline hard in the back, making her wince before she realized that she, too, was expected to bow. When the hedgeman stepped back, the Wood King leaned forward in his throne. His liquid gaze slid over Emeline before darting to the shiftling at her side. "What have you brought me?" His voice sounded old, like dust and earth. "This," Rook swept out a slender hand, "is Emeline Lark." The king's honed gaze felt like an arrow pulled taut across a bowstring, aimed straight at her heart. Beneath it, Emeline felt like cornered prey, vulnerable and exposed before this ancient thing. "Come closer." She did as he commanded, her footsteps crunching the fallen yellow leaves on the path. The cloying smell of magic swelled in the air here, like rotting bones. When she stopped 3 paces from his throne, she saw that the king's eyes were the color of liquid ink from corner to corner. Instead of irises, a white crescent moon burned at the center of each eye. "Why have you come here, dustling?" There was something cold and dead in those eyes. It made her throat shrivel. Unable to summon her voice, Emeline pulled the small orb from her pocket and held it out to him. A rippling murmur echoed through the grove behind her. Emeline turned to see people emerging from the shadows of the trees, gathering to cluster and stare. Clothed in leather and fine wool, delicate lace and soft silk, they held themselves with moonlit grace. Their eyes shone too bright, and their shadows twisted behind them, hinting at other shapes. They were not quite human. Remembering Tom's stories, Emeline knew this was the Shiftling court. "It's really here," she thought, resisting the urge to pinch herself. All the stories were true. Emeline turned back to the king. He held out his palm, which was lined and weathered like an autumn leaf, his nails thick and chipped like bark. As water streamed down his wrists, dripping to the earth below, Emeline willed her hand not to shake as she placed the tiny orb onto his palm. He raised it to catch the starlight. It glowed milky white. "You came all this way to return my marker?" "No," she managed. "I've come for my grandfather." Those eerie eyes narrowed. His fist closed hard and swift, swallowing the orb. "And with what do you intend to barter?" Barter? Emeline tried to remember the story she'd grown up with. But in no story had anyone ever sought out the Wood King to demand back their tithe. She had no idea what to offer. Tithes were, by definition, a sacrifice. They were supposed to cost you something. Your favorite milking cow, your best and only 3-piece suit, the last note your mother ever wrote you before she died. "What are my most precious possessions?" "My guitar," she realized aloud. It was a Taylor, top of the line, and given to her by an anonymous fan. The instrument had been delivered to the green room before her very first music festival, with wildflowers woven through the strings. Emeline had assumed it was a gift from Pa, except her grandfather couldn't afford such a gift, and when she called to thank him, he didn't know what she was referring to. She loved her mysterious tailor like a pet, and more important, she needed it to do her job. But she could buy another. She would just have to put it on credit and pay it off gradually. "I can give you my guitar." Several people in the crowd behind her laughed nervously, the sound chiming like discordant bells. Heat crept up Emeline's cheeks. "Or my car," she blurted out. The one she and Pa saved up to buy before she moved away. That car had taught her the value of hard work and sacrifice, and, in its way, represented the love of her grandfather, reminding her of him every time she got in, like his cardigans, which she borrowed and never returned. More than this, though, she needed it for her out-of-town gigs. to drive her to and from festivals. The Wood King continued to stare at her, eyes narrowing. These things are of equal value to your grandfather? What? Of course not. No, nothing was of equal value to Pa. That was the point. It was why she was here, demanding him back. But what else could she offer? I have a proposition, Rook interrupted from behind her. The king did not look away from Emeline. His prolonged attention made her skin prickle. Proceed. Rook stepped up beside Emeline, brushing his black hair out of his eyes. I have it on good authority that Emeline is a singer of some repute. The king's head swung towards Rook. Is this true? Emeline was about to answer yes, that singing was how she made her living, then quickly stopped herself. What if the Wood King took her voice? Can he do that? She hesitated. Was she willing to exchange her voice, the very thing she used to make her living, to pursue her passion, to realize her dreams, if it meant she could take Pa and go home? Without her voice, what would she have to go back to? Not a singing career. Without her voice, her whole life would cease to have meaning. Her biggest, oldest dream would be smashed on the rocks. She hadn't thought any of this through. She hadn't considered what, exactly, might be taken from her in exchange for getting her grandfather back. Yes, she said, ashamed of the tremble in her voice, I can sing. A smile bent Rook's mouth, as if he was playing some game neither she nor anyone else was in on. Well then, I believe I've found your solution. Sweat beaded down Emeline's spine. Please no, she thought, looking from Rook's twitching lips to the king on his gleaming throne. Don't take my voice. You're in need of a new court minstrel, Rook continued. Seeing as the last one, he cut himself off as the king's gaze darkened and those bark-like hands coiled into ragged fists. What if, Rook moved quickly on, in exchange for her grandfather's freedom, Emeline Lark takes his place in your court as your new singer? What? Emeline whirled on him. No, I can't. She had a life to return to. Weekly gigs, an upcoming tour opening for the perennials, and a contract with Daybreak Records hanging in the balance. It was everything she'd worked so hard for. I can't stay here, said Emeline. I won't stay here. The Wood King's lip curled as he sat back in his throne. If she were a human male, of course I would consider it. But seeing as she's— forgive my impertinence, my lord, but perhaps that's the problem. You only ever take the men, and they only ever displease you. Emeline stared at Rook. What did that mean? The air tingled then, making her skin itch. The damp, rotten smell of magic intensified. She took a nervous step backwards, wanting to put distance between her and the king, but her shoulders brushed against the armor of the hedgeman she hadn't known was standing behind her. She glanced back. The guard grinned beneath the rim of his helmet, revealing rows of sharpened teeth. Emeline shuddered and stepped quickly forward again. Why not try her? Rook pressed. If her singing displeases you, you can do away with her like all the others. He flicked his fingers, as if flicking away a bug. You have little to lose. Do away with me? She glared at Rook. But he had warned her, hadn't he? Back in the swamp, when she'd thanked him for his help. The king drummed his fingers slowly. The cracked nails clicked on the arm of his white throne. He looked from Rook to Emeline. Meeting his cold, calculating stare, she managed to say, "And if I refuse?" Silence followed her question. The courtiers gathered at the edges of the grove stopped talking. Suddenly, the king threw back his head and laughed. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. The sound boomed through the clearing like thunder, shaking the earth at her feet. Rook glanced her way, and there was pity in his gaze. The Wood King snapped his fingers at something in the distance. Emeline turned to find armed hedgemen dragging someone out of the crowd of murmuring courtiers. "No," stammered a too familiar voice. "Stop! Where are you taking me?" The guards shoved their prisoner into the middle of the grove. The old man stumbled in the starlight. His gray hair was mussed, his blue shirt wrinkled. "Pa, where's Rose?" Her grandfather's voice was loud and frantic. "Where's my Rose?" Her heart snagged in her throat. He always asked for Emeline's mother when he was frightened and confused. When she caught sight of the thick green vines binding his wrists, anger flooded her. He was a harmless old man. There was no need to restrain him. "Take those off." When no one did, Emeline moved to do it herself. The guard at her back grabbed her wrists, halting her. Hot fingers dug into her skin. She tried to twist free, tried to elbow her captor in the ribs, but the guard only yanked both arms up her back. Pain lanced like lightning from her fingers to her shoulder blades, shocking her into submission. Helpless, she watched Pa cower before the advancing guards. Two stepped forward, forcing him to his knees in the dirt with their spears. "Don't touch him!" She struggled, but the guard only tightened his hold. "Emeline," Rook's voice was edged with unease, "don't make this worse." "Help him," she breathed. "Please, help him. Only you can help him now." Her eyes filled with furious tears. Her grandfather blurred before her. "Choose, Emeline Lark," the Wood King boomed. "Be my minstrel and save his life, or refuse and watch him die." "Die?" Emeline shook her head. Her next word sounded small and scared. "You can't." "Can't? Am I not king of the wood?" His voice grew shrill as a whistling wind as he rose to his feet, the water gushing faster and thicker around him, flowing down the steps of his throne, rushing over the grass like a tide. Something desperate and wild scrabbled through her as the king stepped down, moving towards Pa, like a predator closing in on its quarry. Her grandfather lifted his head, blue eyes wide with fear as he knelt in the shadow of the king. "You will be my new court minstrel, or I will take him into the stain and feed him to the shadow skins while you watch." Emeline's spine straightened. The very thought of that thing she'd met in the woods tonight, inside Pa's mind, killing him slowly with his own terror. She would never let that happen. But staying here in the Wood King's court, forever? It would require giving up everything. The life she was building, her budding music career. She'd worked so hard to get where she was, she couldn't give it up now. Maybe there's a way to do both. To save her grandfather and keep her dream. If Emeline agreed to be the king's singer, Pa would go free. Once he was safe, all she'd need to do was find a way to escape. Rook had gotten her inside the city. Surely Emeline could find a way to get herself out, preferably before her tour started. Maybe she didn't have to lose everything. Maybe she could save Pa and herself. She calmed her trembling voice until it was smooth as a river stone. "I'll stay and be your minstrel. Just let my grandfather go." Emeline's guard loosened his grip on her wrists, but didn't release her. The king's crescent pupils burned into her. "You do not make commands," he said. "Your grandfather will remain here until you demonstrate your suitability for the position. When I am satisfied that you are sufficiently biddable and your singing acceptable, then Emeline Lark will return home. You have 1 week to impress me, singer. If you fail, I'll feed you both to the shadow skins." 1 week? This was bad. The bronze-armored hedgeman grabbed Pa beneath his armpits and hauled him to his feet. "Wait! Where are you taking him?" At her voice, Pa turned his head. From the look in his startled eyes, he didn't recognize her. His mind was too clouded by terror. "Help me," he begged. Emeline struggled against her guard's hold, but his grip was a vice, forcing her to be still. She held her grandfather's gaze and made herself sound certain and calm. "Everything is going to be okay. I'm going to get you home. I promise." They shoved him onwards. Pa stumbled and looked down to his feet. Emeline watched as they led her trembling, stammering grandfather out of the grove, down the lantern-lit path, and into the night. The moment she couldn't see him anymore, her guard released his grip on her. The shock set in, and her legs gave out. She fell to the cold ground, hands planted in the dirt. What if I fail? She couldn't fail. That was clear. Emeline needed to find a way to please the king and prove herself suitable long enough to save Pa, at least. And then she needed to escape. "You are a professional musician," she told herself. "You can do this." Emeline. Rook crouched down beside her. "If you're ready, I'll take you to your rooms." She glanced up into his pale face. His dark brown eyes shone with something like regret. "You?" Her hands fisted in the dirt. "This was your plan all along." "Something like it, yes. But why?" "You want to save him, don't you? This is the only way you can." A sudden movement interrupted them, fluttering at the edge of her vision. Murmurs rippled through the crowd of courtiers. "What is this?" said a rough, soft voice. Emeline looked to find the crowd parting and someone familiar striding through. Maple dark hair, river rock eyes. The same young man she'd met in the woods earlier tonight. The one with the ember mare. The one who'd lied to her. At the sight of Emeline, he halted, the lines of his body drawing tight and tense. Dirt spilled from her fingers as she rose to her feet. "Emeline," said Rook, rising alongside her, "this is Hawthorne Fell, the king's tithe collector." The words made Emeline's heart skip. Tithe collector? But that meant... It meant the young man before her was the very one who'd whisked her grandfather away. The one who left the marker on Pa's pillow, and then, when Emeline had pulled it out to prove he'd been stolen, pretended like he didn't recognize it. He told her Pa wasn't in the woods. He told her she was looking in the wrong place. How many times had he lied to her tonight? Her blood turned to fire in her veins. "You didn't tell her," Rook murmured, seeing the murder in Emeline's eyes. Trembling with anger, she jabbed her finger in the air towards the gray-eyed tithe collector. "This is your fault, asshole! If he hadn't taken Pa, neither of us would be here, imprisoned in the Wood King's court. None of this would have happened." "My fault? If you—" Hawthorne's words faltered as his gaze swept over her muddy form, catching sight of the bloodied cut on her left hand. A frown thundered on his brow as he turned towards Rook, who was also caked in mud. "Did you bring her here?" Suddenly, a girl stepped up to Hawthorne's side, equal in age. Her russet brown hair was pulled off her face in a messy braid. She was tall and lean, and her golden eyes shone in the darkness. 2 long blades were sheathed at her back in a cross, and the sleeves of her rust-colored shirt were rolled to her elbows. She looked almost feral, more wild creature than girl. Emeline glanced to her shadow. Sure enough, the dark shape behind her had wolf-like ears and sharp fangs. A shiftling. "Emeline," said Rook, "this is Sable Thorn." "Sable, this is Emeline Lark, the king's new singer." "What?" Sable and Hawthorne said in unison. The former shocked, the latter furious. Sable moved like the wind, grabbing the lapels of Rook's coat and nearly lifting him off his feet. "What have you done?" Rook seemed entirely unfazed, as if he was used to being manhandled by Sable. "I couldn't tell if they were good friends or mortal enemies." "I'd love to catch you up, but I'm sure Emeline wishes to see her grandfather." "Rook, if you'll excuse us." Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Peeling Sable's hands off him, Rook turned towards Emeline, took her elbow gently between his fingers, and began leading her away. Emeline glanced back once, shooting a murderous thought at the person responsible for the mess she was in. "I will pay you back for this." He stared after her, looking far less sure of himself as he ran both hands uneasily through his hair. As if Emmeline's presence here wasn't just unwelcome, but something far worse. 10. Rook led her into dark rooms lit by dozens of candles, their flames illuminating a four-poster bed draped with white curtains. Its softness beckoned, reminding Emeline that she hadn't slept in 48 hours. Next to a bay window seat, inlaid with green and gold cushions, sat a writing desk, and on the wall opposite the bed, musical instruments hung from copper pegs. Emeline found a seemingly endless assortment of guitars and ukuleles, as if the collection had been curated just for her. She tore herself away from the beauty of them. "At least my imprisonment will be comfortable." In the center of the room, 3 attendants of varying sizes awaited. Tall and solid, wispy and lithe, short and plump. Their skin tones ranged from chestnut brown to dewdrop white. And as soon as Rook left, the women grabbed her wrists and pulled her into the washroom. "Wait, no, I'm supposed to see my grandfather." Emeline tried to fight them all the way to the copper tub, where they stripped her, then pushed her into the steaming rose-scented bathwater. It surged up and over the sides as Emeline fell in, splashing onto the tiled floor. Soft pink petals floated on the surface of the water, gathering around Emmeline's shoulders and knees. They forced her head under. Emeline came up spluttering and gasping. When she tried to escape, they did it again and again, until Emeline yielded and let them wash her. They soaped her mud-encrusted hair until her eyes burned with suds. They scrubbed her skin until it was raw. "Where's my grandfather?" They ignored her. After they toweled her off, Emeline grudgingly let them dress her in a pale gold gown that fell to the floor. A trail of delicate poplar leaves was sewn into the bodice. The leaves, stitched in ivory thread, trailed gently along the boat-neck collar, as if blown there by a breeze. They were so finely wrought she could almost see them moving. Next, the women braided her black hair into a knot at the nape of her neck, lacing it through with sprigs of Queen Anne's lace. Last, they took her sliced palm and carefully salved it, then wrapped it tight with slender strips of gauzy white cotton, fastening it with a golden pin. "There," said the curvy brown attendant, her voice like summer rain. A smile ghosted her soft lips as she turned Emeline to the gilt mirror. "Look." In the polished, smoky surface, Emeline found a stranger staring back. Gone was the broke musician who desperately needed new jeans, who wore her grandfather's oversized cardigan to keep him close, and who rarely remembered to brush her hair. The girl standing in the mirror had stepped straight out of a story. Her black eyes were dark pools in her pale face, and her cheekbones were dusted with gold to match her dress. She looked utterly foreign and strange. Her eerie reflection reminded Emeline that once she'd believed all of Edgewood's stories alongside Pa and Maisie and everyone else. When did I stop believing them? She couldn't remember. While her attendants beamed at their finished work, nodding with approval, the pale, willowy woman opened the door leading out into the adjacent rooms. The other 2 slid Emmeline's feet into silken white slippers, then ushered her through the door. On the other side, 2 hedgemen stood guard. Each raised a finger to his lips. A moment later, Emeline realized why. Loud snores echoed throughout the warm room filled with growing green plants. On a table nearby sat a stack of newspapers and a deck of what looked like worn playing cards. Near the fire crackling in the hearth, bundled in a thick blue blanket, a gray-haired man slept in a rocking chair. Head slanted back, mouth hanging open. Pa. Emeline stepped quietly through the room, which smelled like burning spruce. Standing over him, she noticed how thin he'd become these past few years. He was sallow as a candlestick, and the color had been sapped from his hair. Still, her heart swelled at the sight of him. He used to do this when she was younger. Exhausted from working in the vineyards all day, he'd collapse in front of the television after dinner, fall asleep in his chair, then wake up grouchy and disoriented the next morning. He seemed so peaceful, she didn't want to startle him. Not after the terrifying night he'd had. Instead, she quietly pulled up the second rocking chair and sat down, watching him sleep. His big, clasped hands were spotted with age, and veins flowed like rivers beneath his skin, a testament to his hard-working life. You could read that life in his body if you knew how to look. Emeline looked. She loved every crease in her grandfather's face, every spot of age. She loved the strength in his arms when they hugged her, crushing her breath from her lungs. "I miss you," she thought, her eyes prickling with tears. So much. But it wasn't this man she missed, it was the one he'd once been. A man who remembered her name, and whose eyes lit up at the sight of her. A man who made her peppermint tea when she was having a bad day, and sang her lullabies when she was scared of the dark, and carried her to bed when she fell asleep by the fire. That man was gone. Emeline bit down on her lip, willing herself not to cry as she rose to her feet. After snuffing all but one of the lamps, she came back and bent over his sleeping form. His gray hair glistened, still wet from a bath, and his skin smelled like soap. "It's my job to take care of you now," she whispered. She'd done a shit job of it so far, but was determined to do better. Bending, Emeline gently kissed the top of his head. Pa's snoring faltered, and he jerked awake, sitting up in his chair. "What?" He pulled away from her, confusion clouding his eyes. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Emeline drew immediately back, realizing her mistake. She'd startled him, and without the light of the lamps, it was difficult for him to see. "It's me," she tried to smile, hoping he would hear it in her voice. "Emeline." His forehead scrunched into a nervous frown. "Who?" "Emeline. You're one of them." His spotted hands gripped the blanket, bunching it hard, shaking ever so slightly, as if he was afraid of her. "Pa, no, I'm—" His gaze darted fearfully around the room, searching the shadows. "Rose?" His voice shook. But it was only the two of them, and silence answered. "Rose!" She flinched at her mother's name. Emeline had never known her mother. She'd barely been a week old when Rose abandoned her, leaving in the middle of the night. Her mother packed no bags and left no notes. Emeline Lark found newborn Emeline alone in Rose's apartment, screaming in her cradle. Now, Pa struggled to get out of the rocking chair. Emeline didn't know if she should step forward and help him, or if that would scare him further. "Rose isn't here," she said softly. "She left, remember? Rose left us 19 years ago." As soon as the words were out of her mouth, Emeline wanted to push them back in. It was the wrong thing to say. As the flames flickered in the fireplace, Pa's face changed, turning white with fear. He pushed himself out of the rocking chair, stumbled, and nearly fell. The chair bounced furiously in his absence. "I'm waiting for my daughter." He'd backed himself into a corner. "Rose is coming to take me home. I just want to go home. Please, leave me be." Grief stabbed like a knife. Emeline tried to tell him again that it was her, his granddaughter. But at the terrified look in his eyes, her voice caught and her chin trembled. Emeline could say it over and over, but it would do no good. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. "Please stay away from me." He held up trembling hands. "Don't come any closer." The guards at his door moved towards Pa. "No," said Emeline, throwing up her hands. "Please, I'll go. I'm the one he's afraid of." Before the hot tears spilled down her cheeks, Emeline turned on her heel. Wrenching open the door between their rooms, she stepped through and shut it tight behind her. Sucking in a lungful of air, she fell back against the wood. "The man you knew and loved is gone, Emeline." She shook Joel's voice from her head. "It isn't his fault." She gripped her arms, hugging hard. "He's frightened." But Emeline was frightened too. Not so long ago, it had been Pa who chased away her fears, who told her she wasn't alone, back when it had been just the two of them against the world. And now? With her shoulder blades pressed against the door, Emeline sank downwards until she hit the stone floor. Drawing her knees up to her chest, she buried her face in her soft silk gown. An overwhelming wave of loneliness crashed through her. "I want to go home, too," she thought. This yearning, this ache for someone to take her in their arms and tell her everything was going to be okay, was it so wrong? Was it weak to want to be taken care of, just for a day or an hour or even 5 minutes? The way Pa used to take care of her? Before. Memories flooded her then of the old Pa. The Pa who was not just a grandfather, but a father and teacher and friend. Strong and stern, loving and tender, cleaning and bandaging a scrape on her knee, letting her fall asleep in his lap while they watched movies together, then carrying her to bed, teaching her how to prune and pick grapes, trying his best not to cry as she left him to chase her biggest, oldest dream. The strangest thing was, all those nights when she fell asleep in his lap, he'd whisper, "One day, you're going to forget me, Ducky." How wrong he'd been. 11. The next morning, she woke to the sound of someone knocking. Emeline pulled the covers over her head, willing the noise to go away. After the horrors of yesterday, she wanted to sleep for 100 years, wanted to dream this all away. The knocking turned to pounding. She forced her groggy eyes open, then pulled back the white canopy. The golden sun was only just cresting the trees outside her windows. Dawn, the time she usually fell into bed. "Please go away," she croaked, turning over and pulling a pillow over her head. The pounding continued. Emeline groaned, threw back the covers, and hauled her tired body out of bed. Halfway to the door, she passed a mirror and stopped dead. Squinting hard, she found a miniature nightmare staring back. She'd fallen asleep in the pale gold dress, which was now a rumpled mess. Her long black hair was as tangled as a bird's nest, and her face bloody hell. The deep, dark shadows beneath her eyes were hardly the worst of it. Gold dust smeared her right cheek. Her left was creased with pillow marks. She briefly considered trying to make herself presentable, but decided not to. People who pounded on other people's doors at this God-forsaken hour deserved to be greeted by small horrors. Gritting her teeth, swung the door open. Hawthorne Fell stood in the frame, arms crossed, scowling down at her. Apparently, he wasn't a morning person either. "What are you doing here?" She tried to sound scathing, but her voice came out soft and croaky from sleeping. His eyes darkened as he took in her rumpled dress, wild hair, and mismatched cheeks. There was probably drool on her face. She quickly swiped at her mouth. "Where are your attendants?" He scanned the room and then, to her astonishment, let himself in. "I told them to wake you before dawn. You should be dressed." Emeline moved quickly out of his way, trying to will herself to full wakefulness. She shook her head and pointed to the door. "Get out of my room, you lying jerk." Ignoring her, he approached the dark wood armoire in the corner. Its doors were each fastened with copper plates, the surface stamped in an elegant design of yarrow flowers. Emeline stared as he wrenched open the armoire doors and began pawing through it, his movements calm and efficient. "You want to save your grandfather, yes?" Emeline crossed her arms over the bodice of her rumpled gown. "I can help with that." He caught sight of an article of clothing that apparently pleased him because he pulled it out. Most of the king's minstrels don't last more than a few weeks here. Some only last a few days. A few days? In order to survive, you'll need an edge. What kind of an edge? Emeline asked. The king had a favorite minstrel once, a human with a magical voice. He was known as the Song Mage, and he died a long time ago. The king's been searching for his replacement ever since. I don't understand what this has to do with me. Hawthorne thrust a pair of thick wool leggings with long leather patches on both inner legs towards her. Put these on. When Emeline didn't uncross her arms, he shot her a withering look and lowered the leggings to his side. The sooner you dress, the sooner we leave. If we want to be back before nightfall, we need to leave now. We? She choked out. I'm not going anywhere with you. A jackass, and the reason Pa's imprisoned here to begin with. Don't be daft. The king grows crueler by the day. If you have any hope of surviving this place, we need to fetch the Song Mage's sheet music today. You must learn it before your first demonstration. Emeline shook her head. I can't read music. I can only play songs by ear. He seemed completely unfazed by this. Someone will teach it to you. She frowned. And if you're wrong about all of this? He paused but didn't glance her way. The sunlight spilling in through the windows glowed warmly against his skin as he stared into the armoire. I have watched dozens of minstrels die for offenses as petty as singing a single note off-key, or forgetting half a verse of music, or wearing a color the king didn't particularly fancy that day. What? This was vital information Rook had definitely forgotten to mention. The king is mad and longing for his long-lost song mage, a man who's been dead for years. That's why he only ever takes human men. Until you. Thanks to Rook. Hawthorne ran his palm across his forehead. If you want to survive here, this is your best chance. Seeing the wisdom in this, Emeline nodded. All right, tell me where this sheet music is, and I'll get it myself. Hawthorne pulled out 2 more pieces of clothing, a saffron yellow camisole and a dark brown sweater. Getting there is a half-day's trek on an ember mare, 3 days on a regular horse. You won't make it alone, and no one else is willing to escort you. Trust me. Not to the Eyrie. Put these on. Emeline crossed her arms harder. I'm not going anywhere with someone who lied to my face. He pulled out one last item from the armoire, a pair of gray woolen socks, and added them to the growing pile. If you had listened to my lies, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Emeline glared at him, her body buzzing with anger. I'm in this predicament because of you. You're the tithe collector. Whatever Pa tithed to the Wood King, you could have decided it was sufficient. Or you could have taken something else. You didn't have to take him. The tithe collector had been doing it all her life, punishing her neighbors for insufficient tithes, stealing their horses or their herds or their grandfathers, inflicting pain because he could. But Pa had been dutifully paying his tithes for as long as Emeline could remember. And now that he was old and forgetful, this asshole was going to punish him for it? Just know that I hold you responsible, she growled, for all of it. Right. His cheek twitched as he stared emptily into the armoire. It's my fault you returned to the woods immediately after I told you to leave. It's my fault you marched yourself straight up to a cursed king demanding back a tithe. And it's my fault you bartered your life in exchange for you and Lark. Yes, I see how I am utterly to blame here. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline's hands tightened into fists. He turned fully, crossing the room in 3 easy strides to stand before her. The heat rolled off him, warm like a wood fire. Do you know what else I see? He glared down at her. A girl who is in far over her head and too foolish to know it. He stepped closer, bringing the smell of the woods with him, along with that delicious warmth. Despite herself, Emeline wanted to step into it. She shook off the urge. "No one else can help you fetch the song mage's music." His voice was a warning. "And if you don't fetch it, you will never learn his songs, and if you don't perform them for the king, and, in so doing, please him, your skull will join the wall of others belonging to minstrels who fell before you, and you will certainly never bring your grandfather home. Is that what you want, Emeline Lark?" Emeline's mouth opened and shut. She swallowed her anger, looking to the windows. His name suited him perfectly, she decided. Hawthorn trees were prickly, gnarly, horrible things, just like him. And yet he seemed to be trying to help her. He'd been trying to help her last night, too, she realized, when he tricked her out of the woods. She didn't have to like him, though. She didn't have to forgive him for bringing her grandfather to this wretched place. But she could take what he was offering her if it meant getting Pa out. She gritted her teeth and said, "Give me the clothes." A small smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if he'd won some great victory. It made her blood boil. Oh, she would dress. She would go with him to fetch this music. She would take his advice, learn this dead man's songs, perform them in order to please the king, and then, when her grandfather was safe, she would make her escape. That's what this is. One step closer to going home. "Turn around," she said after seizing the stack of garments from him. He tipped his head in a mocking bow, then did as he was bid. It wasn't until he faced the wall that she turned to the window and set the clothes down on the bed. But when she started tugging at the dress, trying to pull it over her head, she realized she couldn't. It was laced too tightly at the back. Frantically, she tried to undo the laces. She contorted herself, bending her arms up her back and then down over her shoulders, trying to reach, desperate to reach. But she couldn't. "Something the matter?" he asked, impatient. An embarrassed heat flooded Emeline's body as she became aware of what she needed: help. The soft silk of her dress crumpled in her fists as she squeezed her eyes shut. He must have sensed her drowning in her own humiliation, because she heard him turn. "Oh," he said after a moment, "I see the problem. Would you like some help?" Steeling herself, Emeline turned her head. She spotted his reflection in the mirror, his gaze on the back of her dress. Coolly, she said, "If you think you can manage it, sure." His eyebrow cocked, as if she'd issued a challenge. But he said nothing more as he strode across the room. The heat of his body spread across her back as he stepped up behind her. They stood before the bed, its canopies drawn to reveal the windows facing the gardens. First, he swept aside her hair. Emeline kept her attention fixed straight ahead as she felt his gaze trail downwards, stopping on the nape of her neck. Next, he reached for her laces, his fingers a hot graze on her skin as he pulled them loose, slowly and steadily, knowing precisely what he was doing. Emeline wondered if helping girls out of their clothes was a regular occurrence for him. She quickly stuffed that thought down deep, where it would shrivel and die. When the bodice slackened fully, his hands paused, then fell away. But he didn't step back. His breath was warm on her neck as he asked, "Can you manage from here?" She nodded, wordless. "Then I'll wait in the hall." The cold rushed in as he left her. 12. After dressing in the warm, practical clothes he dug out of her armoire, Emeline quickly braided her tangled hair, trying to banish the memory of him gathering it up in his hands, trying to forget the sensation of his fingers deftly undoing her gown. "What is wrong with you?" she glared at her reflection, wiping the remaining gold dust from her cheek. "He's the king's henchman, and the reason Pa's trapped here. Pull yourself together." Her face was flushed, so she splashed cold water on it. Before joining Hawthorne in the hall, Emeline paused, glancing to the door adjoining her and Pa's rooms, wondering if she should say good morning. He's probably not awake yet, and even if he is, She'd frightened him last night. He hadn't known her, and he might not know her this morning either. What was the point in saying hello? Shrugging off the sting of that question, Emeline stepped out into the hall, where Hawthorne waited. He sat on the floor, his back to the alabaster wall, bent over a sword. The long steel shaft lay across his lap as he slowly ran a sharpening stone down its edge. With every stroke, the steel glimmered as if enchanted. His movements were pensive, almost sorrowful. They tugged at Emeline, who found herself wanting to write them into a song. It was an urge she hadn't had in a very long time. He glanced up at her. "I'm ready," she told him. He rose to his feet, sheathing the blade over his back. "Let's get this over with." In the king's stables, Lament awaited them in a stall, saddled and ready to go. The black mare snorted at their approach, golden eyes flashing red as she pawed the ground, annoyed at being made to wait. Emeline mounted first, with the help of a stable hand. Hawthorne followed her into the saddle. As he reached around her to take the reins, his crushed pine smell enveloped her. It seemed completely unfair that he should smell so good, like the woods on a sweet summer day. She tightened her grip on Lament's wiry black mane, forcing herself to remember who exactly this was. The young man behind her had tormented Edgewood all her life. He'd stolen her grandfather. He'd lied to her face. Don't forget. They rode on in stony silence. Near midday, after they raced through endless silver forest, the ground began to rise. Lament slowed, climbing upwards through the sickly trees. The air was wet with rot here, and everywhere Emeline looked, there was gray, ashy deadness. "Why is it like this?" she asked. It was the first time either of them had spoken since leaving the city. Hawthorne shifted behind her. "The stain?" She nodded. From Edgewood, the forest looked green and alive. You would never guess it was rotten inside. "It's the curse. It poisons every living thing in the woods. It's been spreading for years, from the heart of the forest outwards, and the more life it takes, the more powerful it grows." Emeline frowned, remembering what the trees had called the stain, cursed territory. But none of the stories she'd grown up with had mentioned a curse. How long has it been this way? "As long as I've been alive." How long is that? She was tempted to ask. Hawthorne seemed close to her in age. If shiftlings even age the same as humans. She didn't actually know if he was a shiftling, though. Emeline made a mental note to check his shadow the next time they were in full light. The curse is why the king is the way he is. He's tied to the woods, and what poisons the woods poisons him. The curse has twisted his mind, turning him into the horrifying creature you met last night. It grew quiet around them. The only sound, aside from Hawthorne's resonant voice, was the gentle rhythm of Lament's hoofbeats on the forest floor. He's the only one who can slow it down. It's why he takes tithes from the borderlands every season. Every tithe is a sacrifice, and sacrifices have power. The tithes allow him to keep the curse at bay, or they used to. They have less and less effect these days. The curse has simply grown too powerful. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. As they reached the top of the escarpment, the forest transformed into a sea of gray below them, shifting to green closer to the king's city, which was a mere speck of white in the distance. When Emeline looked north, towards Edgewood, she found no trace of her home. Hawthorne swung down from Lament. The stones crunched beneath his boots as he turned back to Emeline, raising his hands to help her dismount. She would have preferred to get down herself, but Lament was so huge, even the stirrups were a mile high. And warring with her desire to be independent was a desire to not fall face first into the dirt from such a height. Reluctantly, she pushed herself to the edge of the saddle. Just as reluctantly, Hawthorne's hands clasped her hips, pulling her down. When her feet touched the rocky ground, Hawthorne let go and they stepped quickly away from each other. He looked to where the escarpment dropped, turning into sheer rocky cliff. Claw should be asleep when we get to the eyrie, but if for some reason he wakes, his jaw hardened as he turned to her. You mustn't listen to a word he says. Oh? Emeline canted her head. Why not? Who is he? Hawthorne reached for the biggest, bulkiest saddlebag. Unbuckling it, he drew out a massive coil of thick golden rope. Claw can see things, the future, the present, the past. He just can't tell you which is which. Not anymore. He walked towards a leafy linden tree near the cliff edge, unwound the coil, and looped one end around the tree's trunk. Those who take his prophecies to heart tend to go a little mad. What is he? Bracing one booted foot against the linden, Hawthorne tugged hard on the loop, testing its strength. Satisfied, he turned towards Emeline. A watchdog of sorts. After the song mage's death, the witch who killed him wanted to prevent his music from ever being sung again. Claw stands guard over it here. Here appeared to be the edge of a cliff. Why would anyone want to destroy the songs of a minstrel? Why would anyone want to kill a minstrel? She was about to ask about this homicidal witch when Hawthorne stepped abruptly towards her, looping the opposite end of the rope around her waist. She stiffened as he pulled her in close, but then realized what he was doing and lifted her elbows so he could tie the rope snugly over her hips into some kind of harness. And whatever you do, do not make any deals with him. His hands deftly secured the rope with a knot. Emeline noticed that the fingers of his right hand were smudged with a steel-gray shine. It reminded her of Maisie's fingers after she'd spent an afternoon sketching flowers in Pa's garden. Graphite, she thought. From drawing? Claw is fond of tricks and games, and he never plays fair. When he finished tying, Hawthorne tugged hard on the loop, testing it. When it held firm, he let go and turned to the cliff edge. In fact, if he wakes up, just leave the talking to me. Emeline joined him at the cliff edge, peering over. It was sheer gray rock until about 50 feet down, where a smooth shale ledge jutted out. From the way Hawthorne eyed it, the ledge was their destination. "Where's your rope?" she asked. "I don't need one." It was a long way to fall without anything to catch you. If he missed the ledge, it was several hundred feet to the bottom. Not that she cared about his safety, but she did, unfortunately, need him to find her way back to the palace. Emeline didn't think she could manage an embermare on her own. Hawthorne started down, his feet finding footholds. It was then that Emeline noticed the unlit torch swinging from his belt. He must have taken it from one of the saddlebags. Pausing, he looked up at her. "Don't fall, all right?" She patted the complicated loop of rope he'd tied around her waist. "I have my trusty harness, though." His head disappeared as he descended, but his voice floated upwards. "Even with your trusty harness, a fall will be unpleasant." She got down on her knees, then followed him over the ledge, her stomach flip-flopping at the drop below. It's only rock climbing, she told herself, an activity she'd done a grand total of 1 time, in phys ed class, in a well-padded gymnasium. Emeline counted to 3, then started downwards. Holding tight to the top of the rope, she let the slack fall below. Leaning back, she ever so slowly let the rope move through her hands and began to rappel down the cliff, the hot sun cooking the back of her neck as she did. Emeline only made it halfway before her arms and legs started to burn with the exertion. She never used these muscles, a fact that was quickly becoming apparent. When her arms shook and her palms began to sweat, Emeline's grip on the rope slipped. The rope scorched her skin as it slid through her palms. Her feet, which had been planted firmly on the rocky cliffside, skidded out from under her as she slid downward. In order to stop her plummet, she grabbed for the rocky cliff with one hand. "Emeline!" Her fingers clung to a small handhold. Abandoning the rope, she wedged her other hand into the crevice. Hanging flat against the wall, she dangled dangerously high in the air. Stones scattered down the cliff as her feet struggled to find footholds and couldn't. Shit! Shit! Her hands desperately gripped the rocky fissure she'd placed them in, while her arms trembled and burned from the burden of bearing all her weight. "Hold on." Beneath her, Hawthorne's voice grew nearer. "I'm coming." Her fingers started to slip. Clenching her teeth, Emeline glanced to the rope swinging next to her, wondering if she should reach for it. If she missed, she would lose her hold for good. Even with your trusty harness, a fall will be unpleasant. Emeline squeezed her eyes shut, knowing her overexerted muscles couldn't hold her any longer. This time, when her sweaty hands slipped, the rock disappeared from beneath her fingertips. She dropped straight into Hawthorne. The air seemed to whoosh out of his lungs as her body careened into his. Somehow, he managed to grab the taut rope with one hand and her waist with the other as they fell. When her momentum slammed them into the rock wall, Hawthorne took the brunt of the impact as he clasped her to him, his grip tightening on the rope as they skidded to a stop. They swung, suspended in the air. Emeline felt his muscles strain to keep them both aloft and knew he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If he fell, he had no harness to catch him. Humiliated by her uselessness, she prodded the cliff with her foot, searching for something steady, wanting to relieve him of her weight. "You're doing great," he said through a clenched jaw, face pressed into her hair, barely holding on. "You are such a liar." His mouth curved against her neck in the whisper of a smile. For some reason, it gave her renewed strength. Taking hold of the rope again, she planted her feet on the wall. Back in position, Emeline loosed a shaky breath. "Okay, I'm good." Hawthorne let go of her waist. Clinging solely to the rope now, he found his own hand and footholds in the rock. When he was secure against a cliffside once more, he pressed his forehead to the shale, eyes closed, taking a second to recover before continuing downwards. Emily followed. When her boots finally hit the rocky platform, she leaned her aching body against the warm rock and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," she whispered. When Hawthorne didn't answer, she turned to find him facing down a dark cavern, wide and high as a small house. The Eyrie, she assumed. He had just lifted a finger to his lips when a massive shape materialized from the darkness, glinting as it stepped into the sunlight. Emily gaped up at it. A silver, sharp-toothed snout emerged first, elegant nostrils sniffing the air. The snout alone was roughly the size of Emeline's hatchback. The rest of a head emerged, revealing filmy white eyes and gray tufts where ears should be. Was this Claw? If so, he was definitely awake. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. His massive paws were tufted too and tipped in sharp nails, reminding Emeline of a lion. But his wings were like that of a snowy owl, tucked primly against his sides. Feathers and scales rippled over his body, the color of silver coins. A watchdog, Hawthorne had said, more like a watch dragon. "13 has the Wood King sent dinner to my door?" the dragon rumbled. "How thoughtful." Despite stepping into the sunlight, Claw continued to sniff, following his snout. He trod directly between Hawthorne and Emeline, separating them. Emeline stepped slowly backwards, away from those lethal paws. As pebbles crunched beneath her boot, Claw's head swung to stare at her. Emeline froze. The dragon cocked his head, listening, as if he couldn't trust his filmy eyes, because he's blind, she realized. The scales of his belly rasped on the rock as Claw drew himself up on all fours. Gray lips drew away from blackened gums and yellowed teeth in the mockery of a smile. "There you are." The dragon crept towards her. "My, you smell familiar. What are you?" Panic sparked in her blood. Emeline was running out of ledge to stand on. Only a few more feet and she'd be over the edge. "It's true," Hawthorne called from the other side, drawing the dragon's attention to himself. Emeline held herself still, not breathing as she glanced to the young man standing tall and calm as an oak. "The Wood King sent us, not to be eaten, mind you. We've come for the Song Mage's music." Displeasure rippled through Emeline's mind, as if the dragon had growled right into her head. Claw whirled on Hawthorne, and the dazzling sunlight glinted off his silver-gray scales. "Song Mage!" He spit the words, stalking towards Hawthorne. "More like curse-bringer. Good riddance to him. If I weren't bound by my mistress to guard his music, I would burn it to ash." Curse-bringer? What did that mean? "Nevertheless," said Hawthorne, catching Emeline's gaze, "we're here to collect it." He silently motioned for her to go back up, to climb the cliff and get to safety. But as Emeline stepped towards the rocky wall, the dragon heard. Remembering the first thing that caught his attention, Claw swiftly turned his head towards her. Emeline fell still. "What is it?" "That thing over there." Black smoke plumed from his snout. "Nothing to concern yourself with," said Hawthorne, mouthing the word "go" to Emeline. "Now let me pass so I can do as my king bids me." "Why should I care what the mad king bids?" Claw clearly had no intention of letting Hawthorne pass. "And if it's nothing to concern myself with, why did you bring it?" They were at an impasse. Hawthorne was trying to distract Claw from Emeline so she could escape. But Hawthorne clearly had a plan for fetching the music. It should therefore be Emeline who distracted the dragon while he put his plan into action. She gripped the rough rope around her waist. Several feet of slack lay on the ground. "I'm the one who needs the music," Emeline said, ensnaring Claw's full attention with her voice. "That's why he brought me." Hawthorne shot Emeline a look that said, "Are you simple? I told you to climb." "You?" Claw purred, abandoning Hawthorne entirely. "For what purpose?" The Aries' entrance grew less and less guarded the nearer Claw came. Since the dragon couldn't see her, Emeline held Hawthorne's furious gaze and pointed to the opening. "I'll handle this. You go. I have a deal with the king." She tiptoed towards the rocky wall. If she climbed far enough outwards past the ledge, she might be able to distract Claw while staying out of striking distance. "If I please him with my singing, he'll set my grandfather free." How curious! When she glanced back, Hawthorne had disappeared inside the cave. Claw crept closer, his sharp nails clicking on the rock with every prowling step. Emeline needed to get out of striking distance, fast, but she also needed to keep Claw's attention away from the Airy. "My companion believes the king will be less inclined to kill me if I sing the Song Mage's songs." Running her hands over the sun-warmed rock, Emeline found sturdy crevices with her fingers. "Is that true, do you think?" The smell of smoke wrapped around her as Claw drew nearer. "The king is mad. Never make a deal with a madman." Well, it was too late for that. Pulling herself up, she shuffled outwards, away from the ledge. After her near fall, her feet carefully tested each and every foothold. By the time Claw reached the edge, Emeline was 10 feet out, hanging off the cliff face. Not seeing where the ledge ended, Claw stepped onto air. Stumbling, he quickly drew back, spreading his feathered wings for balance. "Where are you, creature?" hissing. He turned back in Hawthorne's direction. If Claw sensed the tithe collector's absence, he would certainly look for him in the Airy. Hawthorne would be cornered. Thinking of Hawthorne's warning, she blurted out, "What if you and I made a deal?" Now that she'd given her location away, Claw swung back. "I don't make deals with my dinner." But his tufted ears perked upwards, as if intrigued. Emeline peered around Claw, towards the dark maw of the Airy. Hawthorne hadn't re-emerged. She needed to buy him more time. Keep talking. Let's pretend that you do. What would you want in exchange for the song mage's music? The dragon narrowed his eyes. I'm not giving you the music. Leaning back on his haunches, the dragon sat like a cat, staring in her direction. What if I could prove myself worthy? Of the music, I mean. Claw's attention was slipping. Bored with his uncatchable prey, his body twitched towards the eyrie. She needed to get this conversation back on track before she lost him entirely. A ridiculous idea struck. It was out of her mouth before she could stop it. I could sing for you. Claw cocked his head like a crow. His scaly tail lashed, scraping back and forth across the rocky ledge, as if he was thinking about her proposition or about how to prepare her for supper. Difficult to say which. You won't be disappointed, she said, stalling for time. Where the hell was Hawthorne? I promise, music is the only thing I'm good at. Claw peered over his shoulder towards the cave entrance. Man, he had the attention span of a toddler. How about this? If you don't detest my singing, you let me borrow the music, just until I learn the songs. And if I do detest it, then you can eat my companion, the one currently rooting through my cave like a little thief. Emeline blanched, remembering what Hawthorne said about Claw. He could see the past, present, and future, but sometimes got them jumbled. Those gray lips curved in a hungry smile. He can search all he likes. He won't find what he's looking for. Emeline froze, her fingers clutching rock. Why not? I think, said Claw, I will indulge you. Let us play this game. Sing me a song. If I like it, I won't eat you. If I dislike it, I will eat you both. Emeline swallowed hard. And the sheet music? I've just offered you your life. Don't get greedy. There was still no sign of Hawthorne. How deep did that cavern go? Would he keep searching until he found the music? If Claw spoke the truth, he'd be searching for ages. Emeline couldn't keep Claw distracted forever. She had to warn Hawthorne. But there was no way to do that, trapped as she was on this cliff wall, with a dragon between them. Well, creature, what will it be? She couldn't sing from out here, desperately clinging to the side of a cliff. I need your word, she said, thinking of Hawthorne's warning, that you won't hurt me before I finish. You have it. Breathing in deep, Emeline shuffled back to the ledge. She moved slowly to buy Hawthorne more time. Shale crumbled beneath her, scattering softly down the cliff face. My patience is wearing thin, growled Claw. Hurry up before I change my mind. When her feet landed on solid rock again, the dragon rose from where it sat, up on all fours, nostrils flaring as he followed her scent. He stood over her, the way an ocean liner towers over a rowboat. He was so impossibly huge, he blocked out the sun. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline shivered in his shadow. Begin, he growled. Now. Emeline's fingers itched for her ukulele. She curled them into her palm. She'd have to make do without. Letting habit guide her, she shuffled through invisible set lists in her mind, searching for the right song. The air felt charged suddenly, like the moment she got up on stage, before her fingers started to strum and her voice started to sing. Pulse humming, stomach clenching. Wondering what kind of crowd it would be, and if she could woo them. Everything resting on her and her voice. Taking a deep breath, Emeline closed her eyes and began to sing. She chose Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah. It was a cover she used at almost every gig. Not only was it a crowd pleaser, it was one of Pa's favorites. He used to sing it to her when he put her to bed as a child, like a lullaby. And perhaps, deep down, that was why she chose it, because of the memory it contained. Songs for Emeline were like time capsules. They always had been. For her, every song contained a moment from her past, trapped inside. This song, Hallelujah, made the cliffside and the rocky ledge and the forest disappear. This song smelled like the scent of laundry detergent on her pillows. It sounded like Pa's deep voice singing off-key as he sat at the edge of her bed, rubbing slow, comforting circles into her back as he tried to lull her to sleep. She often played this song during gigs to keep the loneliness at bay. She played it because it took her to a place where she still had her grandfather, and he still had her. Claw yawned as she sang the first verse, then folded in on himself, curling up beside her. His scales and feathers rippled as his body softened. As the second verse flowed out of her, Claw's eyelids drooped. His serpentine tail whooshed softly across the rock, lazy and slow. When Emeline reached the bridge, still trapped in the memory of Pa singing her to sleep, Claw's jowls went slack, gray lips resting on the ground, as if he was utterly at his leisure. Emeline sang on. Only when she reached the end, voice trailing into silence, did the memory release her from its hold. Emeline clung, grasping at it, not yet ready to let go. But the song was over, the memory gone. And as it left, something else left with it. She felt it pour out of her, leaving her empty. She shook off the feeling as Claw's snores rumbled through the rock beneath her. Emeline looked down to find the dragon's eyes closed, his chest steadily rising and falling, and his gray tongue lolling out of his half-open mouth. She'd sung him to sleep. A laugh bubbled up at the absurdity of it. She quickly swallowed it down. They weren't out of this yet. Emeline's fingers pulled at the rope looped around her waist. Hawthorne's knots were tight and secure, but she figured them out. When the rope unraveled, she stepped out of it slowly, lightly, so as not to wake the sleeping dragon. But as she stepped into the eyrie, an odd heaviness sank into her bones, dragging her down, as if the song had taken a toll on her. Don't be silly. She was obviously exhausted from the climb down. Emeline paused at the entrance, trying to shake off the feeling, then continued into the cavern. Cold, damp air kissed her skin. When she whispered Hawthorne's name, he didn't respond. Emeline strode onwards until her boot kicked something in the darkness. She tripped, nearly fell, then crouched to look. A sea of yellowed human bones lay scattered at her feet. She abruptly stood, swallowing down the sick feeling pushing up from her stomach. Find Hawthorne, she told herself, and get out of here. But the deeper in she went, the darker it grew. Not wanting to wake the sleeping dragon outside, Emeline called Hawthorne's name as loudly as she dared. Had he fallen down some crevice? Was he dead? Suddenly, a torch flame appeared in the distance, farther up the cavern. The orange smudge of it bobbed in the dark, growing larger as it drew near. "What are you doing?" he called out. "Your Claw's asleep," she whispered back. "We have to go. The sheet music isn't here." As he came closer, she saw twin flames reflected in his eyes. The light of the torch limned his face with black shadows. How? No time. She grabbed his arm, tugging him back towards the entrance. "Claw knew you were in here. He said you wouldn't find the music." Hawthorne lowered his voice to a whisper. "And where is he now?" In answer, something moved in the darkness, rasping against the stone floor. Goosebumps rushed across her skin as a cold awareness set in. Hawthorne stepped in front of Emeline, shielding her as he raised the blazing torch, its glow radiating outwards. When silver scales flashed in the dark, Emeline felt the sudden heat of a massive body. And then Claw stepped into the light, snarling as he loomed over them. Hawthorne pressed Emeline back just as Claw lashed out. One massive paw hit Hawthorne square in the chest, sending him sprawling. He grunted as his shoulders hit the floor. The dragon pounced, pinning him beneath sharp claws. As Claw's jaws slid open, gobs of drool dripped from his teeth. The torch rolled away from Hawthorne's hand, guttering. No! Emeline snatched up the torch, and the flame flared anew. We had a deal! Indeed, Claw rumbled. You sang me a song I did not detest. So I will let you walk away with the sheet music. The dragon stared at the tithe collector pinned beneath his paw. You, not him. Suddenly, Claw's body shivered, then clenched. A liquid noise surged from his stomach as he heaved. Drool bubbled along his lips. He looked like a cat that was about to vomit. Up it came, like some kind of giant hairball. A dark brown satchel coated in glistening saliva. It landed with a sticky thud at Emeline's feet. Take it and go. She picked up the satchel, trying not to gag. It smelled sour, like stomach acid, and stuck to her hands like tree sap. She untied the slippery twine and pushed back the leather flap. Milky sheets of vellum lay within. Across their translucent surfaces, elegant black notes tumbled from bar to bar, untouched by saliva. The song mage's sheet music. Claw turned back to his prey, increasing the pressure of his paw. Emeline glanced from the music to Hawthorne, who arched his throat, straining against the dragon pushing down on his chest. Claw was going to crush him to death. I need him, she burst out, to get me back to the palace. Is there not an ember mare waiting atop this cliff? Take it and return to the palace yourself. Claw flexed his sharp nails, and dark red blood bloomed across Hawthorne's shoulder. Trust me, Singer, you don't need this one. That might be true, but Emeline couldn't abandon him. Hoisting the satchel over her shoulder, she came to Hawthorne's side. Gripping the torch tight in her hand, she thrust the flame into the paw keeping him pinned, searing the dragon's scaly flesh. Claw hissed and withdrew, limping backwards. Horrible creature! Hawthorne drew in a staggered breath as Emeline fell to her knees beside him. He sat up, wincing, while she held the torch aloft, illuminating the dragon in the shadows. Claw's murky eyes narrowed in the light of her flame. Getting to his feet, Hawthorne drew the blade at his back. Its steel edge burned red in the light of the torch. You will let us pass. And if I don't? Hawthorne gritted his teeth, betraying the pain he was in. Then you and I will slay each other here, and Emeline will leave with the music. Claw hissed, glancing between them, as if thinking through his options. Finally, the dragon drew back. Go, then. You will not live long, tithe collector. I've seen it. My mistress's curse will swallow the king's city and everything in it. The words chilled Emeline. Hawthorne didn't sheathe his sword, just held out his hand for Emeline to take. As her cool fingers slid through his, Hawthorne kept and waited. Halfway to the cave entrance, that growled voice no longer echoed on the rock walls, but glided through Emeline's mind. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating, like water over stone. And you, Singer. She paused at the entrance, glancing behind her before stepping into the sunlight. A low growl rumbled through the cavern, and from the darkness the dragon hissed into her mind. Beware of this one. He betrays you in the end. 14. They rode hard through the woods, arriving back in the king's city just before sundown. The gate slammed closed behind them, ringing like a tune. Outside the king's stables, Lament came to a halt. She shook her black mane and stomped the ground, sparks flaring beneath her hooves as if calling for attention. Hawthorne dismounted, his movements heavy and sluggish. Emeline sat frozen in the saddle, clutching the leather satchel to her chest, tacky with dried saliva. Claw's last words swirled around her mind, like water in a draining sink. He betrays you in the end. What did it mean? Claw knew Hawthorne was searching his lair, just like he knew Lament stood waiting at the top of the cliff. So why did Hawthorne tell her that Claw got confused? Claw can see things, the future, the present, and the past. He just can't tell you which one is which. Unless Hawthorne lied. It wouldn't be the first time, and it would make a kind of sense. If Hawthorne intended to betray Emeline, he wouldn't want her listening to an all-seeing dragon who might spill all his plans. You mustn't listen to a word he says, he'd told her before they climbed down to the eyrie. If Hawthorne had malicious intent, if he knew Claw could see the future and might tell that future to Emeline, wasn't that exactly what he'd say? For a fraction of a second, Emeline wanted to dig her heels into Lament and gallop back to Edgewood. She wanted to run. Except Hawthorne still gripped the reins, and Lament was spent. Sweat glistened across her back, and foam glazed her lips. Most of all, though, Pa was still a prisoner. Calm down. You can handle this. It didn't make sense that Hawthorne would endanger her. He'd saved her from a shadow skin, then put her on his horse to prevent her from being trampled by ember mares. Today, he'd given her the rope and caught her when she fell. She was sure he didn't want to harm her, but he had deceived her, and he clearly didn't want her here, in the Wood King's domain. Perhaps that's the type of betrayal Claw meant, one that would sabotage her ability to come through on her deal. One that would prevent her from bringing Pa home. Emeline watched the tithe collector press his hand to the stable wall, wincing at whatever pain Claw had inflicted. One thing was certain, if Hawthorne was planning to betray her, she needed to be ready for it. That evening, as the moon rose in a black sky, Emeline's attendants swarmed her as she stepped out of her bath. She was too tired to fight them off. Her body ached. She never rode horses. Riding one for a whole day, not to mention scaling up and down a rocky cliff, had taken its toll. Muscles she didn't even realize screamed at her. But her sore body was the least of her concerns. Now that she'd obtained the Song Mage's music, she had a week to prove herself to the king and, after Pa went free, find a way to escape. If she didn't escape, she'd miss her tour. She remembered the schedule sitting in her inbox, the one Joel had told her to review and send back to his dad. Emeline grabbed her cell phone from where it lay on the dressing table, amidst combs and pins and ribbons, but there were no bars. She tightened her grip on the phone. Of course, she was trapped in a strange Fae world with no cell towers or wireless internet. But if a week went by and neither her manager nor Joel heard from her, they would do any number of things. They would think her missing. Joel would come looking for her. Her manager would cancel her tour. He'd have to. The thought gave her heart palpitations. It was her first major tour, and she'd worked her ass off to get it. To cancel now was to say goodbye to all of the exposure, sales, and income from each show. She would tarnish her reputation as a professional musician. And worst of all, they want to see how you handle a bigger audience, Joel had told her. They're coming to watch you at your first tour stop. If she wasn't at that first stop, Daybreak definitely wouldn't offer her a contract. Emeline had worked too hard for too long to make it this far. She couldn't let it all fall apart now. If she could somehow tell her manager she was fine, that she'd be back soon, If she could tell him not to cancel her tour, maybe her career would still be intact when she got back. Except, how was she supposed to tell him all that from here? A pang of homesickness pierced her. She wanted her life back. The ordinary, familiar one, where dragons didn't want to eat her, and men weren't waiting to betray her. And the only strangeness in her life was the woods appearing at inopportune times. She missed the lights and sounds of Montreal. She missed her late-night gigs. She even missed her cramped apartment. Emeline's attendants fluttered like moths as they dressed her. They helped her into a midnight blue gown with 2 glittering cicada wings stitched down the back in gold thread, cascading from the middle of her shoulder blades to the tops of her thighs. The attendants undid her braid, then brushed out her hair. As they tugged at the knots, a knock sounded at the door, breaking up her thoughts. "Be right there." Finished with their fussing, her attendants removed themselves, opening the door as they fled. Rook stood in the frame, sidestepping the women. He looked tall and slender in a midnight black overcoat that came to his knees, and over his heart a silver feather brooch winked in the light. "I've been charged with escorting you to dinner." He gave a roguish grin as he held his arm out to her. "Hurry now, else we'll be late." With her hand tucked into his elbow, Rook led Emeline down halls awash in the golden hues of sunset. Vases bordering the windows sprouted green pine boughs and branches of bright red sumac. As Emeline quickened her pace to match his long strides, the fabric of her dress whispered against the floor. "I must say," said Rook, as they passed window after window looking out over the dusk-drenched city, "it's a pleasure to see you're still alive." Emeline shot him a look, remembering what Hawthorne said about her predecessors and their untimely deaths. "You might have mentioned the dangers before I agreed to be the king's singer," she said, as they arrived at the end of the hall, where 2 large arching doors were flung wide and bordered by hedgemen in bronze armor. The smells of roasted meat and pungent spices wafted out, followed by clinking silverware and conversation. Would it have made a difference? Before she could answer, Rook pulled her into a darkened ballroom. The ceiling was the height of her grandfather's barn, and Emeline counted 4 exits, each one guarded by a pair of hedgemen in bronze armor. Candles burned along the walls in iron brackets, their honey-colored wax dripping to the floor. Long tables set with food were arranged in a circle, and in the center a band of musicians played while couples danced. Over their heads, fireflies flickered intermittently. As Rook led her towards the tables, conversations quieted around them. Eyes widened and heads turned as the dining courtiers whispered behind their hands, watching the king's new minstrel. More than once, Emeline heard her name. Playing bets on how long I'll last? Rook sidestepped benches and bodies, maneuvering Emeline towards a nearly full table close to a massive fireplace set into the far wall. Emeline spotted Sable Thorn first, seated near the crackling fire, its flames setting her golden skin aglow. Her russet hair was unruly, but someone had managed to pin it up, tucking a sprig of rosehip into the brown folds. She looked wild and pretty. Beside her sat Hawthorne. His gray woolen shirt sleeves were rolled to his elbows, showing off darkly tanned forearms. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Both he and Sable sat on the bench against the wall, but while Sable leaned into the shadows, one arm looped around her knee, Hawthorne leaned over his drink, listening to a young woman across from him, her hands animated and her face alight. "Friends!" Rook roared over the din of their conversation. "Meet the king's new minstrel, Emeline Lark!" The whole table went quiet at their arrival, turning. Some lifted their drinks in welcome, others smiled wine-bright smiles behind their goblets. Still others stared, their hungry eyes searching her. "Emeline!" Skin warmed beneath their gazes as Rook pushed her towards the one empty spot on the bench, right next to Hawthorne, who quickly glanced away from her. but not before Emeline glimpsed something fierce flash in his eyes. The only other person who didn't look her way was Sable. "Good evening, singer," said Hawthorne, staring firmly into his cup as she shuffled in beside him. "Hello, tithe collector." In the cramped space beneath the table, their knees brushed, and the jolt of it startled Emeline. Like two polarized magnets, they simultaneously leaned away from each other. Rook slid in on Emeline's other side, trapping her between them. Hawthorne shot Rook an accusatory look. Ignoring it, Rook shouted to Sable, "Where's Grace?" Sable pointed her thumb in the direction of the dancers. Hawthorne reached for a copper pitcher filled with a honey-gold liquid that smelled like wine. "I'm afraid I have unfortunate news." It took a moment for Emeline to realize Hawthorne was talking to her and not to the pitcher of wine as he filled her glass. "Your singing instructor was attacked by shadow skins on the road. She survived, but her horse did not. I've sent an armed guard to escort her. Depending on what they encounter on the way, it could be a few days before she arrives in the city." Emeline reached for her glass, cupping it with both hands. "But if I need to learn the songs within the week?" He nodded. "It won't be enough time." He refilled Sable's glass, Rook's, and finally his own. After setting the pitcher down, he said very softly, "I could do it." She turned to stare at him. "You?" "I can read music," he said, not quite meeting her eyes. "Which, I understand, is all you need." The prospect of working one-on-one with him made her break out in a hot rash. Claw's words echoed through her mind. "He betrays you in the end." "Is there no one else?" She pointed to the musicians currently playing a waltz in the middle of the room. "One of them, maybe? Someone who isn't you? Someone who knows what they're doing?" He opened his mouth to answer, then closed it instead. "There are many capable musicians in the king's court. Unfortunately, none of them are willing to risk their lives for what they consider a doomed cause. It's why I had to reach out to another court. Calliope has agreed to be your instructor at great risk to herself." Emeline frowned. "What risk?" "If you'd prefer to wait until she arrives? You said you don't know when that will be." He nodded. "And I only have a week to learn the song mage's music." "Correct. Which means I don't really have a choice, do I? If I want to learn the songs, I need to get started as soon as possible. And if you're the only one willing to help me, it has to be you." "I suggest we begin at dawn tomorrow," he said. "I'll tell your attendants to take you to the conservation first thing in the morning." Hawthorne turned away from her then, signaling the end of the conversation, and returned to the girl across from him, who Emeline heard him refer to as Aspen. The girl smiled sweetly as they resumed their chat. Could this day get any worse? Someone farther down the table cleared their throat. "Tell us, singer, how did you vanquish him?" Emeline looked up to find most guests at the table setting down their silverware and leaning in, as if they'd all been waiting for this. The question came from a freckled young man whose large brown eyes reminded her of a fawn. His shaggy hair framed his pale face, shining like copper. "No one has ever come back from the dragon's eyrie, but here you are." "No one?" She stole a pointed glance at Hawthorne. "It's true," said a girl with fox-like features and hair as white as frost. "The king has made several attempts to retrieve the music. The men and women he sent never returned." "Oh, I didn't vanquish Claw." "Then how are you sitting before us?" "Hawthorne says you successfully retrieved the music." They all murmured their assent, staring at Emeline as if she were a goddess who'd waltzed straight out of a Greek myth. Like golden Artemis striding out of the woods after a successful hunt, a prize deer slung over her shoulders. She shook her head. "I only sang to him." Puzzled silence filled the table. Emeline felt the sudden weight of Hawthorne's stare. She didn't meet it. "I sang him to sleep, I mean." It sounded absurd to her now, as gazes met over goblets and plates of food. They think I'm making it up. Except no, they didn't. The freckled young man raised his glass. To Emeline Lark, he said softly, conqueror of dragons. One by one, the rest of the table raised their glasses, echoing his toast, reverently whispering her name like she was some kind of hero. Heat crept into her cheeks. She tipped her face to her empty gold-rimmed plate. But no one was listening. They were all chattering excitedly in the wake of Ristori. Emeline could already hear them embellishing the details. "Don't mind them, dearie," chimed a sing-song voice across from Emeline. "It's been years since they've had good news." Emeline looked up and found an owlish face peering straight into hers. Tawny hair curled in short ringlets around the girl's head, and her amber eyes were a little too big for the rest of her dainty features. "I'm Nettle." "Lovely to meet you, Nettle. Are you enjoying your stay?" Emeline blinked, not sure how to answer. Yes, she thought, sipping her drink. It's so fun being imprisoned by a creepy king, nearly eaten by a crusty old dragon, and utterly cut off from everything I love. She thought of her phone. Without a signal, she couldn't contact Joel, and soon her battery would be dead. But maybe it wasn't the only way to reach him. Maybe someone here could help her. "I would enjoy my stay more if I could get a message to someone, so he knows I'm all right. Is there a way to do that? Send a message home?" If she could get a message to Joel explaining that she was temporarily detained, he could tell his dad not to worry, that she would be there ready to go on opening night. Nettle reached across the table, taking Emeline's hands from where they cupped her glass and clasping them in her own. Her fingers were rough and a little curved, almost like talons. But when Emeline looked, no, they were definitely fingers, with perfectly rounded nails painted in gold. She shook off the disorienting feeling as the shiftling leaned in. "Poor thing." Nettle's voice turned whispery, as if they were friends confiding in each other. Beside her, Hawthorne choked on his wine. Emeline blushed red. Nettle tisked sadly. "They often have lovers, the singers who end up here." Alerted by Hawthorne's choking, Rook leaned in. "Don't mind Nettle. She hasn't been properly socialized." Tugging her hands free from Nettle's, Emeline took a big, long sip of her drink and desperately wished this conversation was over. From the look on the shiftling's face, however, she was still waiting for an answer. Is he a lover? The night she first invited Joel up to her hotel room, it was because of the woods. She'd been traveling the summer festival circuit, trying, as always, to outrun the dark thing chasing her. But it always caught up, creeping through crowd after crowd, slinking towards the stages where she sang. But it wasn't only the relentlessness of the woods. It was the ache that seemed to grow with every performance. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. That cavernous gap between her ribs, as if something there was missing, only she didn't know what. It made her feel like a puzzle with a lost piece. Sometimes, after a gig, she would lie awake in her bed, rubbing at the place in the middle of her chest where she imagined the hole to be. She'd grown so tired of running from it, the woods and the ache. Joel was there, and he wanted her. He'd made that very clear. Always texting and flirting and inviting her out with his friends, coming to all her shows, then walking her home when they ended. So, just like all the others before him, Emeline let Joel in, erecting him as a shield between herself and the things she was running from, using him as a way to feign normalcy. "You poor, poor thing," Nettle patted Emeline's hands, deciding the answer to her own question. "So tragic," she sighed, almost happily, as if she relished a good tragedy. "Save your pity," Hawthorne's voice was barbed. Emeline was warned. "I actively dissuaded her from coming," Emeline scoffed. "Actively deceived me is more like it." His gaze cut to her, gray eyes flashing silver in the dusky light. "The singer didn't heed me. he continued, as if she hadn't spoken. Now she's suffering the consequences. Emmeline's hands dropped to her dress, where they clutched the fabric, wrinkling the midnight blue silk. "If you hadn't stolen my grandfather," she hissed under her breath, "I wouldn't have had to heed you. I would never have come to the woods at all." Before he could answer, the girl he'd been conversing with earlier cut in. "Couldn't you deliver the message, Hawthorne?" She was long-boned and delicate, with white gold lashes and eyes like soft gems. She glanced to the ring on Hawthorne's hand, a stark white band against his light brown skin. Emeline hadn't noticed it before. "You're the tithe collector. You can walk deep into her world whenever and wherever you want." "Yes, Hawthorne," said Sable, crossing her arms. A small frown creased her brow as something unspoken passed between them. "Couldn't you do it?" Hope flickered inside Emeline. Could he? Hawthorne stared straight ahead, at no one in particular. "I believe I just gave my opinion on the matter." "Your opinion," said Emeline, suddenly desperate to convince him. Her career depended on it. "But not your answer." He shot her a piercing look. "I'm not delivering a love letter to your boyfriend. Is that answer enough?" "It wouldn't be, Emeline." He ground out her name through the stubborn clench of his jaw. "Don't ask me again." Rook narrowed his eyes. "Really, Hawthorne, must you be so disagreeable?" As the two young men glared at each other, Nettle quickly smiled at Emeline. Only the smile was all wrong. It curled in a way that suggested she was something, playing at being human. Hawthorne was in love once, too. That smile turned into a slithering, snake-like thing, lashing out to bite. "Weren't you, tithe collector?" A muscle jumped in Hawthorne's jaw. He stared at the ceiling, like a wild creature suddenly realizing it was trapped in a cage. The table went silent around them. Tension radiated off Hawthorne like steam as he gripped his glass tightly. To no one in particular, he said, "Excuse me." In one fluid motion, he rose from the bench, pushed away from the table, and left his empty cup behind. Emeline stared after him. What the heck was that about? Sable and Rook exchanged glances. "I'll go," said Rook, a frown bending his mouth. Rising from the bench, he strode after the tithe collector, weaving through the thickening mass of guests in the hall. Nettle tutted sympathetically, watching them go. She leaned across the table towards Emeline. "They say it was a human who made him so horrible, broke his heart right in half." "That's enough." Sable's voice slashed the air like a knife, her golden eyes glowing brightly as she leaned in from her place by the fire. "Go spread your poison elsewhere, Nettle." The owlish courtier bristled. She looked ready to lash back when a shadow fell across the table. Sable glanced up, and whatever she saw made her soften like warm butter. "Emeline?" said a feminine voice. "Emeline Lark?" Emeline's gaze shot upwards. Confusion clouded her mind at the familiar face looking down on her. For a moment, she didn't understand who she was seeing. And then, "Grace?" Emeline rose to her feet. Standing at the edge of the table was Grace Abel, the girl who'd left Edgewood 2 summers ago to study at Oxford. Grace's night-dark curls gleamed around her face and shoulders, luminous in the candlelight. Her hips were fuller, and her nut-brown cheeks rosier than the last time Emeline had seen her. She wore a flowing silk shirt tucked into fitted cream trousers, and a simple iron ring adorned her finger. "What the hell are you doing here?" said the look on Grace's face. The exact same question echoed through Emeline. Stepping closer, Grace drew Emeline out and away from the table, then into a tight hug. She smelled like lavender, but her grip on Emeline was too tight, and her voice was a warning. "Come with me, now." Before Emeline could react, Grace drew back. She smiled brightly at those still seated. Her voice was liquid sunlight, with no hint of any secrets, as she held her hand out to Emeline and said, "Care to dance?" 15. Emeline bit back a multitude of questions and took Grace's hand, leaving the table behind. Grace's fingers tightened as she led them closer to the dancing. "Stay away from Nettle," she said sternly. "She's a cat who likes to play with her prey before she kills it. She didn't give you anything back there, did she? Like wine or whiskey? No. Why?" The air was much warmer here, and the music beat loud, drowning out their voices. Grace slowed, leaning in closer so Emeline could hear her. "It's Nettle's favorite game. She enchants her friends by spiking their drinks with spells. Last month she threw a party, and everyone who attended fell in love with their worst enemy for a day." "What?" Emeline's eyes widened. "She does that to her friends?" They entered the crowd of clapping, stomping dancers. Many of the faces around them were like Nettle's, features too askew to be precisely human, eyes too big or too small for the faces they were set in, smiles full of serrated teeth, hair hiding tufted ears. Grace didn't stop walking, just dodged and sidestepped the shiftling dancers moving through the circle and out the other side, taking Emeline with her as she strode towards the exit. The hedgemen, in their hammered bronze armor and helmets shaped like seed pods, stared straight ahead as Emeline and Grace walked between them and out into the hall. When they were free of the ballroom, Grace let go of Emeline's hand and kept walking. "You're his new minstrel, aren't you? Are you all right?" "Am I all right?" Emeline spluttered. "What about you? What are you doing here?" Grace shook her head, sending her black curls bouncing. "I'll explain later. There are more important things you should know." She turned sharply at a stone staircase, her feet hurrying down the steps. "This way." When they hit bottom, darkness seeped in and the temperature dropped. Emeline shivered and rubbed her arms, trying to stave off the chill. Up ahead, a large wooden door was illuminated by two brightly burning torches set into sconces on the wall. Lifting one of them, Grace pulled on the door's iron ring, then stepped through the opening. Emeline followed her. It was black as pitch within. Their footsteps hushed against the stone floor, which was carved up into slabs, smooth with age and imprinted with words. In the flickering light of Grace's torch, Emeline caught names, dates, inscriptions. "Tombs," she thought. "We're in a crypt." Emeline glanced around, slowing as the realization sank in. In the darkness, she could almost make out the shapes of statues carved from marble, and doorways leading into alcoves, holding the dead within. Grace was several yards ahead now, standing before a white wall, the torch held high over her head. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline hurried to catch up, not wanting to be left in the dark. Why are we? The question died on her lips as she drew nearer to the wall Grace stood staring at. It only looked white, she realized, because of the rows and rows of human skulls. Hundreds of skulls. Teeth bared, sockets gaping. So many they filled the wall from floor to ceiling, end to end. They're the king singers as well as their instructors. An icy chill seeped into Emeline. "It's why I had to reach out to another court," Hawthorne had told her. "Calliope has agreed to be your instructor at great risk to herself." This was way worse than she thought. Do any survive? Grace shook her head. Between them and the wall was a marble podium that rose to the height of their chests. Upon it, a crimson velvet pouch sat untied and open. Nestled inside its red folds was one more skull. Emeline stepped towards it, touching the words on the bronze plaque. "The Song Mage," she read. "What's left of him," said Grace. "They say the witch who killed him delivered his head to the king in that pouch." Remembering what Hawthorne said about this same witch who'd given Claw the Song Mage's music to guard, Emeline wrinkled her nose at the thought of it. Blood dripping through the fabric, leaving a smear of red across the palace's polished floors. She must have really hated him. Apparently, she loved him. But he didn't love her back. Grace turned away from the wall of death. So she killed him? Emeline's eyebrows lifted in astonishment. Seems reasonable. The corner of Grace's mouth tipped upwards. But she quickly sobered, looking back to the skull. Emeline looked too, studying the remains of the king's beloved singer. The small teeth, the yellowed bone, the shadowy gaps. "What was so special about you?" she asked it. "He was originally from our world," Grace said. "A human singer renowned for his captivating voice. But then he came here, to the king's city, and didn't want to leave. So he traded his voice in exchange for a place in the court." Emeline cocked her head in confusion. How could he sing with no voice? Grace shook her head. His voice beyond the woods. He could speak and sing here, but the moment he stepped back into our world, he fell mute. Emeline reached for her throat. To not be able to sing. It would have ended his career. Grace nodded. Beyond the woods, yes. But here, in this world, there's magic in sacrifice. His gave him power, a lot of power. It transformed him from court minstrel to song mage, a man who used his magical voice for the betterment of the woods. The Wood King's reign was prosperous when the song mage was the court minstrel. It was a golden age, or so people say. And now that golden age is over, said Emeline, because the song mage is dead. And the woods are cursed, added Grace, which is why you can't stay. Emeline remembered Claw's last words to Hawthorne. You will not live long, tithe collector. I've seen it. My mistress's curse will swallow the king's city and everything in it. Hawthorne says the curse is poisoning the woods. Turning away from the skulls, Grace nodded as she led Emeline back through the crypt. The curse has 3 parts, she explained. The first is the stain. It's rotting the woods from the inside out, gaining more ground every day, spreading its poison closer to the king's city. With the stain comes the shadow skins. Every week there's another attack in the woods, and more are crossing the tree line, wreaking havoc on Edgewood and the other borderlands. Feeding on people's fears before feasting on their flesh. But worst of all, the curse turns everything back to its true form. Emeline jerked her eyes to Grace's face, illuminated by the flame of the torch. What does that mean, and why is it the worst? Grace nodded, as if she too had once needed to have it explained to her. A shiftling, for example, has 2 forms. Rook, nettle, sable. You know them as one thing, as human, or at least human-like. But that's not what they really are. Every day, the curse forces more and more of them into their true forms permanently, preventing them from ever turning back. Every month, the city grows emptier as the curse gets stronger. When they arrived at the door they'd come in through, Grace turned to Emeline. This is why you can't be the king's minstrel. Grace's eyes were bright, almost feverish in the light of the orange flame. The curse grows more powerful every day. You need to escape this place before it devours us. You're in too much danger here. Emeline's brows lifted. And you're not? That small frown appeared on Grace's forehead. Whatever she was about to say was cut off by the crypt door swinging open. They both jumped back, hearts hammering. On the other side stood Sable, her eyes luminous in the dim light. There you are. Her lean shoulders sagged with relief at the sight of Grace. I've been looking. At the sight of Emeline, though, Sable stiffened and stepped back. Emeline, said Grace, this is Sable. Sable, Emeline. Emeline nodded. We've met. Grace glanced to Sable, her eyes darkening with confusion. Her mouth hardened into a line as a bright emotion flickered across her face. You've met? Sable's lips parted. as if to speak, but Grace cut her off, speaking once more to Emeline. "Listen." She handed her torch to Sable, then held the door open for Emeline to pass through. "There's a pub in the city called the Acorn. Sable and I and a few others go every Friday night." As Sable replaced the torch in its sconce, Grace and Emeline started up the steps. "Meet me there at sunset on Friday, okay? We can make a plan." "Sure," said Emeline, despite the fact that she was going nowhere until her grandfather was safely out of the Wood King's clutches. "We'll find a way to get you home." At the top of the stairs, Grace paused, waiting for the golden-eyed shiftling trudging up the steps behind them. "Ready?" Sable nodded. To Emeline, Grace said, "See you Friday. Try to stay alive until then, okay?" The two girls walked away, in the opposite direction of the ballroom, their hushed argument echoing back to Emeline. Grace's raised voice, followed by Sable's curt answers. "You didn't think I'd want to know? I only found out last night. And you couldn't have found the time to tell me between then and now?" When they turned a corner, the hall fell silent. 16. The next morning, Emmeline's attendants brought her to a domed room for her first singing lesson. The bowed walls were made of glass, giving her a bird's-eye view of the city below. Cobbled streets glided snake-like beneath terracotta rooftops all the way to the city wall. Beyond it, the tops of the autumn-touched trees spilled outwards as the woods stretched as far as she could see. Emeline looked north, in the direction of Edgewood, but there was no sign of her world. Suddenly, someone cleared their throat behind her. Emeline stiffened, turning towards the sound. Hawthorne stood in the center of the domed room, bathed in sunlight. He wore a navy-blue knit sweater, and his hands were clasped behind his back. The usual thunder darkened his brow. She crossed her arms at the sight of him, still angry that he'd refused to take a message to Joel. "I've just been informed that the king wants a demonstration at midnight tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Emmeline's arms fell to her sides. "But we haven't even started." Hawthorne nodded. "There's no time to lose." He turned to the delicate sapling growing in the center of the room. The tiny tree was shaped like a music stand. On its leafy branches rested a stack of vellum, the song mage's sheet music. Elegantly inked bars and black notes scrolled across the milky surface, with lyrics written underneath. "If you can learn 3 or 4 songs before tomorrow, it should suffice. All he wants is proof of your talent and your obedience." Swallowing her disappointment, Emeline nodded. "Then let's begin." They spent all morning in that domed room, with the sunlight flooding the crystal windows and the woods spilling out in all directions beyond the walls. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Emeline found herself pleasantly surprised by Hawthorne's enchanting baritone. He was a little rusty. Clearly he hadn't sung in quite some time, but the rawness of his voice only made it more endearing. She had never been here before, with Hawthorne in the Wood King's palace, singing a dead man's songs. Yet the moment he started singing, a dizzying sense of déjà vu struck Emeline. A memory prodded at her mind while he sang, but when she tried to reach for it, it eluded her. Soon they fell into a comfortable rhythm. Once Hawthorne taught her the notes and breaths, Emeline joined her voice to his, matching him note for note, breath for breath, memorizing the patterns and fluctuations. Hawthorne sang verses. Emeline echoed them back. When she had trouble with a progression, he made her repeat it mercilessly until she got it right. When she got it right, he immediately moved on to the next part, never giving an inch. He set the standard high, and Emeline met it. "See," she thought, "you're wrong about me. I'm not some fool in over my head. This is what I'm good at." If she softened beneath the pressure he exerted, if she melted under the heat of his demands, it was only because her life and Pa depended on her learning these songs and pleasing the king. It had nothing to do with the admiration burning in Hawthorne's eyes, nor the smile he hid when she hit a note exactly right. nor the way he glanced sharply away when she looked up to find him staring. Pitchers of water appeared at Hawthorne's request to keep her hydrated. Midday came and went. There were 11 songs in all. She wanted to learn 3 today if she could. When the late afternoon sun shone through the glass, raising the room's temperature from warm to too warm, Hawthorne reached for the hem of his sweater and started tugging it off. "We should stop soon. I don't want to overextend you." As he pulled up the sweater, the shirt underneath came with it, giving Emeline a glimpse of toned abdomen. She looked away quickly, feeling suddenly too warm herself. He wrenched the shirt down, then finished wrestling the sweater over his head. "I sing for a living." Emeline put her hands on her hips, staring intently at the floor. "I know my limits. I need to keep going." As if to contradict her, Emeline's stomach grumbled loudly. Hawthorne arched a brow, his hair gently mussed. He ran his fingers through it, smoothing it down. "It sounds like what you need is something to eat." She opened her mouth to say she was fine, except she couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. "I can make us dinner while you continue practicing." He stretched his neck, then rolled his shoulders, wincing a little as he did, clearly stiff from standing all day, or possibly from the damage Claw had done the day before. Wiping the back of his hand against his gleaming brow, he looked to the glass walls around them. "Besides, I could use a change of scenery. My house isn't far from here." With his blue knit sweater thrown over his arm, he collected the sheet music from the stand and turned to leave the domed room. Unsure if she understood, Emeline called after him, "Is that a dinner invitation?" Without stopping, he said over his shoulder, "If you want it to be." Emeline's pulse quickened. He was a fiend in the Wood King's employ. She shouldn't be having dinner with him, not alone. But Emeline had learned only 2 of the Song Mage's 11 songs today. If her demonstration was tomorrow at midnight, she should try learning at least 1 more before the night was out. She could then spend tomorrow perfecting all 3. Hawthorne was the only one who could help her do this. Her stomach rumbled again, snapping her out of her thoughts. You can't survive on songs alone. You also need to eat. "Coming?" Hawthorne called from the doorway. Summoning her courage, Emeline followed the tithe collector out of the room. It was only as she left the glass dome that she realized the woods hadn't come for her while she sang. No horde of insects swarmed. The sheet music hadn't molded over. The woods had been absent the entire time. Odd. Perhaps it was because they'd gotten their wish, Emeline trapped within their borders. But if that was true, why did they want her here so badly? Emeline turned a question over in her mind, but found no answer. Shaking off the ominous feeling threading through her, she hurried to catch up with Hawthorne. From the palace grounds, Hawthorne led her down a dirt path through a quiet wood leading away from the city center. The path took them to a small stone bridge over a gurgling creek, and by the time they reached it, the sun had almost set, and the trees had grown dark beneath their canopies. Hawthorne's house stood on the other side of the bridge, green ivy creeping up the dusty stone and swerving around the window shutters. His yard was bordered by a dry stone wall speckled with moss. Hawthorne opened the door and stepped through first, moving into the darkness. Emeline stood frozen on the threshold, Claw's warning suddenly clanging through her like a gong. Beware of this one. A sudden realization that she was alone with him, far away from the eyes of the palace, turned her legs to jelly. She pressed her hand to the door jamb, steadying herself. A match flared nearby. "You look terrified," Hawthorne said as he lit the lamps. "I'm not going to murder you, I promise." "The promise of a liar," she said, forcing herself to step into the dark and shut the door behind her. How comforting! Candles and lamplight soon softened the darkness, allowing Emeline to see her surroundings. The pine floorboards beneath her feet were swept clean, and the house smelled of flour and yeast, as if someone had recently made bread. It didn't seem like the house of someone dangerous, but appearances could be deceiving. While Hawthorne started a fire in the hearth, Emeline scanned the room, looking for clues. Anything that might give her insight into the king's tithe collector, his motives and secrets. A worn harvest table stood wedged between two benches near the window. On its surface, a lamp burned low, illuminating the book there. It had a crimson cover and a cracked, slender spine. She wandered over to it. 20 Love Poems and a Song of Despair, the title read, by Pablo Neruda. Why would Hawthorne be reading a book from her world? He lit several lamps scattered around the room, and in the golden glow of their flames, Emeline saw the shelves were crammed full of books. Hundreds of books, sorted alphabetically by author. Drawn to them, Emeline lifted her fingers, reading the worn spines. Her fingertips swept across the works of Rumi, Christina Rossetti, and W.H. Auden. She found Antigone and the Iliad, Meditations and War and Peace, East of Eden and If Beale Street Could Talk. On one shelf was an entire row of books with blank, smudged spines. Sketchbooks? It made her think of the graphite shed seen on his fingers yesterday. She turned to look at Hawthorne, who crouched before the hearth, blowing into the flames, trying to make them catch. His gray wool shirt stretched tight across his back, revealing the wings of his shoulder blades beneath. He seemed so human here in his house. On either side of him, 2 moss-green armchairs faced each other, with more books stacked on the tables beside them. Above, a vivid painting hung over the fireplace. Inside its frame, a woman was transforming into a tree. The lower half of her body was bark and roots plunging into soil, while her waist and chest arched upwards and her outstretched hands reached for the sky. The nymph's dark hair was a knotted mass of branches around her head, sprouting bright green leaves. It was the myth of Daphne, the nymph who begged the river god to save her from Apollo and was turned into a laurel tree. "It must be a terrible thing to lose," Hawthorne said, making her jump. He looked up from where he crouched near the fire, to the woman. His left forearm was streaked with black ash. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. What's a terrible thing to lose? Hawthorne's eyes glittered as he studied the nymph. Your humanity. But it was her choice, said Emeline, feeling defensive of Daphne. If the river god hadn't turned her into a laurel, she would have fallen prey to Apollo. She asked to be saved. Firelight flickered over Hawthorne's face as his gray-eyed gaze caught hers and held it. Saved, he murmured, considering this. Is that really what the river god did? As a tree, her life is forfeit. She'll never be human again. She'll never laugh or sing, ponder or love again. Don't you think she would have preferred the river god defeat Apollo, or at the very least warn him away, instead of taking something so precious from her? Emeline stared at him, wordless. His attention was intent on her, as if willing her to hear something he wasn't saying, as if he was no longer talking about Daphne, but something or someone else. Her skin prickled as she tore her gaze away from him. At least she's safe. As a tree, nothing can hurt her. Hawthorne said nothing. In the kitchen, Emeline shook off their strange conversation and insisted on doing her part. A plan was forming in her mind. Here, in his home, Hawthorne seemed softer, more at ease. If she too lowered her defenses, if she proved herself friendly and helpful, she could try asking again about the message to Joel. She could explain why her career depended on it. Maybe he'd be more understanding this time. Hawthorne passed her a wooden cutting board and 2 white onions for chopping. She sliced herself almost immediately. Damn it! Bright red blood seeped up from the cut on her index finger. Hawthorne glanced up from where he stood roasting tomatoes on the wood stove. I should have warned you. He came towards her. Sable's blades can sever fingers in one stroke. Let me see. Emeline contemplated the knife gleaming on the wooden countertop. It was a beautiful blade, with a razor-thin edge and an elegant rose pattern carved into the ebony handle. Sable made that. She remembered the way Sable rose to Hawthorne's defense at dinner last night. They must be friends. Hawthorne arrived at her side just as Emeline hooked the tip of her finger into her mouth, sucking gently to stop the blood flow. The taste of salt bloomed on her tongue. Hawthorne fell instantly quiet. "She's the king's bladesmith," he murmured, watching her. When she withdrew her finger, Hawthorne reached for her wrist and drew her hand closer to examine the cut. "Let me bandage this." It was only a thin red line now, so Emeline shook her head. "It's fine." Letting go, Hawthorne stepped back and put the contaminated knife in the sink. After reaching for a new one, he quickly and efficiently chopped her onions. "Why don't you do what you're good at?" He nodded to the sheet music resting on the countertop. "And leave the chopping to me." He scraped the onions into the pot, then reached for a cord of purplish-white garlic bulbs hanging down from the window over the sink. She crossed her arms. "You don't think I can do this?" "Do what?" He broke off a flaky bulb, peeled 4 cloves, then started to crush and mince them. "This? Cook?" He paused his chopping and raised an eyebrow. "Can you?" The last thing she'd cooked herself in Montreal was a package of instant noodles. She glanced away, reaching for the stack of music. "I'm not great at it, no." "Well, I happen to be good at it, so relax." He nodded to the windowsill above the sink, where a mason jar perched. Another object from her world. Curious. "Have some of Rook's moonshine, if it will help. Then sing through those 2 songs. By the time you finish, this soup will be simmering, and I can assist with the next one." Emeline hoisted herself onto the pale wooden countertop and reached for the jar of moonshine. Twisting the lid off, she brought it to her nose, sniffed, then raised it to her lips. As Hawthorne scraped the garlic in with the onions, she took a sip. The liquid burned like a wood fire on its way down, all smoke and heat, the warmth of it flooding her. "Oh," she murmured, surprised by its strength. As the smell of cooking onions flooded the kitchen, she took a fuller sip, leaned her shoulders against the cupboards, then did as Hawthorne suggested. With the song mage's music on her lap, she sang through the songs she'd learned. Both were ballads about a woman marked by the moon. In them, the song mage praised his muse, describing her midnight hair, her rosebud mouth, her rocky spine. They were odes to her unparalleled beauty. "He's a little obsessed," said Emeline when she finished singing. "Even her teeth enchant him." She browsed through the next ballad, also about his moon-marked woman. And she must have had some pretty sexy ankles, because there's an entire verse devoted to them in the next song. The corner of Hawthorne's mouth turned up. Maybe ankles were his weakness. Emeline glanced up at the young man cooking her dinner. He was like the forest, she thought, quiet and steadfast in the way he held himself, with secrets hidden beneath. "What's your weakness?" she wondered. Emeline cleared her throat, trying to ignore the heat creeping across her cheeks. She took another sip of Rook's moonshine. "Everything about her appears to be his weakness. It seems too good to be." Hawthorne, absorbed in his work, said nothing. As the alcohol hit her bloodstream, Emeline grew warmer, brighter. Watching Hawthorne cook, it struck her again how human he seemed. Thinking of his concern over Daphne's lost humanity, she glanced to his shadow. It didn't twist like Rook's and Sable's. It didn't hint at any other form. She decided to brave a question, to test the waters before she asked about Joel. "Hawthorne?" "What are you?" Hawthorne, who was in the middle of turning the roasted tomatoes over with a wooden spoon, froze. "I'm sorry?" She thought of the books on his shelves. "You live here, in the Wood King's court, but you aren't a shiftling." She nodded towards his normal-shaped shadow stretching across the floorboards. He lowered the spoon. "I'm human," he said, "like you." "Then how did you become the king's tithe collector?" Quietly, he studied her. His walls were going up, those gray eyes turning cold and wary. Before he could withdraw completely, Emeline took another sip of moonshine to give her courage, and slid down from the counter. She walked over to the stove and pressed the jar into his hand. "I saved you from a dragon yesterday, Hawthorne Fell. You could at least answer my question." His gaze trailed over her, leaving her skin warm in its wake. Taking the moonshine, he brought it to his lips and tipped it back, taking a long swallow. Returning the jar to her hand, he wiped his mouth on his wrist. "I'm no one. Trust me." "But I don't trust you." He'd been keeping secrets from the start. Hawthorne turned back to the tomatoes, which were starting to blacken. "I'm almost done here," he said, as if the topic was closed. "And then we can work on the next song." Letting him evade her for now, Emeline lifted herself back onto the counter, considering him as he added the tomatoes and some fresh basil and salt to the pot. "Here," he said after a long while. Dipping the spoon into the soup, he cupped his hand beneath it as he walked over to where she sat on the counter. He blew on it softly, cooling it for her as he stepped between her knees. At his closeness, all of Emeline's senses came alert. He was pressed against the counter, his hips wedged between her legs. If she scooted forward a few inches, her body would be flush with his. Her heart kicked. He lifted the spoon to her mouth. "Tell me if you like it." She opened for him. He put the roasted tomato soup on her tongue, watching her lips close over the spoon. It was good. His soup tasted like comfort and warmth, like being bundled up in blankets next to a blazing fire on cold winter days, watching the snow fall outside. She looked up to find Hawthorne staring at her mouth. Like soup was the last thing on his mind. Heat sparked between them. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. The moonshine hummed in Emeline's blood. It made the room beyond them soften, putting him alone into sharp focus. She drank too much, too quickly, on too empty a stomach, and now her blood was turning to fire. It made her reckless. "Let's play a game," she whispered. Hawthorne's mouth curved. Setting down the spoon, he braced his hands on the edge of the countertop, gripping it on either side of her. "What did you have in mind?" She tipped her head back against the cupboard, gazing up at him. "I ask a question, and if you refuse to answer, you take a swallow." She pointed to the mason jar. "Then we switch." He considered her for a moment, as if sensing the folly of such a game. But he didn't step away, only leaned in closer, his gaze hungry. "All right, you start." "He betrays you in the end," Claw's voice hissed in her mind. Emeline didn't know how to reconcile that young man, the one she first met in the woods, the one Claw warned her against, with this one. Someone who liked to read and kept his house cozy and made his guests soup from scratch. It was as if the rope he'd secured her with at the Eyrie was still looped around her waist, and he was tugging on it, pulling her towards him. Maybe Claw's wrong, but even if he was wrong, Hawthorne still took Pa and lied about it, which was, indirectly, the reason she was stuck here. And if she couldn't get a message to Joel, Hawthorne would be, indirectly, the reason her music career crashed and burned. "Why won't you deliver my message?" she asked as he frowned. "I don't think you understand." "I understand perfectly." Where a moment ago he'd been loose, almost liquid in his movements, his limbs had gone taut and stiff. But he didn't pull away from her. "And I already gave you my answer." She reached for his sweater, which he'd pulled back on during the cold walk here from the palace, and bunched it gently in her hand. The knit wool scratched her skin. "I was hoping you'd reconsider." Their faces were inches apart. His gaze swept down her, and a startling heat flared in his eyes. Her body responded with an echoing warmth, rushing from her cheeks to her toes. "Perhaps you're the one who should reconsider," he murmured, wrapping calloused fingers around her wrist. "If you're this desperate, deliver the message yourself. Return to him." He issued it like a challenge. She narrowed her eyes. "You know I can't leave, not without Pa." "Then this discussion is over." His expression shuddered as he abruptly let go of her wrist and stepped back, out of reach. She bristled, glaring after him. Another deeper question surged up inside her. Why did you do it? The room was starting to spin a little from the moonshine. "Do what?" "Why did you take my grandfather?" Hawthorne went stiller than stone. She watched those walls go up. High, high. "You're the tithe collector," Emeline pressed, scooting to the edge of the counter. "Whatever Pa tithed to the Wood King, you could have decided it was enough. Or you could have taken something else. You didn't have to take him." He shook his head, taking another step back. "Let's not do this." She pushed herself down. "I need you to explain. You could have taken pity on him. He's just a harmless old man who's forgetting everything." She was walking him backwards towards the kitchen wall. "Why would you steal him from the safety of his own bed and lie to me about it?" A muscle in his jaw twitched. "Tell me." He halted, holding his ground. "It wasn't his own bed." She stopped a few inches away from him. "What?" "It was a bed he'd been forced to sleep in." He looked away. "He didn't belong there. He belongs in his house, on his farm, close to the people who love him, not trapped behind locked doors, waiting for someone who isn't coming to rescue him. So yes, I took him. I took him because he begged me to." The words were like ice water dumped over her head. "What? Emeline Lark tithed himself to the king?" Emeline stared at him, wordless, her body growing hot, then cold. "You're lying." "Am I?" he whispered, refusing to look at her. "That man loves you more than his own life." Emeline's eyes burned. "And you put him in that place to forget him? Stop it. You should have seen the way he paced those halls, looking for you. The way he stood at the windows, watching for you. The way he sat near the phone for hours on end. But you never even called." A hot coal simmered within her. She wanted to shove him. She wanted to sink to the floor and cry. "Why call him when he doesn't even know who I am?" she shouted. "He doesn't remember me. Last night, when I accidentally woke him up, he was terrified. Of me, his own granddaughter." Her hands balled into trembling fists. "He thought I was a stranger coming to hurt him." The tension in the room snapped like a too-tight guitar string. Hawthorne stepped back as hot tears tracked down Emeline's cheeks. She spun away, walking out of the kitchen, palming her face in swift strokes. "Pa asked me to put him in that care home," she whispered. "It was his decision." It was true and not true. Pa had asked for her sake. He wanted his granddaughter to be free of the burden of him. Emeline? She couldn't stay here, in his house, knowing that Hawthorne thought her a selfish, cold-hearted girl. And wasn't she exactly that? Wasn't that why she felt so guilty? "Emeline, wait." Moving for the door, she said, "I'll let myself out." Slamming it behind her, she escaped into the night. 17. The next morning, as she awaited her lesson beneath the crystal dome, Emeline paced the room, her nerves flickering. She hadn't slept at all last night. She kept going over their argument in her mind. She'd drank too much, gotten too bold. She never should have pressed him. Her face heated as she remembered the words he'd thrown in her face. "I took him because he begged me to." The shame of it scorched her. Pa forced to tithe himself because she'd abandoned him in that place? because being imprisoned in the Wood King's palace was better than being alone. Sorrow welled like a rising tide. Emeline stopped pacing to press her hands to her face. Her phone buzzed, jolting her back to the present. She pulled it swiftly out, thinking maybe, miraculously, a text had come in, that she had stepped into some kind of magical hotspot and Joel was worried to death and wanting to know where she was. When she glanced at the cracked screen, her heart sank. It was only an automatic notification from Elegy, her music app. She glanced to the upper corner of the screen. There were still no bars, no way to contact Joel, and her battery was almost completely dead. At the sight of the background image, Emeline gripped the screen hard, staring. An old photo of her and Ah stared back. He sat in the driver's seat of a tractor, and the trailer behind him was piled high with sun-bleached baskets of grapes, green and glistening. A 5-year-old Emeline sat on his lap, turning towards him. Her small, tanned hands were cupped to his ear, while Pa grinned at whatever secret she was telling him. Emeline swallowed down the lump in her throat. How can so much change in so little time? Marring the image was the notification from Elegy. It read, "Chloe DeMarche uploaded a new file to shared folder 3 days ago." She'd ignored the notification when it first came in, but since she was trapped here, waiting for her lesson to start, Emeline opened the app, which made its files accessible offline, and started to scroll. All of the music files were written by Chloe, her songwriter. Instead of opening Chloe's new file, though, Emeline scrolled all the way to the bottom of the list, stopping at a familiar password-protected folder. The folder was full of her old songs, many she'd written as young as 14, before she'd ever driven away to the city with a dream in her heart and a tune in her throat and the stubborn belief that she could find success playing her own music. The songs in that folder were less polished than her current sound, if she could even call it her sound. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. A few months after moving to Montreal, when she was feeling the weight of her choice, struggling to pay her bills and 2 months late on rent, her manager convinced her to use a writer, someone with the commercial ear who could write more marketable songs. Emeline was reluctant. She wanted to sing her own songs, ones that meant something. But her bills were piling up. She'd nearly maxed out her credit card simply by keeping her car insured and putting gas in the tank. Emeline didn't know how much longer she could keep herself afloat. She finally understood how young and unprepared she was. So she caved. Her sound changed overnight. She started getting more gigs and exposure. People liked her new music. She signed with a small label and put out a professional album. Suddenly, Emeline could keep her bills paid. Suddenly, she was on an upwards curve instead of a downward spiral. Suddenly, she could breathe. Back then, Emeline had recorded rough tracks of all her old songs, uploaded them into the folder, and locked it, hoping that maybe, one day in the future, she would come back to those and sing them again. Ironically, in the time since she'd locked them away, she'd forgotten the folder's password. Probably her subconscious telling her to let go and move on. But sometimes, if she had time to kill before a gig and needed to calm her nerves, Emeline would open up Elegy, scroll to the bottom, and try guessing the password until it was time to go on stage. Nothing she thought up ever worked. She couldn't even remember why she'd titled the folder "Forgetting is So Long." Emeline tapped on the locked folder. A notification popped up. You haven't accessed "Forgetting is 546 days. Do you want to delete?" She hit no. This folder is password protected. Enter the password now. Emeline's fingers hovered over her screen. In the end, she didn't guess it. Just canceled and returned to Chloe's new song. Hawthorne hadn't arrived yet. She might as well listen to the file. She had a tour soon, one she fully intended to go on, The Wood King Be Damned, and she needed a few more songs to add to her set list. This song could be just what she needed. Before her phone's battery croaked, Emeline found the new audio file and tapped play. Chloe's raw, smoky voice came through the phone's speaker as she crooned long and low about an unrequited love. It was classic Chloe, contemporary pop with a dash of country drawl. It wasn't Emeline's style, but she understood why people liked it. Emeline smiled as she listened once, twice, 3 times, then started making edits in her head. Soon, she was singing along, tweaking the song as she watched the sun rise over the king's city below. As she sang, her gaze wandered over the shining white walls of the palace beyond the dome. She thought of the Wood King sitting on his white throne, of candlelit halls and attendants fluttering like moths, of Claw's silver snout emerging from the shadows, and Rook falling to his knees before Bog, and that creepy wall of skulls in the crypt. It was habitual. Whenever she sang a song for the first time, she sealed a memory inside the melody, like a gift she was packaging for her future self. She'd been doing it for as long as she could remember. From now on, whenever she sang this song, she would come back to this moment, looking out over the king's city. She would remember the things that happened here. If she survived, that is. When she'd fashioned Chloe's song into a shape she liked, Emeline sang it back one more time, without Chloe's original cut, hitting record, then uploaded the file to her set list folder. "Did you write that?" said a voice from behind her. Emeline spun. Hawthorne stood in the doorway, leaning against the jamb, arms crossed firmly over his chest. Her inside sparked at the immediate tension in the room. She felt exposed beneath his piercing gaze. Tucking her phone into the breast pocket of her rose sweater, she forced the tone of her voice to match his, cool and uncaring. "I didn't realize I had an audience." He remained in the doorframe. "That song isn't you." What?" Emeline stared at him. "I'm sorry?" Pushing away from the jam, he stepped slowly into the room. "Is everything you sing like that?" She crossed her arms over her chest, temper simmering. "Like what? Dull and shallow?" The words stung. No, this was perfect. The Wood King's henchman was back to his callous, surly self. That suited Emeline just fine. She didn't need his friendship. She only needed his help learning the song mage's music. He took another step, coming farther into the room. "Like I said, not very you." Emeline's fingers dug into the sleeves of her sweater. "You don't know a thing about me." He didn't answer, only looked beyond her, to the city below, his jaw clenching. "Should we begin? Your demonstration is tonight." He didn't get to do that. Didn't get to provoke her, then move on as if he'd done nothing wrong. But their squabbling was cutting into her lesson, and her demonstration was tonight. They needed to get down to work. Emeline tamped down on her anger, picked out the next song from the song mage's stack of music, and handed it to him. Keeping the growl out of her voice, she said, "Start with this one." All through the lesson, the tension between them remained. Emeline's emotions bubbled, threatening to spill over. Anger, shame, and something else. Some fragile, shimmering thing she needed to keep contained. Hawthorne, too, was off his game. Now that she was looking, there were dark smudges beneath his eyes, and his maple-dark hair was wild as a raven's ruffled feathers, as if from running his hands through it. Maybe she wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep last night. Yesterday's lesson, he'd been a model of restraint, controlled and in charge, leading her through the first 2 songs. Today, there was a fault line running through him. But they forged ahead, untangling the difficult knots of the next 2 songs together. When Emeline found the heart of each one, when she carried the notes just right, she looked, despite herself, for that slight nod of approval, that tiny hint of a smile that told her he was impressed. Instead, she found him coming undone, hands clenched, eyes thirsty, as if he wanted to drink in the sound of her voice, as if he wanted to drink her down to the dregs. When their gazes met, he tore his away, face shuddering closed, entombing himself within a wall of stone, as if her voice did something to him that he didn't want it to do, and he was trying his best to ward himself against it, and failing. As if yesterday he'd been holding himself in check, reining something in. The idea of it, that she could get past his defenses, made something swell inside her. Part delicious challenge, part revenge for his refusing to deliver her message to Joel, Emeline yearned to smash down his walls just to prove she could. She longed to strip down his defenses and force her to face her head on. Again, he commanded when she got the notes wrong. Still pushing, still demanding her best. Emeline sang it again, then again. This time, when their voices aligned, Emeline's blood hummed like a tuning fork. She could feel herself on the cusp of something. Sensing it, Hawthorne hesitated. His voice wavered as he pulled back, about to close himself off. "Don't you dare!" She stared him down. "We aren't done." Emeline had an intense urge to force him to stay with her. Letting go of her temper, she reached for him with the melody, fixing him in place with her voice, needing to know what lay beyond those walls of his, wanting his secrets. "Face me." Her voice held her hostage. "Let down your walls before I break them." To her surprise, he didn't pull back. Instead, he rose to meet her. Their gazes locked. Their voices mingled and fused, growing into a crescendo. But as their voices became one, so did other things. A startling warmth flooded her, heady and strong. With it came feelings of happiness and pride. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. She isn't only learning this song, she's transforming it into something beautiful. Emeline faltered. It was his thoughts spilling into her, like a tipped cup of hot tea. Her voice knows its shape better than the notes on the page. She should have let go right then, should have broken off the song for his sake. But she didn't. Emeline dug deeper, to the thing buried beneath his thoughts. Something with bottomless, thirsty roots. Something one pruned and cut and tried to dig up, but never got all of. So it kept coming back, thirstier than ever, until it was a bitter, unquenchable yearning. An ache. Enough. Hawthorne wrenched himself out of her thrall. The sudden shock of it made the room spin. Emeline reached for the music stand, gripping it until her knuckles whitened, trying to steady herself. A heavy cloak of exhaustion fell over her, as if breaking down his defenses had taken more strength than she realized. Hawthorne stepped back, away from her. Emeline's gaze lifted to find his eyes wild and his breath coming fast. Spots of color appeared high on his dusky cheeks as he blushed the way magnolias bloomed, realizing what she had done. Her voice had stripped him down, peered straight through his skin to his core, stolen something he hadn't wanted to give her. Hawthorne. The room shrank around him, too small and cramped despite all the space. It was dark, she realized. The moon was high. How long have we been here? I think I've reached my limit today. His anguished voice tore at her like a jagged knife. You're ready, and it's nearly midnight. You have no further need of me. His face was unreadable. I wish you luck tonight, singer. Before she could stop him, Hawthorne turned. Wait! The desperate thud of his footsteps rang out through the dome as he moved past her. I'm sorry, she whispered, but he was already gone. 18. Before her demonstration, Emeline's attendants braided her dark hair into a crown, then wove garlands of silver stars through it. They rubbed rouge on her cheeks and lips, then dressed her in black, with more tiny stars clustered at the hems of her sleeves. As they worked, Emeline stared at the reflection in the smoky mirror, thinking of her voice tangled up with Hawthorne's, of the song binding him to her, of his thoughts spilling into her, followed by that hot ache of longing. She had done that, somehow. If she was being honest, there was something incredibly satisfying about it. Hawthorne had wielded power over her, first by lying and tricking her, then by refusing to send her message to Joel. Emeline had simply repaid him in kind by tearing down his walls. But there was something unnerving about it, too. She remembered the shadow skin reaching into her mind against her will, taking things it had no right to take, using those things against her. That thought frightened Emeline. Surely she would never go that far. Whatever she had done to Hawthorne, she could never do it again. Soon, 2 hedgemen came and delivered her to the grove where she'd first confronted the Wood King. The trees were just as tall, rising up towards the night sky, but their leaves had transformed from green to gold. The tall lampposts had been lit, and night bugs chirped in the shadows. Like in her first meeting with the king, courtiers gathered at the edges, this time seated at elegant tables awaiting her demonstration. Hawthorne wasn't among them, but Emeline sighted Pa and his attendant sitting at a table near the middle. Someone had recently washed and combed Pa's gray hair, and he looked handsome in a pressed shirt. She'd been avoiding her grandfather ever since scaring him the other day, but he seemed himself tonight, calm and content as he sat among the courtiers. When he caught sight of Emeline, she could tell from the look in his eyes that he was fighting to place her, watching her cross the grove like he knew she was important. He just couldn't remember why. Emeline smiled at him. "I love you," she thought. "I'm sorry for getting you into this mess." He smiled slowly back. If everything went as planned, Pa would go free soon. And I'll be stuck here, she thought, soberly, alone, until she found some way to escape, if that was even possible. And if it was, how long would it take? She thought of her tour, of the daybreak representatives, of Joel, wondering where she was. If Hawthorne weren't so stubborn, she thought, her anger rising, if he'd simply agreed to deliver one little message. But Hawthorne had no intention of helping her. If she wanted to save her career, Emeline would have to take matters into her own hands. Up ahead, the king rested on his frost-pale throne, bathed in starlight. He wore a robe of blooming white flowers, and Emeline watched in disbelief as the delicate petals unfurled while others shriveled, browned, and died away. 2 hedgemen flanked him, standing straight as birches. Gathering her courage, Emeline walked out into the center of the clearing. The breeze ruffled her hair and cooled her skin. "Good eve, singer." The Wood King's voice rushed through the clearing. She bowed her head to him. "Sire, before I begin, I have a favor to ask." Her voice rang through the clearing. The king watched her, his face unreadable. With a flick of his fingers, he motioned for her to go on. "I've been in your court for several days," she said. "No one knows I'm here. People will be thinking the worst by now." When the king didn't interrupt her, she took a step forward. "All I need is to send one message home to let them know I'm safe." She would send it to Joel, explaining things and asking him to please, please not cancel her tour, because she'd be back soon. But she left this part out. Silence fell over the grove. In the stillness, the flowers cloaking the king stopped blooming. Instead, the petals curled in on themselves, tightening into buds. "You may ask my tithe collector to send a message for you." Emeline's hands bunched the fabric of her dress. "I've asked him, sire, and he refused." "Then there's nothing more I can do. My tithe collector is the only member of my court able to pass beyond the borderlands. Please proceed with the demonstration." Emeline's blood sparked. "Can't you force him?" she wanted to say. "Aren't you king?" But it was written straight across his face. He didn't care. She'd been a fool to think he would. This was the creature who'd tormented Edgewood all her life. Emeline was nothing to him. She was utterly powerless here. Except for one thing. She lifted her chin as the Wood King waited on his pale throne. Her anger made her reckless, but so did her experience. Years as a musician had taught Emeline there was no reward without risk. "I fetched the song mage's music from claw feats no one else in your court has accomplished for you." She tried to keep the anger out of her voice. "I've been learning your beloved minstrel songs in order to please you, my king. Send a message for me, and I will happily sing them for you." The unspoken threat was clear. No message, no songs. The audience behind her murmured. The king's black eyes narrowed. Like a shadow moving slowly up a wall, he rose from his throne. "You think to bargain with me further, dustling?" The hair on her arms prickled. This was dangerous ground she was standing on, but Emeline held firm. Both Hawthorne and Grace had said the king longed for his song mage. Emeline was in possession of the man's music. She'd learned 4 of his 11 songs in only 2 days. That had to be worth more than the favor she was asking. The king prowled towards her. Dead, shriveled petals scattered across the earth in his wake. Standing before Emeline, the shadow of him cloaked her, cold as winter, and his gnarled fingers curled into lumpen fists like knots in a tree. "Sing," he commanded, lips pulling back from chipped woody teeth. Beneath the scent of him, all earth and moss, Emeline smelled decay. She held his dark gaze. "I will," she promised, "once a message is sent." His hands shot out. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Before she could move, those coarse fingers grabbed her throat and squeezed. The strength of him stunned her. Ice spread through Emeline's body as she gasped for air, but none filled her lungs. She grabbed his wrists, trying to dig her fingernails into his toughened flesh, trying to force him to let go. But his limbs were hard as tree trunks. She heard shouting, saw Pa rise from his chair, yelling her name, saw her grandfather stumble shakily through the courtiers, trying to get to her. But if he did, the king would hurt Pa too. What had Hawthorne said? The curse has twisted his mind. The king squeezed harder. Any more force and he would snap her neck. Her lungs burned, starved for air. Pain made stars pop before her eyes, which were tearing up. Her grandfather disappeared as the grove blurred. Only the king's white pupils stamped her vision now, their moon shapes thicker than before, as if they waxed and waned with the lunar cycle. She'd made a grave mistake. She dared to defy the Wood King, and she would pay the price, dying here while her grandfather watched, his terrified yells the last sounds she heard. She couldn't breathe, couldn't breathe, couldn't. From a world away, a smoky voice said, "Damage her vocal cords and shall be of no use to you, sire." "She already is of no use to me." "I must respectfully disagree, sire. Not only did she liberate the song mage's music from Claw, she sang the dragon to sleep. I think she will prove quite valuable if you let her live." The iron grip around Emeline's throat suddenly loosened. Cold air rushed into her lungs as she collapsed to her knees. The ground was solid and cold beneath her as she gasped, gulping down air while the world came back into focus. First, the Wood King above her. Then, the tall trees of the grove. And last, her grandfather's face as he ran towards her. When her gasps turned to coughs, Pa reached her, yelling at the king. His trembling arms came around her as he sank down beside her, pulling her into him. Emeline pressed her face into his shoulder, letting him hold her, silently cursing her own defiance. She now knew the limits of the Wood King's mercy. Only when her coughing subsided did she search for the owner of the voice. Sable Thorns stood between Emeline and the Wood King, barely restrained, eyes blazing with golden fire. The tight lines of Sable's body said she was prepared to draw steel if her king touched Emeline again. But why? Sable had barely even met her, and all but ignored her when they were around each other. At the presence of his bladesmith, the feral look in the king's eyes dispersed, like fog in warm sunlight. His robe of flowers began blooming once more as he rubbed his hand across his eyes as if waking from a dream. "Go now," said Sable to Emeline without taking her eyes off the king. "Get yourself and Ewan out of the grove." 19. Back in the safety of her rooms, Emeline took Pa out onto their shared terrace beneath the stars to soothe them both. The garden was aglow with fireflies and alive with the chatter of night birds, but the night was cold. After seating Pa in a chair, she tucked a thick blanket around him, then went to fetch one for herself. When she returned, stepping out through her door and onto the darkened terrace, Pa jumped. "Who's there?" Emeline hesitated, frozen between the door and her grandfather. "It's just me, Emeline." Her voice scratched like sandpaper. Startled, she reached protectively for her throat, rubbing it gently to assess the damage. She remembered the feel of the Wood King's hands, the painful squeeze, the terror of gasping for air to find there was none. "I need to get Pa away from this place." But even here, there were hedgemen stationed at the doors of their quarters as well as patrolling the garden, their gazes glued to Emeline. Even if she could get past them, even if she could get Pa past them, the palace gate was even more heavily guarded. "Emeline, yes." The night hid Pa's face from her. "Of course I know who you are." The admission shocked her. "You do?" she thought, lowering herself into the chair next to his. "I planted a tree for you, on the day you were born." He smiled at the memory. Her heart skipped a beat. What had happened to that tree? He asked, suddenly frowning. One day it was there, and the next it was gone. Emeline glanced away from him. "You cut it down after I left." "What's that?" He turned sharply towards her. His face was all shadows. "Why on earth would I cut it down?" Emeline shrugged. She'd believed it was because he forgot her, and with her, the reason he'd planted it. She'd loved that tree as a kid, climbing up into its boughs, telling it all her secrets, and singing it her songs. It had been like a good friend. "Listen, Ducky, I know I'm losing my mind," he spoke into the darkness. "I know, but I would never cut down your tree." There was something about the way he said it that made her look at him. He was strangely lucid, remembering her name and who she was, remembering her tree. "That tree was an offering," he said softly, as if to himself, "a gift to the Wood King. If I wanted the forest to keep you safe, I had to offer something in exchange." Emeline frowned. He'd never told her that before. But it made sense. The residents of Edgewood were superstitious people. It was no different from hanging boughs of hawthorn over their lintels to protect themselves from the hunt. Emeline and her grandfather fell into a companionable silence. It made her long for her guitar in order to imprint this moment into a song. The way his eyes recognized her, the way he spoke her name, warm and familiar. Like before. "Emeline," he said, breaking the silence. His blue eyes were earnest as they peered into hers. "I want you to do something for me. I want you to get out of this place." She nodded. "As soon as you're safe, I will. But I need to get you home first." He turned fully towards her, leaning across the arm of his chair. She studied the familiar lines of his face, the cowlick in his gray hair. My time is running out, ducky, but yours—" He looked down at his open hands. "I never wanted this." He shook his head. "It's my fault that you're here." She was about to argue when he reached across the space between them, taking her slender hands in his big ones. "I want you to leave me here and go home, Emeline. I want to live out what little time I have left, knowing you're happy and safe." He smiled a sad smile. "Will you do that for me?" Emeline swallowed the lump in her throat, then squeezed his hand. She couldn't leave him again. You should have seen the way he paced those halls, looking for you. A sudden knock echoed from inside her room, saving her from answering his question. "Emeline," a voice called out from the other side of her door. "This is it." She pulled her hands from Pa. "The king's guards are here to drag me away." "It's Sable." "Oh." Emeline pictured the golden-eyed girl stepping between her and the king, like a shield, putting herself at risk by challenging him. Why? Walking back through her rooms, Emeline swung the door open. Sable leaned against the adjacent wall, her head tipped back to the ceiling, her body radiating tension. When the door opened, she snapped to attention. Like a cornered wolf, she seemed suddenly wary, until her gaze fell on Emeline's bruised throat. The wariness fell away. Frowning, Sable pushed away from the wall. "Hawthorne never should have denied you." In one hand was a rolled piece of parchment, in the other a black fountain pen. "Here." She held them out to Emeline. "Write your letter." Emeline stared as the words sank in. "Is this a trick?" Sable shook her head. "No trick. Hawthorne will deliver it tonight. I've ensured it." A feather-light feeling whooshed through Emeline. Maybe she could save her career after all. Taking the parchment and pen, she ran to the desk near the windows, pulled out the chair, and sat on its green velvet cushion. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. Drawing in close, she pressed the parchment flat against the dark wood and wrote quickly. She kept things vague, telling Joel she was safe, that she'd found her grandfather, and that she needed to take care of some things. She told him she'd be back before her tour, and to please tell his dad not to do anything other than cancel her gigs before then. Emeline blew on the ink, then folded the parchment once it was dry. Rising, she returned to Sable and handed it over. "Rook has persuaded the king to give you another chance," said Sable. "But there's one condition. He wants you to perform all 11 of the mage's songs." 11 songs? She only knew 4 right now. "How much time do I have?" "Your final demonstration will be at midnight in 3 days." 7 songs in 3 days! Her heart plummeted into her stomach. But if it would make up for her disobedience tonight, if it would set Pa free, Emeline would do it. She had to. If the Wood King was willing to give her a second chance, Emeline wouldn't screw it up. She would learn the rest of the Song Mage's music, prove herself to the king, and save her grandfather. And then she would escape. Before turning to leave, Sable paused in the doorway. "My advice? Don't defy him again." The next morning, Emeline's fingers trailed the cool stone walls of the palace, her breath bunched tight in her chest as she walked to the crystal dome. She'd been practicing what to say when she saw Hawthorne. He would have delivered her letter to Joel by now, so it seemed only fair that she apologized for what happened in yesterday's lesson. "We started off on the wrong foot," she would tell him. "Let's start over." But when she stepped into the sparkling sunlight of the domed room, it wasn't Hawthorne who awaited her. It was a small woman with bark-brown hair shorn close to her face. Emeline Lark? The woman's ochre eyes folded into half-moons. Emily nodded, scanning the room. There was no sign of the tithe collector. "I'm Calliope." The woman clasped her small hands in front of her. "Your singing instructor." Oh, Emeline stopped scanning. This was the woman Hawthorne had been temporarily filling in for, the one who'd been waylaid by shadow skins on her way to the city. Emeline forced a smile as she stared at the spot near the music stand where Hawthorne had stood these past 2 days. Feet planted firmly, arms tightly crossed, watching her sing. "It's nice to meet you." This was good, she told herself. What had she been thinking, anyway? That she and Hawthorne could be friends? The idea seemed absurd to her now. All they ever did was argue. No, the more distance she had from the tithe collector, the better. Shall we begin? 20, Calliope was an altogether different sort of teacher. Where Hawthorne stopped Emeline mid-song, making her repeat the trouble spot until she smoothed out the snags, Calliope waited until she finished, then pointed out her weaknesses, offering suggestions. Hawthorne demanded, pushing Emily to her limit. Calliope coaxed, allowing Emily to find her own way. Emeline was happy to have Calliope's guidance, but by the end of their lesson, she found herself craving the pressure. She missed the stern intensity of Hawthorne. She yearned for that moment when their voices aligned in a harmony so perfect it made her body hum. No, she thought, remembering the look on his face as he wrenched himself out from under her voice's spell. Not that. "Very good," said Calliope, looking to the sun's position in the sky. It was late afternoon, and their shadows stretched long across the dome. "I'll meet you back here tomorrow." "That's it?" Emeline watched her instructor pull on her yellow coat. They'd only gotten through one new song today. Before she could beg for more time, Calliope said, "Oh, Emeline, I noticed there are some sheets missing from the last song." She tapped the stack of music resting on the sapling stand with the tips of her willowy brown fingers. "Do you happen to know where they are?" "What?" Panic flickered through her. Emeline stepped forward and shuffled through the pages. "That can't be right." "It'll turn up," Calliope said kindly, her hands starting to fasten the buttons of her yellow coat. "Perhaps they're in your rooms." Before leaving, she flashed Emeline a quick smile, then turned on her heel and went out. Alone, Emeline came to the last song, or rather, what was left of it. It was as Calliope said. Several pages were missing, including the title page. Hoping they'd gotten mixed in with earlier songs, Emeline went through the whole stack, sorting out each song, stacking them in separate piles on the floor. Over and over, the last song came up short. Only the 2 final pages were there. The first 4 were gone. Emeline's heart pounded against her ribs. "Don't panic. Calliope's right. They're probably in my rooms." Emeline went and searched. She turned over furniture. She checked under the bed, in the armoire, and on the desk. She didn't find them. Dread crept through her body like frost across a pane. If she couldn't find the missing music, she couldn't sing the last song. And if she didn't sing all the songs for the king in 2 days, Pa would never be free. And who knew what the king would do to Emeline? Where else could it be? She'd brought the music to Hawthorne's house the night he made her dinner. It was possible she'd dropped a few sheets in her rush to leave. Perhaps they were there. Throwing on a coat, she pulled on her Blundstones and set out for his house. Yellow leaves spilled like gold coins across the path through the trees, flickering in the light of the setting sun. Trees hushed and swayed around her, too big and too thick and too tall. Here in the quiet, she could almost hear them breathing, deep, steady breaths that sank all the way down to their roots. Emeline followed the path through the quiet wood to the small bridge over the creek. After crossing it, she walked up to the stone house and rapped her knuckles on the wooden door. "Hawthorne?" No one answered. She knocked harder. "Hawthorne!" When nothing happened, she tried the knob. Locked. Emeline growled, then stepped back, scanning. "Where are you?" she whispered. She'd only learned one song today. The last one was missing, and her demonstration is just 2 days away. I need you. But no smoke plumed from the chimney, and no lamplight warmed the windows. The house looked sleepy and dark. Hawthorne wasn't home. Who else could help her? She thought of Sable and Rook, but had no idea where either of them lived. She thought of Grace. "There's a pub in the city called the Acorn," Grace had told her. "Meet me there at sunset on Friday. We can make a plan." It was Friday today, she realized. Emeline went to find her. After an hour of wandering the city's lamplit streets, asking for directions twice and getting turned around twice, she finally spotted the sign for the acorn swinging above a door. It was nut-shaped and forged of tarnished copper. The windows of the pub glowed gold, illuminating the packed house inside. Emeline stepped through the door and into the warm, rowdy space. Lamps glowed dimly, and it smelled faintly like beer. A pair of fiddlers dueled in the corner, bows slashing their strings, feet stomping in time with their tune, mouths grinning at their duet sped faster and faster towards its end, while the audience cheered them on. Emeline scanned the tables crammed full of people and caught sight of Rook first. He sat near the very back, his dark eyes twinkling as he told Grace some raucous joke from across their table. With them sat Aspen, Hawthorne's friend from dinner the other night, the girl with the gem-like eyes and delicate features. Beside Aspen sat Nettle. Emeline made her way towards them, then sat down on the bench next to Rook. "Emeline!" he grinned, throwing an arm around her shoulders. His breath smelled like ale, and his smile was bright white. "Let me buy you a drink. What do you fancy?" He was already on his feet. You choose." When he left, Emeline glanced to Grace. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. "Have you seen Hawthorne? He's visiting a friend," Aspen answered from farther down the table. "He'll be joining us later." "A friend? Are you sure?" Aspen's unbound hair glittered in the lamplight. "That's what he said over dinner last night." The image of Hawthorne making the beautiful Aspen dinner flooded Emeline. She couldn't get it out of her head. The two of them alone, eating together by candlelight. Was it just dinner or something more? The thought snarled her stomach up in knots. Startled by her own reaction, Emeline swiftly buried it. "What is wrong with you?" It didn't matter what Hawthorne and Aspen did together. It was none of her business. Just then, Rook returned. Handing her a glass of whiskey, he squished back in beside her. Grace cocked her head, studying Emeline. "You all right?" Emeline shook her head. Sweat beaded down her neck from wearing too many layers in too warm a place. As she unbuttoned her coat and shrugged it off, she explained her predicament. The King's second chance, her need to learn all 11 songs, and the missing pages. "I don't know what to do." Thinking about it more, if the missing music was at Hawthorne's house, wouldn't he have seen it and brought it to her? She was certain he would. He'd wanted her to learn the songs as desperately as she did. "I only have 2 days to find it." She took a long, burning swallow of whiskey, trying to numb the panic sparking through her. "This is exactly why I back up all my files," she muttered, "on her Elegy app and in the cloud." "Maybe the song mage did too," said Grace, who was dressed in a periwinkle shirt with lace sleeves. Her copper-brown eyes glittered in the lamplight. "Even if he didn't, there are probably rough drafts, right? Maybe at his house." Grace was a genius. Of course there would be rough drafts. As a last resort, she might be able to piece together notes and lyrics in lieu of the finished song, if she could find such things. Hope sparked inside Emeline. "Does anyone know where he lived?" The table went quiet. Aspen stiffened. Rook's smile faded right off his face. It was Nettle who leaned in eagerly, her eyes going round as moons. "The song mage's estate lies just outside the city, due west from the gate." "It's more of a shell than a house," Rook interjected. "Like all of the settlements beyond the wall, the curse has claimed it. No one goes there anymore," added Aspen. Emeline glanced down the table. "Haunted? By the vial?" said Nettle. Her smile was too big and too bright. It reminded Emeline of Grace's warning. She's a cat who likes to play with her prey before she kills it. Emeline looked to Grace for clarification. "What's the vial?" "The witch I told you about," said Grace. "The one who delivered the song mage's head to the king in a velvet pouch." "She was desperately in love with him," said Aspen. "But he spurned her. He loved another," said Nettle. Her amber eyes gleamed, as if this thrilled instead of saddened her. "She's a horror now," continued Rook. "People believe she created the shadow skins and that they do her bidding." "It's why you can't go to his house," said Aspen. "She's not something you want to meet." Rook nodded his agreement. "And if I have no choice?" Emeline didn't voice this thought. From the looks in their eyes, she doubted she'd get any encouragement. Except, perhaps, from Nettle. Suddenly, the music changed. The fiddles in the corner slowed, their song morphing into a waltz. Grace rose, her eyes on Emeline. "My usual dance partner isn't here tonight," she said, that iron ring winking on her finger. "Do you mind? I need the practice." There was a secret blooming in Grace's eyes, and from the way her brow lifted, almost like a dare, Emeline wondered if she wanted accompaniment for something other than dancing. Emeline rose from the bench and went with her. "I don't know how to waltz," Emeline admitted as they left the table behind. Grace waved her hand as if this were nothing. "I'll show you." When they entered the crowd of dancing couples, Grace turned to face Emeline, her lavender scent warring with the smell of sweat and beer, her eyes bright with concern. All at once, the dancers around them started to notice the king's singer, who'd conquered a dragon and defied the king. She heard their whispers and felt their stares. Grace ignored the onlookers. Her hand settled on Emeline's shoulder. "Everything looks the same in the stain. It's easy to get lost there," she said, leading them in the steps of the waltz. "But Sable has dozens of maps of the woods. She won't notice if one goes missing. I'll bring it." Emeline frowned, her hand on Grace's waist as she tried to follow the pattern of Grace's feet. "What do you mean?" When a pair of dancers came too close for comfort, Grace steered them away, out of hearing distance, and lowered her voice. "I'm coming with you to the Song Mage's house." Emeline slowed, nearly tripping over Grace. "When does your singing lesson end tomorrow?" "Judging by today's lesson with Calliope, late afternoon." "Perfect. We can be there and back before nightfall." Her words rang with authority, reminding Emeline that Grace was the eldest of 3 sisters and used to getting her way. "Are you sure?" "You heard them." Emeline nodded towards the table at the back. "It sounds dangerous." Before Grace could answer, the waltz ended, and one of the bartenders stepped up beside them. He was tall and thin, with shoulders that hunched like a hawk's. Around his waist was a checkered apron. "Fortification," he said, holding out a glass of what looked like the whiskey Emeline had left behind at the table. "From a friend." Thinking that friend was Rook, Emeline thanked him. Taking the glass, she slanted her head back, downing the drink in one swallow. It wasn't nearly as smooth as the moonshine sitting on Hawthorne's kitchen sill, and a strange aftertaste bloomed in her throat, like flower petals and honey. A sudden queasiness turned her stomach, and she pressed her hands to her abdomen, sure she was going to be sick. But all at once it passed. When she looked up, she found Grace glaring hard over her shoulder. Emeline turned to look. In the corner, at the table they'd left, Rook leaned towards Aspen, deep in conversation, with Emmeline's drink still beside him. It was Nettle who watched them. Nettle's owl-like eyes stared at the empty glass clutched in Emmeline's hand as she smiled that too strange smile. "It's Nettle's favorite game," Grace's words rang through her mind. "She enchants her friends by spiking their drinks with spells." Emmeline's blood hummed. Grace's face darkened. "What should I do?" Emeline whispered in horror. "Go." Grace's voice prickled like a thistle. "Sleep it off. I'll come get you tomorrow afternoon, and we can leave from there." Emeline thought of Hawthorne, who hadn't turned up yet. She still wanted to ask him about the missing music. But did she really want Nettle's spell to manifest with Hawthorne in the room? Hell no. She headed straight back to the palace. 21. Emeline sank into the hot bathwater, her blood brimming with whatever spell lay dormant inside her, put there by Nettle's enchanted drink. She intended to hide here, in her bath, until her skin turned wrinkled and white, until she soaked the spell out. When the water finally grew tepid, Emeline lifted herself from the tub. As she toweled her hair dry, muffled laughter drifted through the walls between her rooms and Pa's. Odd. She tilted her head to listen. Who was visiting Pa at this hour? The laughter came again. Wrapping herself in a silk robe that ended just above her knees, she padded barefoot across the floor, leaving puddles in her wake, and stood at the door leading to her grandfather's rooms. After silently turning the crystal knob, she opened the door to listen. "Who are you again?" she heard Pa say. A rough, soft voice replied. "I'm Hawthorne." Emeline froze. Peering through the crack, she spotted both Pa and the tithe collector sitting in two armchairs facing the fire. They held steaming mugs in their hands. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating loss. It stunned her. What was the tithe collector doing with her grandfather? "He's visiting a friend," Aspen had told her. "Well, Hawthorne, have you ever stopped to wonder, what's the point?" Emeline winced. It was Pa's most asked question. He'd probably asked it 3 times already while she was in the bath. But if he had, Hawthorne was unbothered. "I do wonder that," he said, surprising her. "Usually people checked out the second time Pa asked it. All the time, in fact." "Have you come up with anything good?" Pa leaned in as if they were old friends sharing a secret. Hawthorne smiled too, mirroring Pa. He sipped his drink before answering. "There's this book I've been rereading lately. More of a long poem, really. It's called Beowulf. Do you know it?" Pa shook his head. "Can't say that I do." "Well, there's a phrase in Latin, ubi sunt, which describes the spirit of the poem. It translates to a question. Something like, 'Where have they gone?'" Emeline's heart hammered in her chest as she listened. What exactly was happening here? Was the Wood King's henchman hanging out with her grandfather? Discussing poetry with him? "Where has who gone?" asked Pa. "The ones who've come before us," said Hawthorne. "In Beowulf, ubi sunt means, or at least I think it means, what's the point of courage, of fighting off monsters, of doing your best? What's the point of any of it, if we're all going to die in the end?" Pa sat back in his chair, pensive. "It's not an answer to your question," Hawthorne said, raising his mug, "but it means you and I aren't alone in our quest." Pa lifted his mug, clinking it against Hawthorne's. When he yarned a moment later, Hawthorne drained his drink. "It's late. I should be going." Pa nodded as they both rose to their feet. "I'll see you tomorrow." Tomorrow? How often did he visit? The way Hawthorne smiled at her grandfather, so full of admiration and respect, made Emeline's pulse kick. She gripped the knob of the door until her knuckles hurt. The boys she'd brought home in the past never treated Pa like this, like someone they wanted to be friends with, like someone worthy of the utmost respect. With her heart pounding in her ears, she shut the door before they saw her, then leaned her back against it, her entire body crackling and alert as she listened to Pa walk him out. Soon she heard Hawthorne's footsteps echo in the hall. Emeline tightened the sash of her silk robe and went after him. Outside her rooms, she saw him several paces down the candlelit corridor, the small flames illuminating his dark form. "Hawthorne, wait!" His footsteps slowed. Still dripping from her bath, her wet feet patted against the cold marble. As he turned, she stopped abruptly and slipped. Hawthorne reached for her elbow, steadying her. He wore a dark green sweater tonight, the color complementing his skin tone, like spruce trees in late autumn. "Emeline, what?" His gaze fell instantly to her bruised throat. Storm clouds moved swiftly in, and a sharp line appeared between his brows as he studied the marks on her skin. Stepping towards her, he lifted his hand, silently asking permission. She gave it, baring her throat to him. "It's not as bad as it looks." His fingers traced her bruises, achingly tender as they glided down her neck. Emeline's heart beat strangely fast beneath his touch. "Do you have to be so reckless?" It sounded like more of a plea than a question. Maybe it's in my nature. He moved closer, bringing his fire-like warmth with him. Maybe so. He cupped the back of her neck with his palm, fingers sliding through the small hairs there as he raised her chin with his thumb, continuing to examine her. You should be far away from here, Emeline Lark. Somewhere safe. She said in vague agreement. When his thumb stroked softly along her jaw, her blood sparked, and she whimpered. Mistaking the sound, he withdrew his hands and stepped back. Before he could turn and leave, she reached for his forearm. Wait, I came to thank you. His brow knit. If this is about the letter, she shook her head no, remembering the sight of him before the fire, enjoying Pa's company. You treat my grandfather like he's important. Silence descended between them. His voice went soft and careful. He is important. Emeline closed her eyes at those words, afraid he'd see what they did to her. She shouldn't like this man, shouldn't like the sound of his stubborn voice, or the startling gentleness of his touch, or the heady strength of her presence. Hawthorne Fell was not for her. He did the Wood King's bidding. He was from another world. He was definitely not boyfriend material. And Emeline was with Joel, sort of. Most important, this was a nightmare she was getting out of very soon. As soon as she saved Pa, Emeline would leave this behind and return to her regular life. Hawthorne's gaze swept slowly over her, lingering on her wet hair, trailing across her collarbone, then skimming downwards to take in the sheer silk robe clinging to her curves, or, from the look flaring in his eyes, revealing exactly enough. A startling warmth bloomed in her belly, followed by a strange sweetness in her throat, like honey and flowers. Emeline's senses heightened. She was suddenly fully aware of his pine forest scent infusing the air, of just how close he stood to her. The heat in her belly turned to fire. Shit, Nettle's enchantment. You're shivering, he said, frowning. Shivering. Emeline felt hot with fever. She peered down to find her skin covered in goosebumps. It's cold out here. You should go back to your rooms where it's warmer. Come with me, she thought. She wrestled the thought into a cage. He's right. Go back. You're not in control of yourself. Hawthorne was saying something else, but the words blurred in her ears. She heard her name, and the enchantment tightened around her, wrapping her up in a slow, silvery web. I'm about to completely humiliate myself, she realized. But instead of stepping back, she stepped closer, drawn to him like a bee to pollen, unable to help herself. Hawthorne? He fell quiet as her palm skimmed up his chest, over the fine wool of his sweater. His fingers wrapped lightly around her wrist, but he didn't stop her. He didn't say a word. Warn him, now, before it's too late. Emeline leaned in. The bridge of her nose slowly grazed the edge of his jaw. Hawthorne drew in a sharp breath, his fingers tightening around her wrist. Hawthorne, there's something I... Before she could finish, his free hand slid behind her neck. Emeline melted beneath the heat of it. He bent his head to hers, eyes dark with desire, and the sight of it, the wanting, snapped something inside her. She took his face in her hands and kissed him. Hawthorne didn't hesitate. His kiss burned through her like wildfire. Her body blazed with it. But instead of quenching her greedy hunger, it made her ravenous. She pushed him back against the hall wall, running her hands along his shoulders, feeling the bones and muscles there. He captured her waist with one arm, dragging her against him, kneading her closer. His free hand trembled as he traced her jaw and throat and collarbone, as if searing her into his memory, as if she were a balm for some hidden ache. As Emeline deepened the kiss, though, Hawthorne suddenly went rigid, pulling back like he tasted something bitter. His fingers dug into her shoulders, wrenching her away. Emeline sucked in a ragged breath. Forced out of a dream she would much rather remain in, she reached for him, wanting it back. "No," he said, "I can taste it on you." She blinked, trying to get this crazed yearning under control. "You're enchanted." His gaze was thunderous. Who did this? But Emeline didn't care. She wanted his kisses back, wanted those warm, strong hands on her. Emeline. His grip on her shoulders tightened, and it made the fire in her roar louder. "Give me a name." "Nettle," she murmured, her skin hot in all the places he'd touched her. "She gave me a drink." Hawthorne's eyes blackened. "I'm going to kill her." 22. Emeline slept terribly that night. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating loss. Her dreams were full of Hawthorne, Hawthorne untying her robe and sliding it off her shoulders. Hawthorne in her bed, his body flush with hers. Hawthorne whispering sweet things against her skin. Emeline pressed her palms to her eyes, trying to grind the dreams out of her head. How am I supposed to face him? Last night was too embarrassing to come back from. Maybe they could pretend it never happened and move on. It was only an enchantment, after all. Maybe nothing needed to be weird or awkward. They could simply avoid each other until Emeline saved her grandfather and escaped, after which they'd never see each other again. Emeline pushed Hawthorne out of her mind in order to focus on her lessons. She spent that morning and afternoon with Calliope, pushing hard through the song mage's music, countering her new instructor's patience with an unyielding drive to learn as much as she could. The songs were more of the same, odes to the minstrel's muse, the moon-marked woman whose beauty had utterly bewitched him. Emeline was starting to wonder if he'd made this woman up. She was so perfect. No woman was this perfect. By mid-afternoon, she'd managed to learn 2 new songs, bringing her count up to 7. That left 4 songs to still learn, 1 partly missing, before tomorrow at midnight. She had no idea if she could do it. So much depended on what she found at the song mage's house today. It was the witching hour when Emeline and Grace arrived at the song mage's estate. Despite the iron gate hanging open, their horses refused to tread any closer. They were in the stain here, and the sickly trees looked bleached in the sunlight filtering down from the sky, their leaves silvery with corruption. "This is it?" Emeline stared across the curse-bitten earth, past the black stagnant pond, to the end of the path leading towards the towering manor. Darkness clung to the house. Dead moss covered the sunken roof like a carpet, and cobwebbed cracks scarred the window panes. It certainly didn't seem livable, not even for a witch. According to Sable's map, yeah. Rolling up the map, Grace thrust it back into the canister buckled to her saddle. This is it. The trees of the stain murmured anxiously around them. Beware. They brushed their leaves across Emeline's cheeks. Horror lurks within that house. Neither of them swung down from their horses. "Well," said Grace, chin in the air, clearly working up the nerve to dismount. "Probably best not to linger." They left the horses, stepped through the gate, and warily approached the house. Corrupted elm trees bordered the path, watching Emeline pass beneath them, whispering as she approached the door. "Turn back, Emeline." She glanced to Grace, who either didn't hear the warnings or was ignoring them. The rotted wood was slick with damp, and the doorknob was ice-cold beneath Emeline's fingers. When she turned the knob and pushed the door open, she found the air within even colder. Unnaturally so. Grace shivered. "What are we looking for again?" "Sheet music, rough drafts of songs, any musical notes left by the song mage." "Right, got it. Let's be quick." Emeline eyed the hilt of a short sword strapped to Grace's boot. "Just in case we run into trouble," Grace had told her earlier. The floorboards sagged beneath their footsteps, mushy with rot. Furniture lay smashed and overturned around them, while years of moisture flecked the windowsills with mold. Meanwhile, the late afternoon sun beamed cheerfully through the windows as if it hadn't gotten the creepy memo. Emmeline's heart sank. If the sheet music was here, it was likely damaged or decomposed. Grace waded through the chaos. "This will go faster if we split up." Emeline nodded. "I'll search upstairs. Call me if you see anything." "Like a bloodthirsty witch?" Grace smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Except a sudden breeze rattled the window panes, making them both jump. Emmeline's footsteps creaked on the wide staircase leading up from the front entry. She paused at the top of the stairs, where yellow wallpaper hung in ribbons down the walls, shredded, as if something had scraped sharp claws down it. Portraits that once hung along the corridor were smashed and discarded on the floor, and a sour odor lingered. Emeline searched room after room and found more of the same: destruction. She pulled out rotting drawers and looked in damaged cupboards. Finally, Emeline stepped into something that looked like a conservatory. A wide glass wall faced the back of the house, giving her a panoramic view of the Stane. Inside the room, a harp lay overturned in the corner, and a guitar had been twisted until it snapped, its fragments scattered across the stained carpet. She searched through the mess, but all she found were a few crumpled scraps of paper and a waterlogged notebook. The writing inside was smudged so badly she couldn't read a word. "Emeline?" Grace's voice sounded faint and muffled from the floor below. "You might want to get down here." Emeline retraced her steps back downstairs. Grace stood in front of the fireplace, clutching a matchbox in one hand and a match in the other, frowning hard. "There's dry ash in the fireplace," she said, "and dry logs over there." Grace motioned with her chin towards a basket of kindling. Beside it, a dozen cut logs were arranged neatly in a pile. "These should be too damp to light." She struck the match, and a flame immediately flared. Her eyes met Emmeline's. "Someone's been here recently." "The vial?" Grace stared at the dying match, saying nothing. Maybe coming here had been a bad idea. "There's something else." Grace glanced down to the floor, where a rug was folded back, revealing an iron latch secured to the floorboards underneath. Crouching, she reached for the cold black ring and pulled. A section of the floor lifted up. Below it, wooden steps led down into the darkness below. Emeline and Grace exchanged glances. Lifting an oil lamp from the shelf above the fireplace, Grace struck a new match to light it. When a flame glowed softly within the glass, she handed it to Emeline. "After you." Taking the lamp, Emeline started down into the damp, heavy darkness. A feeling of foreboding settled over her skin, and she had to run her hand down her arm to flatten the rising hairs there. To keep her mind off her fear, Emeline whispered to Grace, "You never answered my question in the crypt." "What question was that?" A familiar smell wafted towards them. "Like fermenting grapes in Pa's cellar." "Why do you stay here? With the king being the way he is, and the curse coming, why not escape the city? You're supposed to be studying at Oxford." For a moment, the only sound came from the wooden steps creaking beneath their feet. "I don't want to escape," Grace said. The light of the lamp made Grace's eyes shine and her skin gleam. When she tucked a curl of hair behind her ear, the ring on her left hand winked. "Even if I did want to, I can't. I tithed my old life to the king. I can never go back." "Why would you do such a thing?" Grace ducked her chin, a secretive smile adorning her lips. "For love, of course. What else?" "Love?" Grace continued. "Humans aren't allowed to reside in the king's city anymore. The curse makes it too dangerous, and few exceptions are given. So I made the Wood King an offer he wasn't likely to refuse. I tithed the most powerful thing I owned, my entire life beyond the woods, my family, my education. She swallowed softly. For love. Emeline ducked her head to keep it from hitting the ceiling as she continued downwards. That's how this world works, Grace said, her voice heavy with longing. You have to give up something precious if you want something precious in return. Emeline's foot suddenly hit hard, packed earth instead of a wooden stair. The darkness congealed around her. Lifting the lamp, she squinted, deciphering their location. A damp, underground room with dirt floors. 2 slotted wooden racks ran the length of the walls on either side, filled with grass-green bottles. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. A wine cellar? Grace mused. A shape in the darkness, near the back of the cellar, caught Emeline's eye. She moved towards it until the lamp's glow illuminated a mattress covered in blankets. A bucket stood beside it. From the dark substance glistening at the bottom, Emeline had the distinct impression it was used as a kind of chamber pot. It looks like wine isn't the only thing she keeps down here, said Grace, her voice strangely flat, staring at a spot on the wall above the mattress. 2 heavy iron shackles dangled down the bricks, fastened with chains. It looks like she keeps people down here. A chill swept through Emeline, making her shiver. She was about to turn around, to tell Grace they were leaving, right now, when something made her pause. Hold this? Handing Grace the lamp, Emeline stepped closer to the mattress. It looked like it was decomposing, the moldy insides crumbling out of its seams and onto the floor. The blankets, too, were damp and old, and when she examined the manacles, she found them rusted shut. I don't think anyone's been down here for a very long time, she said. A tiny object glittered near the floor. Emeline picked it up to find a copper hairpin pinched between her fingers. It was twisted and bent out of shape, as if used to pick a lock. The pin had the dull quality of something mass-produced, something that might come in a package of 10 at the dollar store. There was a copper butterfly at the end of the pin, with little swirls in the wings, and it was achingly familiar to Emeline, only she couldn't think why. A door slammed in the house above, making them jump. She met Grace's gaze over the lamp flame as slow, squeaking footsteps echoed overhead, followed by a low murmuring. We left the latch open. The footsteps moved to the stairs, descending slowly towards them, the murmuring growing louder. Pocketing the pin, Emeline quickly scanned the room. There was no other exit than the way they'd come. Grace pointed towards the 2 wine racks along opposite walls. There was space beneath each for one person to lie down. Seeing her plan, Emeline nodded, quietly moving for the farthest one. Down on her hands and knees, she lowered herself beneath it. The earth was packed hard beneath her palms, damp and cold beneath her cheek. As she pushed herself as far back as she could, cobwebs brushed across her skin and stuck in her hair. She tried not to shudder. When they were both good and hidden, Grace turned out the lamp. The cellar went dark, except for the bobbing light coming down the stairs. Come out, rasped a scratchy voice. I can hear your beating hearts. 23. The monster was in the cellar with them. The creature set down her candle on the dirt floor, giving Emeline a perfect view of Grace, stretched out on her back beneath the wine rack, her face tilted towards the ceiling, fists tight at her sides. The vial, if indeed this was the vial, was a black shape in the darkness. Emeline caught a whiff of a familiar smell, rot and bones. Emeline saw a flash of gray tendons and gleaming black claws as the vial moved towards Grace. If the vial heard their hearts beating, of course she knew where they hid. Grace and Emeline were sitting ducks. This is my fault. Emeline watched, frozen in terror, as the vial crept closer to her friend. Grace wouldn't be here if not for me. But what could she do? Panic immobilized her, stiffening her limbs, turning her to stone. Her heart thumped painfully fast as her body refused to do as she bid. She couldn't move. Even if she could, she had no way to stop this monster. Maybe I don't need to stop her, she thought, watching the vial creep closer towards Grace. Maybe I only need to distract her long enough for Grace to run. As the vial lowered to look beneath the opposite wine rack, already reaching for her prey, Grace scrambled back, gasping as she tried to stay out of reach. Do something, Emeline commanded herself. Draw her attention away. She did the only thing she could think of. Reaching for an old song, Emeline started to sing. Que sera, sera. The vial straightened. Abandoning Grace, she turned slowly, eerily, towards the source of the singing. Emeline paused her song to hiss, "Grace, run!" Grace didn't hesitate. Pulling herself out from under the rack, she fled into the darkness. The monster let her go, more interested in singing prey. Moving into the light of the candle, the vial crept towards Emeline, murmuring under her breath. Terror zipped down Emeline's spine, and she still couldn't make her body move. Her fear held her trapped. Desperate to calm herself, to loosen her limbs and drive out the panic, Emeline closed her eyes and continued singing. She'd chosen this song for a reason, after all. The memory trapped inside the song flared to life within her. Emeline was 7. She'd woken from a nightmare and screamed for Pa in the darkness. She remembered his heavy footsteps thudding quickly down the hall. Remembered the switch flicking on, flooding her room with light. "Hush now, ducky. I'm here. You're all right." He was warm and strong as she crawled into his lap. His voice was a beacon in the dark as he cradled her in his arms, singing her nightmares away, soothing her with this song, Que sera, sera. It reminded her of all the good days that were gone, of the man who raised and protected her, of how much she loved him. Her voice trembled, but didn't waver, didn't stop. The vial, however, did. Emeline opened her eyes to find the monster's hunched form hesitant, her face blank, as if she, too, was remembering, like she had some kind of history with this song. The vial stepped back, shaking her head, covering her ears, trying to stop the song filling her mind. Watching the monster, Emeline was reminded that her voice sometimes did strange things, like summoning the woods against her will, and lulling dragons to sleep, and tearing down Hawthorne's mental walls, laying his innermost thoughts bare. Suddenly, a clawed hand grabbed her shirt, nails pricking her skin. The vial dragged her out from beneath the rack, raised her up, and rammed her into the shelved bottles. Pain burst up her spine, stunning her. The vial's ice-pale eyes stared into Emeline's. That translucent skin revealed the blue-green veins beneath, like a creature who lived so deep in the woods the sunlight never touched it. "So noble," rasped the vial, grinning like a child who was about to do something very wicked. A horrible stench rolled off her, like blood and rot, making Emeline's stomach roil. "After I pick my teeth with your bones, I will hunt down your friend and—" A clanging thud made the vial tip forward, blinking dazedly. Another thud echoed as something metal swung again, at her head. Letting go of Emeline's shirt, the vial stumbled and fell to all fours. Grace stood behind the creature, the bucket from beside the mattress gripped firmly in her hands, its glistening contents spilled at her feet. From her knees, the vial moaned, stunned and staring at the floor. Dropping the bucket, Grace scooped up the lamp, grabbed Emeline's hand and said, "Come on." They ran, up the stairs and into the house. When they stood before the fireplace, Emeline swung down the trapdoor with a slam. "Go, go," said Grace, already out the door, down the path, racing for the horses waiting in the silver trees. Emeline kept close on her heels, heart pounding, adrenaline making her run faster than she'd ever run in her life. They swung themselves up at the same time, then kicked the horses into a gallop. The ground thundered beneath them, hooves pummeling the earth, taking them far away from the Song Mage's estate. They rode hard all the way to the city. Only when they were safely inside the walls did Emeline realize they hadn't found the missing pages. Still on horseback, protected now by the city walls, Grace led Emeline through a quiet neighborhood overlooking the king's vineyards. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. They stopped before a large black gate, its wrought iron bars forged to look like roses climbing upwards, their blooms getting fuller the closer they grew to the top. Grace dismounted from her speckled roan mare, then unlatched the gate. Emeline swung down from her borrowed horse, one of sable sand, and followed Grace through. A flagstone path lay before them, cutting through lush green grass. At the end of the path sat a two-story house. Dusty rose shutters bordered its windows, and a white dormer jutted over the front door. Emeline's mouth hung open. This gorgeous house was where Grace lived? In answer to her unasked question, Grace led Emeline around to the back. A stable stood in the distance, its pasture bordered by weeping willows. But it was another building that Grace moved towards, one made of white stone. The air around it shimmered with heat, and it smelled like smoke and steel. At the sound of their horses' hoofbeats, someone strode out through its open door. Her russet hair was a wild tangle, barely scraped back off her face, and her face was red from the heat. Sable! When her strange eyes alighted on Grace, she wiped her soot-stained hands on the leather apron tied around her waist. Letting go of her horse's bridle, Grace ran for Sable, nearly barreling the girl over upon impact. "I'm sorry," Emeline heard Grace murmur as she burrowed her face into the shiftling's throat. Sable's brow creased, but she said nothing, only looped a protective arm around Grace's waist, pulling her snug, then slid a hand into her dark curls with startling tenderness. It was then that Emeline noticed the iron band on Sable's ring finger, an exact copy of the one on Grace's. "Oh," thought Emeline, "oh." "I tithed the most powerful thing I owned," Grace told her. "For love." The softness of Sable's embrace, the desperate way Grace clung to her, Emeline couldn't look away from them. She'd never held anyone like that. Suddenly she was back on the road, this past summer, that too familiar ache of longing, of loneliness, haunting her, roaring to life at the most inconvenient of times. In the green room, up on stage, at the bar with other musicians. It was what drove her into Joel's arms last summer, and the arms of countless others before him. The ache had always been there, a sign of something missing. You don't need someone like that, she told herself. She had her music. She had a rising career. That was all she needed. "What's this?" came a mischievous voice. Rook stepped out of the forge. His hands, too, were creased with black soot, as if he'd been helping in the forge. Behind him were Hawthorne and Aspen. Emeline's stomach squeezed at the sight of the tithe collector. Something sparked as their gazes collided. The air turned electric, like the moment before a lightning strike, forcing Emeline to remember their kiss in the hall. The heat of his mouth against hers. The strength of his chest beneath her palms. The way she'd thrown herself at him, sick with desire. Was it Nettle's enchantment that had compelled him to kiss her back, or had he kissed her because he wanted to? It doesn't matter. Stop thinking about it. She'd been under a spell. That was why Hawthorne's kiss filled up her hollow places. That was why, even now, she wanted to do it again. A blush bloomed in her cheeks. You were enchanted. It wouldn't be the same. You would definitely hate it. Panicking, she looked to Sable. "Thanks for lending me your horse." Her voice sounded tinny in her ears. Sable's eyebrows lifted, making Emeline remember that Sable didn't know about their trip to the Song Mage's house, that Grace hadn't told her, and probably hadn't asked to borrow her horse. She would let Grace explain. Grace reached for the mare's reins. "I'll take her." Emeline released the horse. Sensing Hawthorne's gaze, she was about to turn and leave immediately when Grace touched her elbow. "Thanks for sticking your neck out for me." Emeline swallowed, nodded, then said goodbye and started walking. She needed to put as much distance as she could between herself and Hawthorne Fell. 24. The night pressed in around Emeline as she traversed the city's cobbled, lamplit streets, trying to find her way back to the palace. She scanned the facades of the white row houses on either side of her, hoping for a familiar landmark. As she walked, Emeline ran her thumb over the twisted shape of the copper butterfly pin, trying to remember why it was so familiar. So much of what they'd found in the Song Mage's house didn't make sense. The mass-produced pin, the manacles in the cellar, the way her song seemed to provoke the vial. The vial had been terrifying, but it wasn't her monstrousness that captured Emeline's thoughts again and again. It was the moldy mattress, the rusted chains fastened to the wall. As she traced the shape of the pin in her pocket, she wondered who had been kept down there. Suddenly, she was standing before the acorn, its copper nut-shaped sign hanging over the door, its windows bright with lamplight. This was the third time she'd passed it. Emeline hugged her arms. It was getting colder and darker by the minute, and she was clearly "Lost?" said a familiar voice from the shadows. It sent a wave of sensation rushing through her. She was suddenly back in that hallway, pressing him up against the wall, running her hands over him. She straightened, swallowed, then smoothed out her voice. "What are you, stalking me? Don't flatter yourself. Rook and I are here for a drink." She turned to find both Hawthorne and Rook stepping out of the shadows. "Oh, we might have been following you," Rook grinned, "in case you got lost on your way back." "Well, I'm not lost." Avoiding their skeptical gazes, she turned back in the opposite direction, quickening her pace along the cobbles. She heard Rook say something to Hawthorne, who growled something in response. Seconds later, Hawthorne caught up to her. Easily. She glanced over her shoulder to see Rook enter the acorn without him. "I'll walk you back." "Please, no," she thought. "I don't have the strength." "You're having drinks with Rook," she pointed out, still walking. "Rook doesn't mind." His voice was colder than steel. She dragged her gaze upwards to his perfect, scowling mouth. It told her that he knew everything. She'd gone to the Song Mage's house against the advice of his friends. She'd endangered Grace, and she'd barely escaped with her life. And for what? She had nothing to show for it. No missing sheet music, just a tarnished hairpin. Emeline was exactly what he'd accused her of being, a reckless fool. And he was here to rub it in her face. She felt like an exposed nerve, a sparking wire. "Why didn't you tell me you were going to the Song Mage's house?" Emeline shoved her hands into her pockets, ran her thumb over the butterfly pen. "You would have stopped me." "Of course I would have stopped you." A rowdy group of friends started towards them on the sidewalk, likely heading for the acorn. "I was looking for the missing sheet music, which I would have told you about if I'd been able to find you." Except she did find him, in the hall outside her rooms last night, where she'd made a complete and utter fool of herself. Humiliation scorched her. She lowered her voice. "I'm sorry for involving Grace." The group drew closer, shouting and laughing, giving no sign of letting her and Hawthorne pass. His warmth swept up her side as he pressed his hand to her lower back, dodging the group by cutting down a narrow alley and bringing her with him. "Grace assured me she was a willing participant," he said when they were alone. "According to Grace, she convinced you to let her come." His fingers closed around her elbow, turning her to face him. "I'm talking about you, Emeline, throwing yourself into harm's way." He pinned her in place with his furious gaze. "Do you have such little regard for yourself?" "Little?" She glared up at him. 3 nights ago, in the middle of his kitchen, he'd accused her of being the most self-centered person he knew. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph. Devastating. "I abandoned my grandfather so I could selfishly pursue my music, remember?" "Right." He said, "your music." Emeline's temper spiked at those words. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He quickly looked away from her, mouth twisting. Nothing. Releasing his grip, he returned to the now quiet street. Emeline stormed after him. "Tell me what you meant." He stared into the distance. "How can it be your music when you only sing other people's songs?" Ouch. Thinking of the music locked away in a folder on her phone, she murmured, "No one wants to hear my songs." Turning away from him, she continued to walk. "According to who?" His voice sparked with anger. "According to everyone. Joel, my manager, record labels, everyone. That's why I have a writer." She bristled. "Can we drop this? I don't want to talk about it." But Hawthorne did. "So that's your big dream? Singing someone else's inferior songs night after night up on stage?" "It's the shadow of a dream, Emeline." She stopped walking. It was absurd that he could affect her like this, but there it was. The words hurt. As if it mattered what he thought. As if he mattered. "Fuck you," she said, rounding on him. "You don't even know me." He opened his mouth to respond, but she cut him off. "I've done what I've had to do." Her voice was too high and shaky. She fisted her hands, trying to control it. "I couldn't stay in Edgewood, so I ran. I couldn't face my grandfather's forgetting, so I put him in a home. My songs weren't good enough to pay the bills, so I sing someone else." It was as if he'd ripped off a scab and she couldn't stop the bleeding. "It's just me, alone out there, Hawthorne. I have no one to help me. No one to turn to when things get hard. The only person I've ever loved doesn't remember who I am. Can you imagine what that feels like?" At that question, a wild emotion flickered like lightning across his face. But before she could decipher it, he'd caged it. "I know I'm a coward, okay?" Her throat tightened. Her eyes heated. "Trust me, I know it." He stared at her, wordless, then took a hesitant step. Emeline stepped quickly back. Because the truth was, deep down, she wished she could sing her own songs, more than anything. She missed it. Drawing words up from her depths like water from a well. Putting them together like pieces in a puzzle. Finding exactly the right tune to match. She hated that he'd fished it out of her. Emeline. Another thing she hated? The way he said her name. The way his voice seemed to summon her very soul to the surface of her skin. He was supposed to be out of her system. "Forgive me." His eyes glimmered in the near dark. "I shouldn't have said that." This time, when he stepped towards her, she didn't step back. He didn't touch her, but he stood so close he might as well be touching her. She could smell the woods on his skin, could feel his warmth seeping into her. The air heated as their gazes met. Suddenly, they were no longer surrounded by lamplit streets, but the walls of the king's palace. The full moon didn't shine above them. Instead, the light came from lit candles all down the halls. As if by magic, he'd walked her straight up to the door of her rooms. Like this was a date, and he was a gentleman. "I knew a girl once," he said softly, "whose songs helped her stand against all the forces stronger than she was." Hesitantly, he reached to touch a wisp of hair escaping Emeline's messy bun. As he did, the plain white ring on his finger winked in the candlelight. "Sometimes you remind me of her." She went still, watching him. Singing was like breathing for her. He smiled at the memory, like he could see this girl singing in his mind. When she sang, she went somewhere no one could touch her. Was this the person Nettle mentioned? The one who broke his heart? What happened to her? This question shattered things. His hand fell quickly to his side, and he moved back, as if stepping out from under a spell. Where did she go? He lowered his face. Away from me. The silence stretched heavy between them. Hawthorne cleared his throat. Sleep well, Emeline. And then he turned and was gone. Lying in bed that night, Emeline tried to remember her younger self. What would that girl think of her now, burying her own songs in a locked folder and singing someone else's? Emeline's fingers prickled, yearning for strings. She suddenly wanted those old songs, but she could only ever recall snippets of lines, a half-remembered chord progression. No matter how hard she tried, they eluded her, locked away behind a password she couldn't remember. Forgetting is so long. What kind of a hint was that? Emeline scowled, annoyed at herself for picking something so obscure. She sat up. The moon was full, glowing bright white through the skylight above. Rising from the bed, she walked to the wall lined with instruments, scanning its contents, passing over the guitars until her gaze settled on a handcrafted ukulele. Fashioned out of pale maple, it was more finely made than even her tailor. A leather strap embossed with roses was fastened to each end. She thought of the missing song pages. They might not turn up before tomorrow night, and even if she managed to find them, she had less than 24 hours to learn 3 other songs besides. What if I rewrite it tonight? She had the final pages, and therefore knew how it ended. She also knew it was a waltz. She could write new lyrics, fashioning them in the style of the song mage's other songs, with her own personal twist. The king was mad. He likely wouldn't even notice. His mage had been dead for ages after all, with the music hidden away inside Claw's stomach. It was a backup plan at least. But it's been so long since I've written a song. What if I don't remember how? Still, she could try. Emeline took the ukulele down from the pegs. Sinking onto the gold velvet cushions inside the bay window, she started tuning it. As her fingers picked the strings, Emeline thought of Pa, of who they used to be to each other, of the terrifying power of forgetting. She started to play, her voice testing out words. Breathing slow and steady, sleep has settled in. I trace the pathways, midnight blue, that run beneath your skin. She tweaked it as she went, rearranging words and lines, matching them to chords. Some spirit I have lost somewhere, I search for it in vain. Some beauty I've forgotten since you forgot my name. It took her all night. By morning, she had a nearly finished song, and her whole body glowed from the inside out. It had been too long since she wrote something of her own. She'd forgotten how it felt. It feels like this, she thought, smiling as her attendants got her ready the next morning, bathing and scrubbing her, combing out her hair until it shined like a river in the noonday sun. It felt like the world had come to a standstill, like everything weighing her down was suddenly featherlight, like she was equal to whatever task lay before her. It made her wonder why she'd ever stopped. 25. Emeline busted her ass learning the remaining songs that day. Realizing the king's minstrel had mere hours left before her final demonstration, Calypio took pity on Emeline and stayed well past sunset to ensure her pupil knew them by heart. After her lessons, Emeline returned to her rooms, ate dinner, and went through every song one final time. The last song, the waltz she'd rewritten, was by far the roughest. It needed more practice. 2 hours before her demonstration, and tired of pacing her rooms, Emeline pulled the ukulele strap over the shoulder of her dove-gray dress, one with delicate white trilliums embroidered along the collar, and went for a walk. Her bare feet trod the cool floors of the Wood King's halls, and her voice echoed softly as she strummed, treading out the song. When she arrived at the glass-domed room where her singing lessons took place, she stepped inside. Standing beneath the dome, she recalled Grace's impromptu waltzing lesson at the Acorn and let her feet find the rhythm. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. With the ukulele in her arms, Emeline closed her eyes, making her feet go through the steps while she hummed the tune, trying to smooth down the roughness. When she finally stopped, satisfied, someone cleared their throat. Startled, Emeline opened her eyes. Hawthorne stood half in shadow at the entrance. No lamps were lit, only starlight illuminated them. But she could still see his charcoal knit sweater and the dark hollow at the base of his throat. "You keep rushing the first beat. Try drawing it out more." Emeline's grip on her instrument tightened. Of course he came to correct her form. "I thought you weren't stalking me." He emerged from the shadows and held out his hand. "I can show you, if you'd like." Emeline froze like a startled deer, staring at his outstretched palm. Was he asking her to dance? Here? In the dark? His eyes were earnest as he waited. Swallowing tightly, Emeline flipped the ukulele over her shoulder so it hung flat across her back and placed her hand in his. Hawthorne's palm settled against the curve of her waist, his skin warm through her silk dress. Emeline placed her hand on his shoulder, the fine wool of his sweater scratching her palm. "You're too far away," he said, drawing her closer. His smell was everywhere, leather and wool and pine, ensnaring her. "We need a tempo. Can you hum the song you were singing?" A blush crept up her neck. How much had he heard? "It's one of yours, isn't it?" Emeline's blush deepened. Her face was certainly crimson now. To hide it, she stared down at her bare toes peeking out from the hem of her gown. "I liked it," he said. "Very much." Her pulse quickened at the compliment. "It's not entirely mine," she admitted. Instead of pressing her, he nodded, then began waltzing to an invisible tempo, emphasizing the first beat. In the silence, he danced her around and around the room. "Joel seems nice, by the way." Emeline stumbled. That was the last thing in the world she expected him to say. Hawthorne waited for her to recover, then continued. "Handsome, suave, good with a guitar. What are you talking about? Your boyfriend. I met him the other night when I delivered your message." Right. The thought of Hawthorne meeting Joel, of them talking to each other, made her feel unwell. "He's not my boyfriend." Hawthorne arched a brow. "Are you certain of that?" She shot him a look, which was a mistake. It only encouraged him. "We spoke of you. According to Joel, you make him very happy." She bristled at his mocking tone, but couldn't help the blush creeping up her neck. "Bite me, Hawthorne." The corner of his mouth curved upwards. His eyes glittered, as if he was imagining doing exactly that. In the silence, his gaze traced over her, moving slowly across her jaw, down her throat, and along her collarbone, stopping to linger on the curve of her shoulder, as if showing her all the places he longed to bite most. Emeline couldn't help but imagine it, his teeth on her bare skin, soft little bites in between kisses. Heat bloomed through her. "Is he messing with me?" She glanced quickly away, staring straight over his shoulder. "You're not going to like what I have to say next," he said, still spinning her around the room. "How is that different from any other time you open your mouth?" Both corners of his lips curved now. Emeline decided that she liked what smiling did to his mouth. "Right. Well, hear me out." She eyed him, suspicious, but motioned for him to continue. "The king is getting increasingly unstable," he said. "I'm worried about what he'll do tonight, if you can't sing him the last song." "What are you suggesting?" "That you leave." Emeline fumbled the steps. "What?" His hands tightened, steadying her. "I can help you." He lowered his voice, gaze darting to the shadows around them. "You'd have to go now, though, before the demonstration." She didn't understand. There were guards everywhere in the palace, patrolling the streets, standing guard at the city gate. How? "There's a way," was all he said. She stared at him, her steps slowing, forcing him to slow too. "And Pa? Will you help him too?" He looked down at his feet. "Ewan tithed himself. I can't interfere with a tithe. It goes against my oath to the king. If I did," his throat worked audibly, "it would not go well for me. But you," he looked up, "I have no such oath where you're concerned." "You expect me to leave him again?" She shook her head. She wouldn't. "I'm not running, not with a curse devouring the woods, not when I'm this close." "Ewan agrees with me," he said softly. "He's the one who brought it up. I told him I'd do my best to convince you." She opened her mouth to say she didn't appreciate him going behind her back, except Pa had told her this exact same thing 3 nights ago. And Hawthorne wasn't finished. "You'll have your freedom." He stared at her with a startling intensity. "Nothing will hold you back. It's what you want, Emeline. It's what Ewan wants." They'd stopped dancing. The glass room continued to spin around them while Emeline and Hawthorne stood still, their hands falling away from each other. She studied him in the starlight. He stood mere inches away from her, but she knew the taste of him now, knew the warm trace of his hands on her skin, and it wasn't close enough. He was a drug, and she was slowly becoming addicted, needing a higher and higher dose. "Is that what you want? For me to leave and never come back?" He drew in a breath. "Yes," he whispered, "that's exactly what I want." But Emeline had learned the shape of his lies. She knew the strain of his voice when he told them. She thought of the Wood King, wild-eyed and cursed. "I have watched dozens of minstrels die for offenses as petty as singing a single note off-key." She thought of those bark-hard hands closing around her throat, choking off her air, squeezing until it hurt. Emeline shuddered. It could happen again tonight. She knew it could. She'd learned 10 of the mage's songs and rewritten his missing waltz, but it might not be enough. "I have to try." Because the alternative was escaping without Pa and leaving him at the mercy of the curse. That thought pierced. Emeline shook her head. She'd abandoned her grandfather once. She wouldn't do it again. Pushing herself onto her toes, she pressed a kiss to Hawthorne's cheek. "Thank you," she whispered, "but I have to take my chances with the king." Letting go, Emeline left him there beneath the crystal dome and walked back to her rooms, where her attendants waited. 26. Just before midnight, Pa escorted Emeline to her demonstration. She kept close, in case he teetered, her arm tucked inside his elbow. As they walked, he hummed the tune of "Good Night, Irene," transporting her back to a time when he would play this song on his accordion while she did homework by the fireplace. Emeline held on tighter. Soon they stepped into the King's Grove. The night sky was clouded overhead, and the giant birches were leafless around them. She helped Pa to one of the empty tables, where courtiers gathered. He squeezed her hand before she walked away. The hard earth crunched beneath Emeline as she moved to face the king. She'd worn a knit shawl to ward off the night's cold bite, but it was mild in the grove. The air shimmered as she walked, making Emeline wonder if the king enchanted it to stay warm. Finally, she stood before the Wood King. He was clothed in moths tonight. Thousands of them crowded his body, their creamy wings folding and unfolding, like hundreds of blinking eyes. Behind him, black mold speckled his white throne, and the grass at his feet was gray and dying. The smell of magic hung thick in the air here, making her dizzy. The king leaned forward on his throne. "Are you ready, singer?" "Yes, sire." "Then let me hear the songs." It was difficult at first, with the full intensity of the king's gaze fixed on her face. She was used to being blinded by lights, unable to see her audience. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. But so long as she focused on the song instead of her surroundings, the king and the courtiers and the grove faded away. The song mage's music was the only thing that mattered tonight, and she soon found her rhythm. Her body hummed with warmth as her heel tapped out a beat on the ground, and the lyrics spilled from her lips. Odes to a woman marked by the moon, songs that immortalized her midnight hair and cobalt eyes. As Emeline sang, a familiar longing swelled within her. I miss this, the raw energy of a room, the way every crowd was different, the way it kept her on her toes, wanting to please them. It made her come alive. She yearned to be on tour, going from city to city, stage to stage. A new audience every night. Her name in bold letters lit up by bright white marquees. Soon, she thought, soon I'll be home, and this will be my life again. The king smiled as he listened. Tipping his head back, he closed his eyes, falling under the spell of Emeline's voice. At the sight of it, their king, soothed, the watching courtiers relaxed, sinking into the songs, nodding along to the beat, tapping their toes. She'd done it. She'd pleased the king of the wood. Emeline grinned, happy. Her face warmed as she sang on, and her hairline beaded with cool sweat. Soon there was only one more song to sing, and then Pa would be free. She started the last one, her song, the one she'd written to the tune of the song mage's waltz. Breathing slow and steady, sleep has settled in. I trace the pathways, midnight blue, that run beneath your skin. When the song began, the king was clear-eyed and quiet. As she continued, though, his soft edges began to change. Or maybe she was imagining it. Some spirit I have lost somewhere. I search for it in vain. Some beauty I've forgotten, since you forgot my name. By the time she finished the second verse, the king's eyes had narrowed to slits, and his bark-like hands curled into claws. Fear nipped at her. The king is getting increasingly unstable, Hawthorne had said. I'm worried about what he'll do tonight. As she waded into the third verse, the king rose to his feet, his face full of fire. The moths clothing him opened and closed their wings erratically. Some flew off and darted into the shadows. You dare defy me again, singer? His voice was harsh, like the caw of a crow. A chill swept through Emeline. I rewrote it, she explained, backing up as he stalked like a wolf towards her. There were pages missing. I wouldn't be able to sing it otherwise. Seize her. But I... Hands clamped down on her arms. You have greatly displeased me, Emeline Lark. The king stood over her, the smell of him enveloping her like dirt and rot, like he was decaying from the inside out. I asked for my mage's songs, not yours. You think your music, your talent, could possibly compare to his? Her throat stung at the insult. It was nothing she hadn't heard before. Her songs weren't good enough. She wasn't good enough. But it still hurt. It always hurt. His black gaze fixed on her like a viper waiting to strike. As punishment for your defiance, you will be executed tonight. Emeline's blood turned to ice. What? At the edge of her vision, she saw movement in the crowd of courtiers. She looked for Pa, but the crowd was blocked by a row of hedgemen moving into formation, trapping Emeline inside the clearing. When she turned back to the king, she found instead the biggest, burliest man she'd ever seen stepping into the circle with her. He wore the same helmet and livery as the other hedgemen, but instead of a spear, his hand gripped a massive cleaver. Moonlight glinted off the blade. Emeline's palms grew damp. My executioner, she thought, unable to take her eyes off the cleaver. Hawthorne had warned her about this exact scenario, as had Grace. Will he lop off my head in one stroke, or will it take several? She nearly turned and ran. Little good it would do her. She was completely surrounded. Instead, she started backing away from the man with the cleaver. Immediately, 4 hedgemen stepped out of their positions with steel-tipped spears pointed directly at her, corralling her back towards the executioner. "Step away from her," said a rough, soft voice. Emeline looked to find Hawthorne wrestling his way through the circle of guards. Rook's dazzling smile was gone, and Sable's mouth was curled in a snarl. All 3 were armed, as if they'd expected trouble. Hawthorne strode to Emeline's side. Sable and Rook positioned themselves behind her, like shields at her back. Emeline glanced up at Hawthorne. "What are you doing?" They were putting themselves at risk by coming to her aid. "What does it look like?" He stood strong and still and rooted beside her, his face hardened by fury as he stared at the executioner bearing down on them. "Hell only kill you too," she said. "There's a curse coming for us all. We're doomed either way." Before she could respond, Hawthorne drew the sword at his back. The steel scraped the scabbard, hushing as it came forth. The executioner paused, suddenly uncertain. "What is this?" the Wood King hissed from atop his throne, where he'd returned to watch the spectacle. As he rose sharply to his feet, the moths cloaking him scattered completely, taking to the air and fluttering off into the night. "This is how you repay me, after everything I've done for you." Emeline shot Hawthorne a look. What had the king done for him? The king's eyes were daggers aimed at his tithe collector. "With all due respect, sire, enough blood has been shed in this court. I cannot stand by and let more of it spill." "You think to stop me? I am king." His voice scraped like dead branches across a window. "Seize them all." The circle of hedgemen constricted, armor clinking as they caged in their prey. Emeline stepped closer to Hawthorne. Think, what could possibly save them? What did the Wood King want more than anything else? To have his song mage back. She couldn't give him that, but her version of the mage's waltz had enraged the king. He'd wanted his precious minstrel song, not hers. If she could somehow give him the dead man's missing song, would it be enough to get them out of this mess? She had to try. "I know where the missing sheet music is," she blurted out. "Emeline," Hawthorne hissed from beside her. Since his entire plan involved brandishing a sword and hoping their enemies, who vastly outnumbered them, backed off, she ignored him. Emeline stared down the Wood King, who'd wrenched his gaze from his tithe collector. All she had now was her fear and her wits. She clung to them. "Let me fetch the missing music for you," her voice rang out strong and clear as a bell. "Give me one more chance. If I succeed, you'll have every last one of your beloved mage's songs. Then, if I displease you again, your next minstrel can sing them for you." "Tell me where the music is," said the king, hunger in his gaze. "In the borderlands," she lied. "Let me go and I'll bring it back to you." The king narrowed his eyes. "Tell me where they are, and my tithe collector will fetch them." She shook her head. "Only I can find the sheets. You think me a fool, that I trust you to return of your own free will?" "Then compel her to return," said Hawthorne. She glanced up at him, surprised. "Let me stand surety for her." "Surety?" The king fell silent, considering the two of them. Some of the moths that had flown off earlier returned to tentatively resettle on his shoulders and head, opening and closing their wings once more. "So be it." The king's voice had taken on a deadly edge. To Emeline, he said, "I will allow you to fetch the sheet music from the borderlands. And if you do not return," he glared viciously at Hawthorne, "your surety will pay the price for your defiance." "Pay the price? What does that mean?" "Just agree, Emeline," said Hawthorne from beside her. Annoyance rippled through her. No, she needed to know exactly what she was getting into, in case there was some trick. Fantasy demands versatility. Move fluidly between heroic triumph, devastating. What price will Hawthorne pay if I don't return? The king smiled. If you don't return, Hawthorne will be killed in your place. Her stomach bottomed out. Killed in my place? She shook her head. No, no way. She didn't even know where the sheet music was. There would be no bringing it back in time to save him. What other choice do you have? Said Hawthorne. Either we all die here tonight, or you take this offer. She glanced over her shoulder to where Sable and Rook were also surrounded. They'd valiantly come to her defense tonight. She couldn't let them die here. But she refused to let Hawthorne die in her stead. And if she didn't know where the sheet music was, that meant she'd have to return and take the punishment herself. She swallowed, then glanced to the crowd of courtiers again, searching for her grandfather. There was still one more person she needed to save. Fine, I agree. Her gaze found Pa, staring at her from behind the line of hedgemen. But only if my grandfather comes with me. She turned back to the king. And once he's free of the woods, I want your promise that you'll never touch him again. The Wood King's eyes sparked like black fire. But whatever anger she provoked, he kept it coiled. Very well, it will be done. You have 2 days, Emeline Lark. If you are not back through my gate by sunset on the 2nd day, your sentence will be carried out with Hawthorne standing in for you. He motioned to 2 guards, who started towards Hawthorne. Seeing them, Hawthorne sheathed his sword, unbuckled it, and handed it over. The 2 men forced him to turn, then bound his hands behind his back. Emeline, she nodded. Sunset in 2 days. I know. I'll be back before then. No. The word was firm, compelling her to look up at him. If you have any sense, you'll be far, far away by then. Emeline frowned. Was he telling her to run and let him perish? I'm not leaving you here to die. He looked down to the grass between them. I'm too valuable to the king. He won't let me come to harm. But the king was cursed and unstable. Hawthorne had said so himself. And if the king's behavior tonight wasn't proof, there was the wall of skulls in the crypt, bearing witness. Emeline had no doubt the king would come through on his threat. Hawthorne was lying in order to save her. Angry that he would try to trick her again, this time at the cost of his own life, she gritted her teeth and stepped closer. One of these days, your lies are going to catch up to you, Hawthorne Fell. His mismatched eyes lifted to hers, taking her in. Trust me, darling, they already have. When the guards yanked him back, tearing him away from her, Hawthorne didn't take his eyes off Emeline. There was something sorrowful in his gaze, something that reminded her of the way she looked at Pa on his worst days. It was an odd thought to have as they marched him away, yet it lodged like a leaden weight in her ribcage. It was almost dawn by the time Lament delivered Emeline and Pa to the tree line. The sky lightened above them as Emeline dismounted. After she helped Pa down from the saddle, they turned towards the farmhouse together. She almost didn't believe it. Emeline breathed in the smell of the farm, letting its calm wash over her. The sun hadn't quite risen yet, and there was a glow in the air, like a promise. Her heart hummed with it. Home. And yet it was a bittersweet sight. Instead of feeling free of the Wood King's court, she felt as if invisible shackles had locked around her ankles, the chains of which led all the way back to the king. She lied to him. She had no idea where the missing music was, and doubted completely that it was here beyond the woods. Now, if she didn't return in 2 days with the music in hand, Hawthorne would be executed. Her heart twisted. At least I set Pa free, she thought, watching her grandfather cross the tree line and move towards the house. But if in 2 days she was dead, who would make sure he was taken care of? She started to follow her grandfather when Lament bit her sweater, preventing her from moving forward. Emeline frowned up at the horse. "What is it?" Letting go, Lament nudged a small saddlebag with her nose, as if to say, "Open it." Emeline undid the brass buckles and reached into the leather bag, pulling out a small bundle wrapped in midnight blue silk and tied with a gold ribbon. Curious, Emeline untied the ribbon. The silk fell away to reveal a small sheathed knife, the same size as the utility knife Pa once carried on his belt while working on the farm. Emmeline's fingers curled around the leather sheath, which had been oiled and stitched with care, then drew out the knife. The handle was carved out of a ruddy wood, cherry, maybe, with a knot left at the base, giving it an elegant strangeness. But it was the blade that held her attention longest. The surface glimmered in the same way as Hawthorne's sword, as if it contained some spell. With it was a folded piece of paper. Unfolding it, Emeline read the shaky script. "Normal steel can't cut through shadow skins, but this can. Keep it close. Sable." Emeline thought of the golden-eyed shiftling and quickly glanced back into the trees, which were only